mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 176, Ling Bao to him the 3 corpses and 7 deadly goo. With his twin gifts of bullet time and danger perception, he instantly witnessed the entire murder in the ancient painting. Looking back at the painting later, the old man, clad in a straw hat and raincoat, could not be seen clearly. He held a fishing rod, a brilliant green, its line almost invisible. Beneath a surging river, a small, multicolored fish had taken hold of the hook. This multicolored fish, previously absent, had suddenly appeared in the painting. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but glance at the fish in the bamboo basket and then compare it to the multicolored fish in the painting. Exactly the same. A sudden realization struck him. Bang, bang, bang. The one-horned ghost skull lost its spiritual control and plummeted to the ground, its skull scattering. Green flames streamed onto the ground, igniting wherever they touched. Zhao Sheng stepped forward, waving his long sleeves, and gathered all the one-horned ghost skulls from the ground into his storage bag. Watching this from the side, Zhen Yu's lips moved, but unusually, she didn't stop him from collecting the treasure. After this, Zhao Sheng turned around, pointed at the painting in the hall, and asked, "Fellow Taoist, do you know how that old demon died?" "You do." Zhen Yu followed his lead and looked over. Midway through her sentence, she suddenly exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the 5 colored fish in the painting. Fear, shock, realization, and greed crossed her face. Zhao Sheng read her expression, vaguely grasping Zhen Yu's complex emotions. He then suddenly inquired, "Is the 5-element spirit fish famous in the Shattered Star Sea? What special uses does it have?" At this voice, Zhen Yu's heart trembled, her mind immediately clearing. She looked at Zhao Sheng with a somewhat awkward expression. She had already witnessed his skills during their earlier battle against the Withered Bones Master. Zhen Yu knew he was a formidable foe, and she wasn't sure she could defeat him. Even as proud as she was, a hint of hesitation and nervousness crossed her face. Zhao Sheng, with his cunning mind, knew what she was thinking from the look on her face. The name 5 money spirit fish is peculiar. I've read quite a few ancient texts, yet I have no recollection of it. Could it be some extinct spiritual creature from the Broken Star Sea? Why is there suddenly a 5 money spirit fish in that ancient painting? And what does it have to do with the old demon's death? Zhao Sheng directly addressed a core question, demanding no time to delay. Honestly, if it weren't for the desire to extract more information from Zhen Yu, Zhao Sheng would have acted long ago. Looking at the aggressive Zhao Sheng, Zhen Yu's mind turned for a few times. After a dry cough, he explained helplessly, "It seems that fellow Taoist is a cultivator who practices hard and doesn't know much about the ancient secrets. Even if fellow Taoist searches all the classics, I'm afraid you won't be able to find the name of the 5-luck spirit fish. This creature only often appears in ancient legends. Fellow Taoist, do you know the theory of the innate 5 lucks?" After saying this, Zhao Sheng's face showed excitement, his eyes narrowed, and he said uncertainly, "The innate 5 lucks, but are they the luck of fate, killing luck, disaster luck, interception luck, and final luck?" Fellow Taoist is right. This 5-luck spirit fish is a spiritual creature that carries a trace of the innate 5 lucks. Legend has it that eating it can increase one's innate luck. If I hadn't seen this 5-luck spirit fish with my own eyes today, we wouldn't believe that such a thing really exists in the world. However, among the innate 5 lucks, except for luck, the other 4 lucks are hard to predict for low-level cultivators like us. Zhen Yu talked freely. "Is that so?" Zhao Sheng nodded calmly, not asking further questions. Instead, he lowered his gaze and observed the charred corpse with a look of intense interest. Seeing Zhao Sheng like this, Zhen Yu breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he would ask about the ancient painting again. She was now 50% certain that the painting was a treasure comparable to the Bay Mansion's cave heaven. If her guess was correct, it must be the legendary Ling Bao 2, spiritual treasure map. Ling Bao 2, also known as the treasure sealing map, likely contained an ancient magical weapon, one of the finest. Ancient cultivators likely created these maps to preserve the spiritual power of rare and valuable treasures. Zhen Yu even ventured a hypothesis that the bamboo basket was part of a magical weapon. It was a pity that its previous owner had been so unlucky that they perished in the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation, unable to enjoy such a treasure. Since that person didn't even recognize the 5-energy spirit fish, it was likely he didn't know about the Ling Baote map either. With this in mind, Zhen Yu tentatively asked, "Fellow Taoist, have you spotted any clues?" Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng, looking down at the charred corpse, his expression unfazed. This gave Zhen Yu, who had been watching him cautiously, a slight sense of relief. The skeleton demon's cultivation level is comparable to ours. His unexplained death, without any warning, suggests that the hall must harbor some kind of lethal restriction that Foundation establishment cultivators like us cannot resist. It must be connected to that ancient painting, Zhen Yu affirmed. Zhao Sheng nodded thoughtfully, not even noting that Zhen Yu's remarks were nonsense. Zhen Yu's expression shifted, as if a thought had occurred to her. She hurriedly said, "Why don't we try telekinesis?" Her words were more like a subtle instigation than a kind reminder. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, indicating his understanding. Then his gaze fell on the jade-white spirit bead. Having been reincarnated in Central Continent for several previous lives, his understanding of the Shattered Star Sea was far inferior to that of Zhen Yu, who came from a prominent family in the Inner Star Sea. However, Zhao Sheng had read about the core of the Cave Abode in ancient texts. While he might not have been certain at first, he was now certain that the Spirit Pearl was the core of the Bifu Cave Heaven. The most important thing is to refine it as soon as possible, everything else can be dealt with later, Zhao Sheng thought to himself. Zhen Yu, seeing Zhao Sheng's gaze shift to the Spirit Pearl, felt a surge of anxiety. It was clear she shared the same concern. Just then, a popping sound, like a balloon deflating, echoed from the hall. Startled, Zhao Sheng looked over. He saw a sudden bulge forming on the body of the deceased skeleton. His robes began to rustle, and then a swarm of strange insects suddenly emerged from beneath them. These strange insects, round and barely the size of a fingernail, sported black armor on their backs, 2 rows of fine claws on their bellies, and 2 ferocious serrations on their mouths, resembling scorpion fangs. In the blink of an eye, a continuous swarm of strange insects emerged, spreading out, forming a vast black carpet. Buzz! The next second, 2 transparent, membranous wings erupted from beneath their carapaces. With a flicker of their wings, they suddenly vanished into thin air. A resounding buzzing sound followed. The swarm of strange insects flapped their wings and leaped into flight, coalescing into a dark cloud that swooped down on Zhao Sheng and Zhen Yu. 3 corpses and 7 deadly goo, Zhen Yu cried out in shock as the strange insects swooped in. Chapter 177, Choice Under Absolute Rationality. Zhen Yu couldn't be blamed for her loss of composure. The 3 corpses and 7 deaths goo was a venomous and dreaded poison in the Broken Star Sea. To better control his men, the Corpse Demon Master, the leader of the Corpse Demon Pirates, cruelly infects each member with this poison. This act not only ensures their loyalty, but also serves as a breeding ground for the poisonous insects, ultimately acting as a self-destructive weapon. If a crew member disobeys the leader's orders, a single thought from the Corpse Demon Master triggers the 3 corpses and 7 deaths goo to instantly awaken and devour the crew from viscera to flesh and bone. If a crew member dies, the 3 corpses and 7 deaths goo also awakens, and without a master to control it, it instinctively attacks and kills all living things nearby. The Corpse Demon Pirate's formidable power stems in part from the 3 corpses and 7 deaths goo's extreme cruelty. Imagine going to great lengths to kill a Corpse Demon Pirate, only to be rewarded with an even more terrifying 3 corpses and 7 deaths goo. The more lives killed, the larger the poisonous insects. It's hard to imagine the despair of such a terrifying scene without experiencing it firsthand. This unexpected turn of events was somewhat unexpected for Zhao Sheng, and he couldn't help but wonder at the other party's viciousness and cruelty. In a flash, he recalled all the information about the 3 corpses and 7 deadly goo, and a thought struck him. He suddenly threw a talisman, which disintegrated into ash. A torrent of clear water suddenly gushed out of thin air beneath Zhao Sheng's feet, spreading upward from his feet, instantly enveloping his body into a watery ball. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with a blue light, but the light in them instantly vanished, his pupils dark and lifeless, his face expressionless and emotionless. In that instant, all emotions were abandoned, and Zhao Sheng was completely rational. The world suddenly became 10 times clearer. Every person, everything, and every object within his sight appeared before him in minute detail. Countless information suddenly surged through his mind, and he felt the world had never felt so vivid and coherent. Crack! The water ball quickly solidified into ice, becoming a massive ice ball in the blink of an eye. Zhao Sheng lay motionless inside the ice ball, like a dead man. Elsewhere, the dark cloud of insects suddenly became chaotic, but then pounced towards Zhen Yu. Zhen Yu caught a glimpse of Zhao Sheng hiding inside the ice ball and cursed him for his stupidity. But at this moment, she couldn't care less. Seeing that the cloud of insects was about to completely engulf her, Zhen Yu's heart hardened, and a fiery red scroll suddenly appeared in her hand. The next moment, the scroll unfolded, and countless seagull-sized red flame birds flew out of the scroll at high speed, forming a huge flock of firebirds, which collided with the incoming cloud of insects. Boom, crackle. The cloud of insects was momentarily engulfed in flames, and then exploded. Amidst a blast, the fire cloud expanded, red feathers flew all over the sky, and a rain of goo corpses fell from the sky. Zhen Yu was happy at first, but her face soon turned grim. As far as the eye could see, aside from the hundreds of 3 corpses and 7 deadly goo at the outermost edge of the insect cloud, which were incinerated by the flames, the vast majority of the other insects remained unharmed. These insects, not yet fully mature, possessed such strong resistance to fire. If they had fully developed, wouldn't they be invulnerable to ordinary spiritual fire? Zhen Yu must know that the red spirit diagram in her hand contained a redly spirit fire, and these red flame birds were formed from this redly spirit fire. The redly spirit fire, a derivative of the southern Mingli fire, possesses an extremely yang nature, specifically designed to suppress all evil spirits. Logically, the redly spirit fire should be the nemesis of the 3 corpses and 7 deadly goo. But now, it seemed, the situation was far from satisfactory. Zhen Yu repeatedly activated the red spirit diagram, releasing more red flame birds, which transformed into long walls of flame that surrounded her, temporarily forcing the goo cloud to stay close. She tried to flee several times, but she was too reluctant to leave behind the treasures within the hall. She also saw the 3 corpses and 7 deadly goo paying no attention to the person next to her. Whenever they touched the ice ball, they dodged and charged towards her, as if she were the only living being there. This scene filled Zhen Yu with fear and anxiety, her heart nearly exploding with rage. Buzz! A corpse could only hold a limited number of goo insects. After a few breaths, as the corpse shrank, the last few hundred goo insects merged into the cloud of insects in the courtyard, intensifying their attack on Zhen Yu. Suddenly, the ice ball Zhao Sheng was in suddenly cracked, countless tiny cracks forming. The next second, it shattered, scattering large and small ice chunks across the floor. Zhao Sheng's face was white with frost. With an expressionless expression, he stepped over the ice and approached the hall, his robes crackling as he walked, leaving tiny flakes of ice shards falling. Strangely, the 3 corpses and 7 deadly goo ignored him. Even when they touched him, they bypassed him without biting and pounced on Zhen Yu. Zhen Yu would never understand the reason. Zhao Sheng had seen a description of the 3 corpses and 7 deadly goo in a book on goo from the beast-taming sect. This yin-type goo possessed a remarkable sensory organ. Not only could it sense the presence of living beings, but most powerfully, it could also sense their emotions and desires. Even the slightest desire or emotional fluctuation made it impossible to escape the 3 corpses and 7 deadly goo's pursuit. This characteristic was one of the reasons it was ranked among the top 100 goo insects in the Xianzhu realm. Zhao Sheng reached the entrance to the lobby and suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on the ancient painting. With a wave of his hand, a wave of water flew out, effortlessly capturing the orb and swirling it back into his hand. He then turned to look at the bamboo basket, his mind racing. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, ranking them in order of probability. In the next second, considering factors like human nature, traps, luck, and coincidence, Zhao Sheng eliminated most of them, leaving only a few dozen future scenarios with the highest probability, the closest to the optimal solution. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Sheng suddenly turned away, refusing to touch the bamboo basket or any other treasures. In his absolute rationality, preserving his life always came first. And he ruled out any action that threatened to endanger his life beyond a certain threshold. Clearly, the bamboo basket held some unknown connection to the ancient painting. Touching it would raise the probability of death far beyond Zhao Sheng's preset threshold. At this moment, Zhen Yu, overcome with shock and fury, swiftly flung the scroll upward. Countless crimson flame birds surged forth, most swarming towards the goo cloud. Meanwhile, a small number quickly merged into a giant flaming bird. With a shrill cry, it launched a wave of searing flames, fiercely shooting towards Zhao Sheng. No matter how difficult it was for her, she couldn't let that person take the core of the Bay Mansion. Furthermore, she hoped that the man's actions would expose him, allowing the 3 corpses and 7 deadly goo to discover him and relieve her of the pressure. Facing the attack, Zhao Sheng remained silent. With a flash of lightning, he moved, seemingly teleporting, several dozen feet away, almost leaving the area. No, Zhen Yu yelled in anger, and the golden sword suddenly turned into a sword rainbow, shooting out and slashing towards Zhao Sheng's head. Chapter 178 Refining and Collection. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng remained expressionless. He shook his hands, and 8 3-foot-long, crystalline ice swords suddenly materialized. These ice swords circled around him, soaring into the sky before merging into a single, resilient, transparent ice sword. Silently, Zhao Sheng executed a sword gesture, and the giant ice sword swung, transforming into 4 ethereal, almost illusory sword beams. These shimmering lights flew out in unison, directly meeting the golden sword rainbow and engaging it in a fierce duel, maintaining their undiminished advantage. Zhao Sheng then looked up at Zhen Yu, his right hand reaching for his waist. With a flick of his hand, 4 second-level true talismans flew out simultaneously. The next moment, 4 azure lightning balls, the size of a casserole, soared 30 or 4 feet into the air. Then, they converged, and in a flash, a massive lightning ball, the size of a water tank, surging with lightning, appeared above the courtyard. Zhen Yu looked up in surprise, her face suddenly pale, draining all trace of color. Beneath the thunderball, Zhao Sheng stared expressionlessly at Zhen Yu, his eyes icy, as if he were looking at a dead person. He uttered the word go. Instantly, the thunderball swirled, transforming into a long, azure rainbow as thick as a bucket. It stretched across the sky, striking Zhen Yu's head in an instant, leaving her no chance to dodge. Boom! A vast expanse of lightning and thunder erupted, and the courtyard seemed to sink into a sea of thunder, a scene filled with lightning and dazzling white light. At that moment, a 3-inch-long flying sword, blazing with lightning, pierced Zhen Yu's neck. Zhen Yu only had time to glance down at the hole in her neck, before she could even express regret, before she was reduced to a cloud of ash amidst the endless thunder. Simultaneously, the goo cloud was shattered by this overwhelming attack, and thousands of goo insects, struck by the lightning, were reduced to charred pieces and fell to the ground. After Zhao Sheng confirmed Zhen Yu's death, he waved his hand and rolled up the Lingguang flying sword, the scroll and the storage bag. Then, without even looking at the small cloud of poisonous insects that had regathered in the courtyard, he flashed away from here. Now, the first thing in Zhao Sheng's mind was to refine the core of the Bay Mansion and take control of the Bay Mansion as soon as possible. Everything else was secondary. The outer light curtain of the Noheibai suddenly fluctuated, and Zhao Sheng crawled out from it, then swam upwards. After swimming for more than 20 feet, he lowered his head and looked to the lower left. There was only a little glow in the darkness. Zhao Sheng stopped, quickly dug out a stone cave on the wall of the trench, and then flashed in. After sealing the cave entrance, he took out the spirit pearl and held it in his hand, and slammed his left chest with his left hand. With a wow sound, Zhao Sheng suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, spraying it on the surface of the spirit pearl. The next second, essence and blood merged with spiritual energy, transforming into streams of blood-colored spiritual energy. Under Zhao Sheng's mental control, the blood-colored spiritual energy transformed into blood-colored runes, which began to seep into the spirit pearl bit by bit. Each time a blood rune sank into the spirit pearl, Zhao Sheng would expel another stream of essence and blood, which merged with his spiritual energy and transformed into new blood runes, which seeped into the spirit pearl. Refining the core of a cave abode was no easy task, especially since Zhao Sheng's cultivation level hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. Refining it was a struggle. There was no other way, only through time, perseverance, and gradual self-harm. Time slowly passed. Zhao Sheng spat out mouthfuls of essence and blood. As each blood rune merged into the spirit pearl, gradually emitting a faint red glow, Zhao Sheng's face grew increasingly pale. 3 days later, within the makeshift cave, the spirit pearl emanated a bright, blood-colored light, illuminating the cave and Zhao Sheng's pale, withered face. "Collect," a hoarse voice echoed through the cavern, and the spirit pearl naturally floated up, suddenly transforming into a ball of bloody light that vanished into Zhao Sheng's dantian in a flash. Zhao Sheng slowly concluded his practice and stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A moment later, he left the cave and quietly crept to the outer edge of the Bei mansion below. The enormous Nahe shell still radiated a dazzling white light. However, beyond the light curtain connected by 5 stone pillars, 3 mutilated corpses floated in the distance. Strange-looking marine worms crawled densely over the bodies, slowly nibbling at their flesh. Zhao Sheng's expression darkened as he observed this scene. He wasn't surprised that someone had found this place. His greatest concern was that the Bei mansion had been taken over by someone or some other faction. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Sheng gathered his energy, grasping the invisibility and spirit-suppressing talismans in his right hand. He swam forward, quietly entering the light curtain. Stepping through the curtain, Zhao Sheng vanished before his feet even touched the ground. Hearing the sounds of a struggle emanate from the Bei mansion, interspersed with the clashing of magical instruments and the roar of spells, Zhao Sheng instantly spotted a dozen cultivators locked in a life-or-death struggle within this miniature cavern. His heart tightened, and he glanced over. On one side, he saw men clad in red robes, brandishing glowing swords. As they chanted incantations, crimson sword flashes, interspersed with fireballs, shot towards the other group. The other group seemed larger, though their attire was mixed, their weapons strange and varied. Among the fighting, 2 individuals engaged in the most intense battle. One, a burly man in red, wielded a fiery red flying knife, its flashes sending streaks of blood-red light blazing. The other was an old woman, armed with a pair of mandarin duck-shaped axes. Their intertwined strikes shone forth, creating wisps of light that easily shattered the incoming blades, effectively matching the large man's strength. After observing them from the sidelines for a moment, Zhao Sheng felt reassured. These cultivators were all in the key refining stage, with the 2 most accomplished cultivators having only reached the great perfection stage. The weapons they wielded were mostly ordinary, top-grade magical instruments, and their fighting methods were crude and unimpressive. They seemed like casual cultivators, not worth worrying about. After observing for another quarter of an hour, confirming that neither side was playing dumb, Zhao Sheng decided to take action to avoid further complications. He quietly approached the 2 combatants, slowly pressing his hands against his storage bag. In a flash, he revealed a simple talisman disc in his hand. The disc consisted of 3 layers, each containing 7 water arrow talismans stacked at least 20 times. Go! Zhao Sheng shouted as the disc's aura grew stronger, and all the water arrow talismans simultaneously vanished into dust. The next second, thousands of 3-foot-long, as thick as a child's arm, and incredibly sharp water arrows suddenly condensed from thin air above the Bei mansion and plummeted down with lightning speed. Instantly, a rain of water arrows rained down from the sky. A sudden cry echoed through the Bei mansion. A moment later, Zhao Sheng emerged from the light curtain and swam to the side. Gazing at the massive Nahe shell, he slapped his abdomen, and the mansion-suppressing spirit pearl burst forth from his body, hovering before him. Zhao Sheng chanted an incantation, his hands wielding a series of magical incantations. The mansion-suppressing spirit pearl glowed brightly, and a white light suddenly emanated from the pearl, splitting into 5 and connecting to 5 stone pillars. Waves of light then streamed from the pillars, spreading outward and quickly covering the entire Nahe shell. As the sound of waves grew stronger, the Nahe shell gradually shrank. 15 feet, 10 feet, 30 feet. Finally, an exquisite seashell, about an inch in size, as wide as jade, fell into Zhao Sheng's hands, which he snatched into his arms. Pop! A dense cloud of bubbles surged from the trench, and Zhao Sheng, like a swordfish, darted upward. A cup of tea later, he surfaced, confirmed his bearing, and instead of returning to Belu Island, swam directly towards a route connecting to the inner Star Sea. Chapter 179 Auction and Foundation Building Pill. 2 months later, an ordinary 3-masted seagoing vessel slowly entered a crescent-shaped bay. On the bow deck, Zhao Sheng, his eyes narrowed slightly, gazed at the vast market near the dock. Finally arrived at Fenghuo Island, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, gently detaching from the ship. After soaring over 8 feet of the sea, he landed on the dock's plank road. Half an hour later, an ordinary-looking young man in a blue robe appeared in the Fenghuo Island market, blending in with the bustling crowd, unnoticeable. Fenghuo Island is a spiritual island under the jurisdiction of Dragon Turtle Island, one of the 36 constellations. It is also the most famous weapon refining island within Dragon Turtle Island's sphere of influence. The island's market is renowned throughout the Broken Star Sea and is considered a prosperous place. Zhao Sheng observed secretly and discovered that most of the buildings on Fenghuo Island were built of underwater igneous rock. Under the sunlight, the surface was faintly tinged with a reddish halo, making the buildings appear unusually bright, thick, and solid. On the streets, one could often see teams of fully armored elite soldiers from the Fenghuo sect marching in unison, patrolling the streets. Zhao Sheng glanced over and was surprised to find the elite soldiers exuding an unusual aura, almost devoid of any living presence. Instead, they resembled teams of eerie, animated puppets. Zhao Sheng had long heard that the Fenghuo sect possessed secret techniques for refining yin corpse puppets, but witnessing it firsthand was a startling experience. He thought to himself that the Fenghuo sect was truly remarkable. After wandering through the market for a while, Zhao Sheng realized that Fenghuo Island lived up to its reputation as a weapon refining island. Refining shops were numerous, with several visible on nearly every street. He then discovered that the shops lining the market primarily sold various magical instruments, while primarily purchasing various spiritual materials. There were also shops selling spiritual herbs, elixirs, and talismans, but they were few and far between. Fenghuo Island, renowned for its weapon refining reputation, truly lived up to its reputation. This was the reason Zhao Sheng had traveled thousands of miles to Fenghuo Island. On the one hand, he wanted to sell his unused magical instruments, buy elixirs for cultivation, and, incidentally, acquire a few handy magical instruments. On the other hand, and most importantly, he wanted to break the fatal trap in the Bay residence. It would be even better if he could find out the origins of the ancient painting and the bamboo basket. 2 hours later, Zhao Sheng wandered around the market, entering and exiting various shops, inquiring about the prices of various magical instruments. Once he had a good idea, Zhao Sheng stopped wandering and found a place to stay for the time being. Over the next 3 days, Zhao Sheng changed his appearances, visited various refinery shops, and sold off his unused magical instruments, such as the water-dividing spear, the flying knife, the Mandarin duck axe, and inferior talismans. He ultimately received over 8,000 low-grade spirit stones in exchange. After processing these, Zhao Sheng, dressed as a white-faced nobleman, found a rather prestigious-looking shop and entered. The shop was quite large, its interior lavishly decorated. The magical instruments it sold were, at the very least, of the highest quality. It seemed to specialize in fine goods. Fellow Taoist, are you looking to buy magical instruments, or sell refining materials? Upon seeing Zhao Sheng enter, a middle-aged man, his face rough and scorched, as if burned, approached and greeted him. I'd like to sell this item. Can you please take a look? Zhao Sheng said nonchalantly, pulling a square stone box from his storage bag. He gently opened the box, allowing the middle-aged man to see the contents alone. Upon seeing the unicorn skull within, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he immediately addressed Zhao Sheng. Fellow Taoist, please take a seat in the elegant back hall. I'll have the shopkeeper come and take a look. Zhao Sheng nodded, calmly following the man into the elegant back hall and taking a seat. A moment later, an elderly man with a white beard and a gray robe pushed open the door. He smiled at Zhao Sheng and bowed, saying, I'm Sun Dalu, honored to meet you, Taoist. I heard you have a treasure to sell. Would you mind showing it to me? Zhao Sheng nodded, opened the stone box, and pushed it over. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the pitch-black skull with a horn on its head. A quarter of an hour later, the old man placed the one-horned ghost skull back into the stone box, a hint of joy still lingering on his face. He knew it was a low-grade spiritual artifact, so he spoke frankly, it's a good thing. It contains the fire of rotting bones and corpses, and has been refined through human sacrifice for over 100 years. However, it's difficult to sell openly, and it's still a bit incomplete. Therefore, the price is lower than that of similar spiritual artifacts, around 9,000 spirit stones. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, seeming to agree. He smiled and said, while this price is good, I'm not short of spirit stones. I wonder if your shop has any puppet artifacts or top-grade artifacts? I'd like to barter, is that possible? The old man replied confidently, our shop is directly affiliated with the Fenghuo sect of course, we can trade, and we won't let you down. Zhao Sheng paused, non-committal. Suddenly, he asked, I heard your island is holding a special auction soon. I'd like to participate. Are there any special requirements? The old man was stunned, then smiled. Special requirements? Yes, there are, but there are two. First, a letter of guarantee from a local shop, and second, an item to be auctioned. The old man recited the requirements without hesitation. After all, this was no secret on Fenghao Island, so there was no need to hide it from the other party. Zhao Sheng nodded silently. He wanted to participate in the auction because he had heard that Foundation Establishment pills would be offered. In the Shattered Star Sea, Foundation Establishment pills were far rarer and more valuable than on the central continent. The reason wasn't just that alchemists were scarce in the Shattered Star Sea, but also that the spiritual herbs needed to refine Foundation Establishment pills were scarce. Most importantly, the supply of Foundation Establishment pills had been deliberately reduced by other continents, leading to exorbitant prices for them in the Shattered Star Sea. Even low-grade Foundation Establishment pills were unlikely to appear on the market. For the sake of the Foundation Establishment pills, he no longer hesitated and immediately addressed the old man. To be honest, I've come to Wind and Fire Island specifically for the auction. If you can vouch for me, I have a flying spiritual sword I can sell to you at a low price. The old man frowned slightly at this, pondering the matter. After a moment's deliberation, he gently tapped the stone box and said, "Well, I'll guarantee your wealth. Could you please let me handle that spiritual weapon?" "Yes," Zhao Sheng said without hesitation. He then pulled Zhen Yu's golden spiritual sword from his storage bag, along with a spiritual scroll containing the crimson spiritual fire. He had submitted the scroll for auction and asked the old man to appraise its value. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng emerged from the shop, a smile on his face. In his hand, he held a pale red jade envelope, engraved with the same design as the shop's sign. He also had over 200 mid-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. After receiving the guarantee in spirit stones, Zhao Sheng visited 2 alchemy shops and purchased over a dozen bottles of Yunling pills, spending nearly 1,000 spirit stones. Unfortunately, Fenghao Island sold mostly elixirs, but few sold spiritual herb seeds. After visiting several shops, he found nothing and abandoned his plans to cultivate spiritual herbs in the Bay Mansion. Half a day later, Zhao Sheng returned to his residence and began his secluded cultivation. However, as the auction approached, news inevitably spread. Hearing of the Foundation Establishment pills at the auction, an increasing number of outside cultivators began to arrive on Fenghao Island. Thanks to fellow book friend Shushan Wenzhang for the 3,000 coin reward. Baimat thanks you. Chapter 180 Mysterious Women. 7 days later, the auction finally arrived. Zhao Sheng left the inn and, following the old shopkeeper's instructions, walked through the streets and alleys, turning many corners before arriving at a magnificent palace building in the southwest market of Fenghao Island. Zhao Sheng stood at a corner of the street, not in a hurry to enter, simply gazing at the auction venue. As the time approached, cultivators arrived one after another. They had different styles, some were open and above board, while others deliberately concealed their appearance. However, as long as they presented a letter of guarantee, they would be allowed in after inspection by the guards at the door. It seems that this auction only recognizes letters, not people, and the security is quite strict. I heard from the shopkeeper a few days ago that for this auction, Longa Island has sent a rare Jinden's Henrin to preside over the event. I think it's for safety reasons, and secondly, there are many rare treasures in this auction, Zhao Sheng pondered quietly with a calm face. I'm afraid many of those here today are specifically seeking the Foundation Establishment pill. This time, there's going to be some competition. With this thought, Zhao Sheng, his expression changed, turned the corner and strode towards the entrance. Arriving at the venue, he presented the jade page guarantee to the guard. Just as he was about to enter, Zhao Sheng's expression shifted, and he glanced to the side. Not far away, he saw 3 unusually tall men in black robes, surrounding a woman in a blue dress, approaching. The woman had a graceful figure, wearing a gauze hat with a white veil draped over her head, obscuring her features. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Zhao Sheng felt a stirring in his heart, as if he and the woman had some vague, secret connection. Who is this woman? Zhao Sheng was startled. Just as he was about to take another look, the guard impatiently urged him to hurry inside. Zhao Sheng withdrew his gaze, and with a few thoughts in his mind, he entered the venue. Elsewhere, the woman in white gauze suddenly stopped, her beautiful eyes fixed on the auction entrance, watching Zhao Sheng's slowly disappearing figure. Young master, why did you stop so suddenly? Is something wrong? At that moment, An old voice suddenly emerged from the woman's sleeve, its voice erratic and audible only to her. "Old Chong, did you see that person just now?" Wang Yingling shook her robe sleeves and whispered, head lowered. "Who is it?" I was so busy sensing the ancestors' remains that I didn't pay attention to my surroundings. Wang Yingling licked his lips and walked forward, whispering quietly, "I think I've spotted someone of my kind, and their bloodline seems quite pure." "What?" "The auspicious time has arrived. The auction officially begins." A deep, magnetic voice echoed from the podium in the vast venue. The auction room, previously filled with whispers, suddenly fell silent. Then, a middle-aged man in a bright red robe, with a long face and large ears and a flame totem tattooed on his forehead, calmly walked up to the high platform in front. Down below, over 100 attendees, each occupying a round table, sat scattered throughout the venue. Those with special status or cultivators above the foundation establishment stage sat in private rooms on the second floor, overlooking the venue below. The auction was a bit sparsely attended, but Zhao Sheng didn't find it too surprising. After all, the simple requirement of a guarantee in matching auction items eliminated most cultivators with limited wealth. Auctions in the cultivation world have always valued quality over quantity, both for the items and the attendees. From the venue itself, Zhao Sheng couldn't discern the depth of the others' cultivation levels. However, based on his extensive experience, not only the private rooms on the second floor, but also at least 5 foundation establishment cultivators in the first floor venue alone. "I guess I need to be more careful this time," Zhao Sheng mused. "Welcome, fellow seniors, to Fenghao Island for this year's auction. I won't elaborate on the rules, I'm sure you all already know them. The highest bidder wins. Barter is permitted for special requests." With that, the middle-aged man bowed respectfully toward the lower left side of the platform before returning to his feet. Everyone's gaze shifted to that spot, only to see a single, fiery red wooden chair on the left side of the platform. A frail, gray-robed elder sat there. The elder, eyes closed, resting, motionless, yet exuding an unfathomable aura. This was the reigning Golden Core Master. The middle-aged man paused briefly, scanning the room, then declared, "No more words. Everyone, please take a look at the first treasure." With that, he clapped his hand into his storage bag, and a palm-sized jade box appeared in his hand. The box swung open, revealing a golden blue flying sword, approximately an inch long, resting within. The first auction item is a top-grade magical weapon, the Zhengjin Flying Sword. Its blade is infused with Zhengjin, making it indestructible. Its speed is 3 times faster than similar tier flying swords, and it contains 9 magical restrictions. The starting price is 7,000 spirit stones, and each bid must increase by at least 100 spirit stones, the middle-aged man said proudly with a smile. The audience erupted in excitement. Flying swords are among the most demanding of killing weapons, requiring the most demanding materials. And sword cultivators are known for their saying, "The sword survives, the man dies." Zhengjin is the ultimate treasure for refining flying swords. Even if the amount of Zhengjin impregnated in this flying sword is unknown, it might just be a gimmick. Even if 7,000 spirit stones could buy a lower-grade spiritual weapon, a flying sword of this exceptional quality would be enough to draw a rush from numerous cultivators. Zhao Sheng was somewhat disappointed to see the Zhengjin flying sword as the first item. Zhengjin was not his cup of tea. If he could return to Zhongzhou, he could certainly produce Zhengjin as much as a human head. 8,000, 8,100, 8,900. As expected, the moment this top-grade flying sword appeared, the bidding started to soar. After a fierce competition, the flying sword was sold to a stern-faced old man for a whopping 19,000 spirit stones. The atmosphere in the venue was heated up by the Zhengjin flying sword. The next 2 treasures, an orange gold armor and a mother and child spirit shield, were also top-grade magical instruments. They fetched high prices of 6,000 and 9,000 spirit stones, respectively. This was because defensive magical instruments are generally more difficult to refine than killing instruments, and the prices are usually 20% to 80% higher. Of course, flying swords are an exception. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but feel a little surprised at this. This auction was quite high quality. The lowest bids were all top-grade magical instruments, so wouldn't spiritual instruments dominate the market later on? The fourth item for auction, a top-grade talisman, the 5 Elements Talisman Disc. As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man flipped over a square wooden box with one hand. With a single clap of his hands, the lid of the box flew open, revealing a talisman disc, approximately a foot in diameter, with 3 layers of multicolored patterns shaped like the Jotian Bagua. It looked incredibly delicate, emanating a faint, multicolored halo. Although the 5 elements chaos disc is intended solely for talisman practitioners, it's crafted from 1,000-year-old spiritual wood and 5-element spiritual gold. A 3rd-rank weapon master spent 49 days refining it. While not a spiritual artifact, it's far more precious than ordinary spiritual artifacts, the middle-aged man said slowly, holding the disc. This statement naturally caused a stir in the room, with some outspoken people asking why. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and spoke confidently. The weapon refining master originally intended to refine a spiritual-grade talisman disc. However, a minor mishap during the refining process caused the disc to drop a grade. Although its grade is significantly lower than originally intended, it has, by chance, acquired 2 novel properties. One is that it can hold talismans of higher grades, up to 2nd grade, superior grade true talisman. The other is that when 5 elements talismans are arranged on the disc and activated simultaneously, the talismans of different attributes, guided by the disc, have a certain probability of undergoing a transformation, such as the mutual generation and evolution of the 5 elements, wind intensifying fire, and so on. The former is not a problem, after all, high-grade true talismans are rare and hard to come by. But the latter, if it falls into the hands of a fellow practitioner of both talisman and magic, could have countless uses. More importantly, this talisman disc is a rare find, making it virtually impossible to refine a second one exactly like it. Therefore, the starting price is 10,000 spiritual stones. At this point, the middle-aged man paused, observing the audience's reaction. As expected, there was another commotion in the audience. Many were tempted, including Zhao Sheng. Regardless of what others thought, he truly wanted to bid for it. With this powerful weapon, he wasn't afraid of cultivators in the early stages of foundation establishment. 15,000 spirit stones, the middle-aged man finished speaking, and someone immediately raised the price by 5,000 spirit stones. Such a high bid startled many, and some swallowed back their words. After a while, someone snorted coldly and then boldly bid 18,000 spirit stones. Wow, another 3,000 more. This single bid immediately put most people off. After all, the original Zhengjin flying sword had only cost 19,000 spirit stones. After all, a talismanic weapon had a limited purpose, and even if its additional effects were rare and miraculous, this price was the upper limit. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng, the first bidder, couldn't help but frown. It's not that he was short of spirit stones. Not to mention the nearly 30,000 he'd earned from selling his magic weapon, or the 10,000 or so he could fetch from his spiritual scroll. Even if he used the pure yin spirit stones he'd dug up from the misty seabed, it would be enough to buy 3 or 4 of these talisman plates. But he had concerns. He needed to bid on the foundation establishment pale later, and if he ran out of spirit stones, he'd inevitably expose his pure yin spirit stones. Given the rarity of pure yin spirit stones in the Shattered Star Sea, there was no guarantee the organizers wouldn't target him. As Zhao Sheng weighed the pros and cons, Wang Yingling, from a private room on the 2nd floor, stared intently at his back. "Young master, are you sure that person truly possesses Saint Clan blood?" the aged voice of Old Turtle echoed. "Yes," Wang Yingling nodded gently. "Excellent. After this, we must bring this person back to Void Spiritual Abyss. The High Priest will surely be delighted," Old Turtle said excitedly. This time, Wang Yingling simply nodded, saying nothing more. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly echoed through the venue, 20,000 spirit stones. The bidder was, naturally, Zhao Sheng. He immediately added another 2,000 spirit stones. Such a high price would have even some wealthy foundation establishment cultivators shaking their heads. "Excellent, very good. It seems this fellow Taoist is determined to obtain the 5 elements talisman disc. Is there anyone who can offer higher than this?" The middle-aged man, delighted, asked the crowd again. Seeing no bids for a long time, the middle-aged man, unconcerned, immediately announced that the talisman disc was Zhao Sheng's. After the auction of the talisman disc, the middle-aged man began to auction off spiritual artifact-level treasures, with a starting price of at least 10,000 spirit stones. Zhao Sheng's spiritual artifact scroll was the 9th item on the auction block. Because it contained the Redly spiritual fire and this was Fenghero Island, renowned for its weapon refining, the final price was unexpectedly high, 34,000 spirit stones. Next, This treasure is provided by a fellow Taoist. It is a white spirit tortoise shell that has the miraculous effect of turning misfortune into fortune. The starting price is 20,000 spirit stones. After saying this, the middle-aged man flipped his palm, and a white jade tortoise shell the size of a palm, crystal clear as jade, appeared in his hand. As soon as these words came out, the entire cave fell into an extremely quiet and eerie atmosphere. Everyone stared at the tortoise shell, but most of them showed a look of disdain. This white jade tortoise shell is very famous on Fenghuo Island. It has been auctioned 5 times. Each time it was bought, it would be auctioned again within less than 2 years. A well-known fact is that the owners of this tortoise shell all died in accidents, and no one was spared. What is turning misfortune into fortune? It should be the tortoise shell of misfortune. Seeing this, the middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and asked everyone again if anyone had any bids. After a long moment, a cold voice rang out from a private room on the 2nd floor, 21,000, okay. Deal, the middle-aged man blurted out without questioning anyone, as if fearing someone would go back on their word. Wang Yingling breathed a sigh of relief at this. It was good that no one was competing with her. However, she didn't notice that Master Wuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed beneath the podium, now narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze flickering towards her. 3 hours later, the auction had drawn to a close. Ahem, the middle-aged man coughed twice, deliberately drawing everyone's attention. Then, confidently, he produced 3 jade elixir bottles. The appearance of the bottles brought a sudden hush to the room, and everyone's hearts burned with excitement, their gazes fixed eagerly on the middle-aged man on the podium. He poured a round, long-incised, fragrant white elixir from his bottle and displayed it before the crowd. These are foundation establishment pills, 3 in number. All are of low quality. Even if I don't mention their value, fellow Daoists already know. So I won't elaborate further. This auction will be conducted in both open and closed auctions. The open auction starts at 30,000 spirit stones, with each bid incrementing no less than 1,000 spirit stones. For equal bids, higher quality spirit stones are given priority. For closed auctions, other treasures, techniques, and secret arts can be exchanged for them. The fact that there were 3 foundation establishment pills surprised everyone. Remember, in previous years, there was usually only 1, up for grabs. The middle-aged man seemed pleased with the crowd's astonishment. After a long pause, he confidently stated, "Alright, you can write down your bids for the closed auction or participate in the open auction. As for who will ultimately receive these 3 precious foundation establishment pills, it will be up to Master Wu Yan to decide." With these words, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became extremely tense. Many looked at Master Wu Yan with awe and envy. Silence fell again. No one spoke first, as if waiting for someone else to speak first. The middle-aged man was not in a hurry, but just quietly looked at the crowd below. 33,000 spirit stones. Since no one wants to speak, then I will start. After a moment, an old man with a stern face slowly spoke. Chapter 181 Demon Ruins and the Sea Demon Clan. 34,000 spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, someone else immediately picked up the conversation. 35,036,000 spirit stones. Ever since the initial offer, the price of the foundation establishment pill had begun to rise by 1,000 by 1,000. The increase might seem small, but it was rising rapidly. It soon surpassed 50,000 spirit stones, causing many who had been eager to try to buy the pill to turn pale. They quickly gave up on the idea of exchanging spirit stones and instead considered bidding secretly. Everyone present was an immortal cultivator, and everyone had a few hidden treasures. Even if their wealth was limited, they still had their cultivation techniques. Of the 4 essential principles of immortal cultivation, Dharma, wealth, friends, and land, Dharma was paramount. If one was willing to sell their own cultivation technique, wouldn't they be able to exchange it for a foundation establishment pill? The secret bidding method was truly impressive. Inside the venue, Zhao Sheng sat expressionless, silently praising the organizers for their thoughtfulness. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Sheng decided to offer the unique fire sacrifice technique, acquired in his previous life, as exchange. To ensure complete safety, he secretly summoned the Book of 100 Worlds, flipping to page 4. From his memory, he found a foundation establishment level fire attributed technique he had obtained from the Zhou family's sutra library in the Cheyenne territory. Zhao Sheng doubted that 2 fire attributed techniques wouldn't be enough to buy a mere foundation establishment pill. By this time, the bidding price had already surpassed 50,000 spirit stones, and only a handful of bidders dared to continue. Zhao Sheng was inwardly surprised 50,000 spirit stones would have bought a mid-grade foundation establishment pill in Zhongzhou Dongshan City. But it seemed that this price wasn't even the final price. 54,000 spirit stones. I'm representing the Li family of Fengtang Island. I hope everyone present will be accommodating. The slightly aged voice came from a thin, pale-faced, narrow-eyed elder. As he spoke, the elder emanated a unique aura of a foundation establishment realm cultivator, sending shivers down the spines of those with less advanced cultivation. Humph! At that moment, a cold snort suddenly echoed from the venue. The Li family's foundation building cultivator groaned, blood suddenly flowing from all 7 orifices, and his face turned pale. Seeing this, several cultivators who had been tempted to emulate the trend immediately abandoned their ill-intentioned attempts to bully others. While the open auction was proceeding normally, most of the cultivators present had also participated in the secret bidding. Waiters circulated around the venue, collecting secret bidding tickets and bringing them to Master Wu Yan's table. Master Wu Yan examined the secret bidding tickets one by one, tossing most to his left. Only a few were placed to his right after he finished reading them. Seeing this, the cultivators present understood clearly that those on his left had been eliminated. 59,000 spirit stones, 59,000 spirit stones? Are there any fellow Daoists who can offer higher? The middle-aged man asked again. After repeating this twice, he announced that the open auction had concluded at 59,000 spirit stones. Meanwhile, Master Wu Yan had also selected 4 or 5 pending secret bidding tickets. At that moment, the hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned to Master Wu Yan. With a swish, Master Wu Yan gently tapped the table, and 2 of the hidden slips flew up, coated in a faint glow of fire, and floated lightly into the hands of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, then unfolded the 2 slips and said, "Congratulations to fellow Daoists Yiding and Zhengzi, and to the Daoist who bid 59,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to all 3 of you for winning the foundation establishment pill." As he finished speaking, a sigh echoed from the audience. This result was deeply disappointing to most of the people present. Zhao Sheng, though delighted, remained expressionless, for his number was Zhengzi. Well, this auction has concluded successfully. Fellow Daoists, please exit the venue in an orderly manner. Those who have won treasures, please proceed to the back to redeem them. As soon as the auction concluded, Zhao Sheng, led by a waiter, walked through 2 corridors to a private room. Just as he finished memorizing the fire sacrifice art and the separation flame art of the 4 flame arts of the desolate world, Zhao Sheng happened to enter the room. He was surprised to see him, but he immediately stood and bowed, saying, "Junior Zhao Chong, greetings to Master Wu Yan, no need for formalities, please take a seat." Zhao Sheng was unfazed, and once Master Wu Yan sat down, he followed suit. A flicker of surprise crossed Master Wu Yan's eyes. Since reaching the Jinden stage, few lower-level cultivators had been as respectful and dignified as Zhao Sheng when they met face to face. This alone made him look at him with awe. Little did Zhao Sheng know, despite his seemingly calm demeanor, he harbored a nagging sense of unease. He wondered what Master Wu Yan had in mind for him. If it was simply to exchange for the foundation establishment pill, a Jinden master wouldn't have bothered to come. Furthermore, Zhao Sheng was terrified that Master Wu Yan had seen through his disguise. He was, after all, an alien, and the precedent of Xiao Island was a lesson worth considering. Fortunately, it hadn't turned out that badly. Immortal Wu Yan, unconcerned with the young key cultivator's disguise, directly explained that he had come for the 2 techniques. Zhao Sheng felt relieved upon hearing this and immediately handed over the techniques he had just written. Immortal Wu Yan took it, not even glancing at the Heavenly 4 Flames technique, but instead picking up the Fire Sacrifice art and perusing it. As he flipped through the pages, a smile gradually crept onto his face, as if he had gained something profound. After 2/4 of an hour, Immortal Wu Yan gently set the book down and, with a piercing gaze, looked at Zhao Sheng earnestly, asking, "Where did you obtain this technique?" Zhao Sheng's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, "Master, the fire sacrifice art was passed down from my ancestors. From what I understand, it seems to have originated from the central continent." Immortal Wu Yan nodded non-committally, then sighed. "What a pity." Zhao Sheng, unsure of what he meant by what a pity, remained silent, his mind focused, and waited for his response. Immortal Wu inside, then took out the elixir bottle containing the Foundation Establishment Pill and the 5 Elements Talisman Disc, pushing them in front of Zhao Sheng and saying, "Here's the Foundation Establishment Pill. And this 5 Elements Talisman Disc, make good use of it. Don't let my efforts go to waste." Zhao Sheng was surprised and asked, "Senior, did you refine this 5 Elements Talisman Disc?" Immortal Wu nodded and said, "My original intention was to refine a spiritual disc that combined the 5 elements. Something went wrong, and I ended up with this mediocre, useless piece." Zhao Sheng couldn't say much, so he said, "I will definitely live up to your expectations." Immortal Wu nodded, stood up, and left. Then, a dignified maid entered. A moment later, Zhao Sheng, having handed over the spirit stones, changed his makeup, and quietly left the auction. 3 days later, Zhao Sheng purchased a magical weapon-level warrior puppet from a weapon refining shop. After leaving the shop, he looked around as if nothing had happened, and saw people coming and going around him, seemingly normal. However, Zhao Sheng knew that someone was secretly watching him. In the past few days, he changed many places, changed many looks and clothes, but he could not get rid of the other party's surveillance. Originally, he thought that the other party had set his eyes on the foundation building pill. But when he had a whim several times, he repeatedly had a vague feeling in his heart. He knew that things were not that simple. Especially today, Zhao Sheng had a strong premonition. Today, the other party would definitely come to him. At night, in a guest room on the 2nd floor of the inn, Zhao Sheng sat upright, silently waiting for someone to come. Just after midnight, the window of the guest room suddenly opened without wind, and a thick mist quietly floated into the room from outside the window. Suddenly, the moisture dissipated. A woman in a white dress slowly appeared in the room, and the woman with a white veil sat opposite Zhao Sheng calmly. Even though Zhao Sheng had been prepared, his heart still skipped a beat when he finally faced this woman. A strange, inexplicable feeling suddenly washed over him. At that moment, he suddenly understood why she had come. She, too, bore the blood of the spirit race. "You, hush." Zhao Sheng had barely uttered a word when she was interrupted. Wang Yingling flicked her sleeve lightly, and a white tortoise shell, the size of a palm, swirled and landed on the table. The next moment, the tortoise shell suddenly extended its limbs and flesh. The flesh suddenly pressed against the table, and with a jerk of its limbs, it flipped over, righting its shell. Then, 2 dark, monk bean-sized eyes fixed on Zhao Sheng, their gaze filled with vicissitudes and profound meaning. Zhao Sheng was startled. At that moment, a bean-sized bubble suddenly erupted from the tortoise's mouth. A white light emerged, and the bubble instantly grew countless times larger, enveloping the entire room. Then, in a flash, the bubble vanished. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng frowned slightly. Across from her, Wang Yingling slowly removed her veil, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. This was a stunning young woman of 17 or 18, with dark eyebrows and a delicate nose, skin as white as snow, and silver hair cascading over her shoulders. Her every frown and smile exuded a breathtaking allure. Zhao Sheng, even with a certain forethought, stared at this stunning face. This uninvited, stunning young woman also possessed a pair of sapphire eyes. Like a vast azure ocean, deep yet surprisingly clear. Seeing Zhao Sheng's silence, Wang Yingling couldn't help but smile. "My name is Wang Yingling. What's yours?" Zhao Sheng regained his composure and replied calmly, "My last name is Zhao. I'm a nobody." Wang Yingling pouts, "That's not fair. I've already told you my name. Why are you so stingy? Are you ashamed of your name?" Zhao Sheng doesn't buy it. He simply says, "Miss Wang, you didn't come to see me tonight just to talk nonsense, did you?" Wang Yingling's face froze, and her smile dropped. Her expression turned serious, and she said sternly, "You should know why I'm here." "Oh, I don't know." Zhao Sheng shook his head, pretending to be dumbfounded. Meanwhile, his mind raced, trying to figure out his man's true purpose. Wang Yingling's face froze again at this, and a hint of anger welled up in her. From birth until now, she had been incredibly pampered. Few dared to treat her so disrespectfully. "Hey!" At that moment, a cold laugh echoed through the room, and then a streak of white light suddenly emanated from the nostrils of the white turtle on the table. Faster than lightning, it flashed past Zhao Sheng in a flash before dissipating into the air. Zhao Sheng's face felt cold, and he instinctively reached out to touch his cheek, but then gave up. He realized his disguise had been shattered by the turtle. Wang Yingling's eyes lit up when she saw Zhao Sheng's blue eyes, and a smile of surprise spread across her face. She had assumed he was just a hybrid, but he possessed natural spiritual eyes, his bloodline likely as pure as hers. Wang Yingling exclaimed in delight, "This is fantastic! Another spiritual-blooded member has joined the clan. Congratulations, young master, for another great service to the Holy Clan. Upon your return, your inheritance sequence will surely rise several notches higher." The old voice emanated from the white turtle, echoing through the room. Zhao Sheng's gaze fixed on the palm-sized white turtle, and his heart skipped a beat. Being able to speak human language is the hallmark of a third-rank demon. He had never imagined that this seemingly insignificant little turtle was actually a demonic power rivaling a golden elixir. "Boy, you're in luck. Come back to Zuling Abyss with us later." The white turtle crawled in front of Zhao Sheng, its body erect, its expression indescribably proud. Of course, it had reason to be proud. It was Gui Wujiu. But he was a genius of the White Turtle clan, having lived for just over 1,300 years and already survived a thunder tribulation and successfully condensed a demon elixir. Otherwise, how could Gui Wujiu have been given such a prestigious position as protecting the young master? Seeing this, Zhao Sheng threw up his hands and said helplessly, "I don't even know what you're talking about. Could you please explain what the Holy Clan is, and where Lingyun is?" Wang Yingling looked at Zhao Sheng with a strange expression and asked curiously, "Have you really never heard of Lingyun? You don't even know the origins of our clan?" Zhao Sheng nodded and said, "What else?" Wang Yingling's expression dawned on her. After putting on her veil again, she spoke in a clear voice, "Lingyun is also known as the Demon Ruins. The Holy Clan is called Sea Demons by the hypocritical humans. Of course, we will never acknowledge the name Sea Demon. We are a unique void spirit clan, 1,000 times more noble than the black-eyed humans." Zhao Sheng was shocked when he heard the word Demon Ruins, the Sea Demon clan. The Demon Ruins were the nightmare of the people of the Shattered Star Sea, representing a vast force that ruled over billions of sea beasts in the ocean, with a territory spanning nearly 100,000 miles. The Sea Demon clan, along with the Jialong and the Tyrant Sea chapter, were known as the three great overlords of the ocean. The Sea Demons have the shortest history of rise, but their power has expanded rapidly. Over the past millennium, their status has subtly surpassed that of the other two overlords. Of the 10 great sea beast tides, at least 6 were initiated by the Demon Ruins. It's fair to say that the Demon Ruins are the primary threat to the humans of the Shattered Star Sea. Legend has it that the Sea Demons are extremely secretive, their members extremely rare, and rarely appear within human territory. Most are only glimpsed occasionally during the Siren Tide, before disappearing beneath the protection of numerous sea beasts. Zhao Sheng frowned at this thought. Honestly, he hadn't expected the elder bloodline to be so connected to the legendary sea demons. This suggests that Bai Shishu is inevitably suspected of being a trickster. He simply wants to focus on cultivating immortality, not on being an enemy of humanity. Chapter 182, Fight Against Soon. You don't belong to the human race. Return to Zuling Abyss with me. That's where you belong. We are one family. After saying this, Wang Yingling smiled confidently at Zhao Sheng, awaiting his response. However, no matter what he said, willing or not, the final outcome was only one: he would return to Zuling Abyss with her. At this point, Zhao Sheng shook his head and said, "I won't go back with you. Besides, whether you're human isn't determined by bloodline, but by this place." With this, Zhao Sheng gently struck his chest with his right hand. Wang Yingling's expression froze, a clear look of displeasure crossing his brows. "Haha," Bai Wujiu's sneering voice suddenly rang out in the room. "Boy, you really don't know how ungrateful you are. You probably don't know how high and glorious your status is as a member of the Saint clan. As long as you follow the young master back and get the approval of the high priest, you will rule an area of the sea, and thousands of sea beasts will recognize you as your slave. Even if you want to be promoted to the Golden Core realm in the future, it won't be a difficult task. By then, you can live to be 700 or 800 years old, control an area of the sea during your lifetime, and have many wives and concubines. Isn't it countless times better than being a down-and-out cultivator like you?" Honestly, if it were someone else, they would have agreed long ago, but Zhao Sheng was unwilling to do so. Zhao Sheng said in a deep voice, "Everyone has their own aspirations. As a human, I will not associate with the wicked. Moreover, I can still reach the Golden Core stage without you." The wicked, Gui Wujiu was immediately irritated by this, and 2 streams of air bubbles suddenly emanated from his nostrils. Listen carefully, boy. This turtle is a descendant of the supreme black tortoise, a genius of the white turtle clan. I am 10,000 times more noble than a hairless monkey. As soon as he finished speaking, Gui Wujiu suddenly cried out, and a faint white light suddenly emanated from his white shell. Within this light, 2 golden bagwas appeared, facing each other, spinning endlessly. Upon seeing the golden bagwas, Wang Yingling's face changed slightly. At this moment, Gui Wujiu shouted, "Young master, the ancestors' remains have given a warning. Look at the hexagram." As he spoke, the golden bagwas suddenly stopped spinning, and a strange hexagram suddenly appeared before the 2 of them. Wang Yingling gazed at the hexagram and recited with a solemn expression, "Upper 6, DUI on top, Sun on bottom. Great beyond is Effin, crossing the river will drown you. Great misfortune, Wujiu, not good. The last 2 days were just a canlay trap. We wandered for 3 days before finally escaping. Now it's the DUI and soon calamities. Young master, we must leave this place immediately." With that, Gui Wujiu suddenly raised his head and exhaled a shimmering white bubble. The bubble suddenly expanded to over a person's height, just enough to envelop Wang Yingling and Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng tried to move, but was pinned down by a mountain-like pressure. He felt like a bug trapped in amber, his body frozen, unable to move even a finger. Go! With a clear shout, the bubble, enveloping the 2, suddenly passed through the window, rapidly ascending thousands of feet into the sky. Then, in the vast night, it soared towards the sea at lightning speed. A moment later, the 2 men and the demon had soared over 200 miles. At that moment, the clouds were thick, a strong wind howled from the sky, and below them lay the boundless, dark sea. At that moment, the darting bubbles suddenly stopped, hanging high in the sky. Gui Wujiu's palm-sized body instantly expanded to a dozen feet in diameter. He opened his mouth and suddenly released a beam of brilliant golden light as thick as an arm. As the golden light pierced the clouds above, his tortoise shell shimmered, and a thick, solid white shield rose from it, protecting Wang Yingling and Zhao Sheng. Boom! The golden light suddenly exploded, sweeping in all directions, clearing away the clouds for miles. The next second, 3 figures descended from the sky, surrounding them. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes at the sight of the 3 newcomers, concealing his shock. One of the 3 was a frail, gray-robed elder. It was none other than the immortal Wu Yan, whom he had met only 3 days prior. As for the other 2, one was tall and mighty, holding a deep blue flame spirit banner. Blazing flames blazed across its surface, emitting invisible rays of light that seared the mind. Beneath the other, gray mists swirled endlessly, from which emerged gray phantoms, a bald, black-robed man. A powerful aura emanated from these 2. They were, unsurprisingly, 2 giant and true immortals. Wuan, Huge, Lian. So it's you 3 fake Dan. Gui Wujiu's voice was stern upon seeing the newcomers. His tortoise-shaped body suddenly expanded by half, reaching the size of a room, appearing immense and imposing. HMPH, who did I think it was? It turns out to be fellow Taoist Wujiu of the White Turtle clan. Instead of staying in the Zhuangwu Sea, you dare to trespass into our human territory. Do you not respect our Star God Palace? Have you forgotten the 1,000-year pact between the human and demon races? The tall and mighty true immortal Lion gently waved the deep blue flame spirit banner, his voice threatening with full force. Haha, you humans are so hypocritical. You were the ones who deliberately set the trap to lure us here, and now you're trying to turn the tables on us. Gui Wujiu's voice echoed again, a cold tone tinged with mockery. True man Li Yan ignored Gui Wujiu's questioning. He cast a fiery gaze at Wang Yingling and said kindly, "This must be our friend from the Sea Demon clan. It's a chance meeting, not a formal invitation. Since you're here, why don't you return to the Star God Palace with me for a few months? I'll have your clan elders come and take you back." Wang Yingling's face was itched with rage, knowing that in her eagerness to achieve merit, she had fallen prey to their treacherous scheme. She politely declined, "I appreciate your kindness, senior. But my grandfather will be joining me soon. So, please don't bother." Upon hearing this, the 3 giant and true men were startled. Though the Sea Demon clan was small in number, their strength was unparalleled. They numbered over 5 Yuanying cultivators and dozens of giant and level warriors. Even a single Sea Demon golden core would be too much for the 3 of them, not to mention a 3rd-level white turtle watching closely nearby. However, they quickly realized that Wang Yingling was merely bluffing. Having set up their scheme for decades, they were determined to capture a member of the Sea Demon clan this time. Just then, Immortal Wu Yan suddenly burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Great! I didn't expect a surprise. There's another one here." His eyes blazed in his direction, as he cast a fiery glance at Zhao Sheng. Immortal Grey Ghost, standing on a grey cloud, was overjoyed upon seeing this and exclaimed, "Haha, a true demon blood. That's enough for the three of us to share." Zhao Sheng, feeling the three pairs of intense gazes, was startled. His eyes twitched slightly, and his expression shifted. He knew something was amiss. However, Zhao Sheng immediately calmed himself and remained silent, deciding to wait and see what would happen. "HMPH, you want to capture the young master and bring him to the Star God Palace to claim credit? And you even need to ask this turtle's permission?" Gui Wujiu swung his tortoise claws, creating a wall of white light. He snorted in response, his tone tinged with annoyance. His eyes gleamed with a dark light, emanating a powerful aura surpassing that of 3 human giants, making the opponent indifferent. "Junior brother Wu Ian, fellow Taoist Huge, hold Gui Wujiu off for now. I'll capture those 2 demon juniors first." As soon as he finished speaking, Master Li Yan's gaze pierced Zhao Sheng and Wang Yingling like a knife, emanating a terrifying and sharp aura. The Star God Palace had secretly placed a bounty on the Sea Demon clan, promising a generous reward, even a life-extending elixir, for any member captured. For fake Dan masters like them, the elixir, which could extend lifespan by 60 years, was the most coveted treasure. Therefore, the 3 of them had gone to great lengths to create such a trap. Immortal Wu Yan suddenly let out a hiss sound, his body still. He formed a seal with one hand in his sleeve, and his arm suddenly blurred as he charged towards Li Kun and the other sea creatures with lightning speed, coldly saying, "I'll go first." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent tremor erupted above Zhao Sheng and the others. Then, a blurry, giant green hand emerged, its fingers spread apart, fiercely clawing towards Zhao Sheng. Immortal Wu Yan's sudden attack, targeting an unknown individual, was somewhat unexpected. Gui Wujiu roared, his head jerking upward, his mouth wide open, and a white rainbow shot up into the sky. With a loud boom, the green hand and the white rainbow collided violently, and after a flash of green and white true energy, a wave of air surged out, instantly creating a violent gust of wind. At that moment, the grey ghost snapped his fingers, and from the mist beneath his feet, thousands of grey tentacles as thick as arms shot out, each terminating in a hollow skull. Tentacles suddenly surged from all directions, striking the white wall of light. Some tentacles abruptly emerged, transforming into a 100-headed ghost creature as thick as a bucket. It broke through the barrier of the light wall, biting furiously and entangled in Gui Wujiu's massive tortoise shell. Although it only delayed him for 2 breaths, it was enough time for Master Li Yan to act. The white bubbles that had enveloped Wang Yingling and Zhao Sheng suddenly flickered several times before mysteriously dissipating and vanishing. As the gust of wind struck them, 2 azure flames materialized, transforming into giant flaming hands that reached out to grab them. The next moment, the flaming hands were blocked by a curtain of blue water. Wang Yingling formed a magical seal with his hands, and a water-infused jade rose from his chest, radiating a dazzling light that connected with a curtain of water. Water curtain heavenly hua. A giant-level spell engraved on the jade. Finally, the giant flaming hand completely dissipated into smoke and vanished into the sky. Seeing this, Master Li Yan's face darkened. Zhao Sheng took this opportunity to gaze down at the sea below, secretly pondering how to escape. Elsewhere, Gui Wujiu, seeing his young master nearly in danger, flew into a frenzy, his body swelling and expanding until, in a blink of an eye, he reached the size of a mountain. In comparison, the others seemed as small as insects. Revealing his true form, Gui Wujiu's rage soared, his imposing aura suddenly enveloping the air for over 10 miles. Boom! Bubbles the size of water tanks, brimming with pure demonic energy, erupted from Gui Wujiu's mouth, carrying a chilling force of wind and thunder as they crashed into the 3 giant masters. Boom! At contact, the bubbles exploded like bombs, their demonic energy transforming into countless gleaming blades of cold light, raining down upon the 3. For a moment, the 3 frantically defended themselves, their movements slowing down. At that moment, a sly glint flashed in Gui Wujiu's eyes, and a white jade tortoise shell suddenly emerged from his body. The shell swelled in the wind, instantly expanding to a radius of 2 meters, sucking Wang Yingling and Zhao Sheng inside. Go! The next moment, Gui Wujiu violently unleashed a blazing white light, spraying it onto the jade shell. The jade shell suddenly transformed into a streak of white light, plummeting at incredible speed into the vast ocean below. Soul-suppressing Bagua formation, activate. Then, Gui Wujiu roared, a voice like a resounding bell. As soon as he finished speaking, pieces of the shell suddenly shed from his back and shot out. In a flash, 108 pieces of the shell separated and spread out, dangling in the air on all sides. The next moment, a white light exploded from the tortoise shell, and a series of blurry hexagrams emerged. Within a 1-mile radius, centered around the 3 people and Gui Wujiu, a massive light formation shaped like a giant tortoise suddenly took shape. Above the tortoise, a dazzling golden Bagua illusion rapidly descended, suppressing them. Wuan, Huge, and Lian, 3 giant and true immortals, were trapped within the soul-suppressing Bagua formation, unable to escape. Elsewhere, the white jade tortoise shell, after falling into the sea, continued its speed unabated, reaching the 1,000-foot seabed in one breath. Wang Yingling, expressionless, formed hand seals with both hands, and a series of blue magic spells flew out, merging into the tortoise shell above. The tortoise shell was quickly controlled by her, then instantly reversed its direction, shifting from upright to horizontal, shooting out and escaping at high speed. Zhao Sheng sat up, his eyes flickering as he looked at Wang Yingling before him, secretly plotting how to escape her grasp. Escape would be difficult, as Wang Yingling's aura was now incredibly powerful, rivaling even that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, he was now trapped in a tortoise shell. As if knowing what Zhao Sheng was thinking, Wang Yingling, while manipulating the shell, suddenly said, "Don't even think about escaping." Zhao Sheng was startled, but his expression remained calm, and he didn't respond. Wang Yingling then inquired, "By the way, what's your name? Also, who are your ancestors? What's your origin? Do you have any tokens left behind? Because the Sea Demon clan is so small, they place great importance on every member." Wang Yingling's inquiries were driven by her desire to bring all those with her bloodline back to the Void Spirit Abyss. This was also one of the main reasons why Zhao Sheng didn't want to go with her. Facing a group of Sea Demon clan leaders at the Jinden or even Yuanying levels, any lie would be exposed, and he couldn't clearly explain the origin of his bloodline. It would be very troublesome. Wang Yingling didn't care whether Zhao Sheng responded or not. During their escape, she gave Zhao Sheng a brief overview of the Sea Demon clan and the demon ruins. Her words were full of pride and boasting. As she spoke, Zhao Sheng could not help but feel shocked by the huge power of the Sea Demon clan. As one of the 3 overlords of the ocean, the Sea Demon clan has more than 10 Yuanying level fighters, half of whom are spirits, and the remaining half are transformed demon kings above the 7th level. For example, the turtle ancestor of the White Turtle clan is an 8th level demon, and his strength is not inferior to that of the middle stage of the Yuanying. And in the Sea Demon clan, the most powerful and the most noble one is the chief priest of the demon ruins. According to Wang Yingling's proud boasting, the chief priest has reached the legendary realm of transformation, and is only half a step away from ascending to the void and returning to his ancestral clan. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Bifu Cave Heaven. As Wang Yingling spoke intermittently, time slipped by. After a long while, Wang Yingling suddenly stopped talking and fell silent. After so long, and since no one had caught up, it meant they had successfully escaped. The heavy pressure on Wang Yingling's heart suddenly lifted, and she lost interest in talking. Zhao Sheng had no idea how far the two had fled, but he secretly estimated it must have been at least 3,000 miles. "Stop," Zhao Sheng spoke for the first time in such a long time. Wang Yingling was startled and immediately turned to look at him, asking, "What do you want? Let me go." Zhao Sheng's face was as gloomy as water. He slowly stood up from his shell, his hands each holding 2 lightning balls the size of his head, blazing with lightning and filled with a destructive aura. "You don't want to return to the Void Spirit Abyss with me? Don't you understand what a tremendous opportunity this is?" Wang Yingling looked at Zhao Sheng in disbelief. She couldn't understand how someone in the world could be so foolish. "Miss Wang, in this world, A forced melon isn't sweet, Zhao Sheng said flatly. Wang Yingling's expression suddenly turned cold upon hearing this. You want to leave? Humph, I won't let you go. With that, Wang Yingling relinquished control of the tortoise shell and, with a single flip of her hand, revealed a crystal spirit orb. Inside, a miniature ocean illusion unfolded. The ocean surged, the sky thickened with dark clouds, lightning and thunder roared, and tornadoes raged across the vast ocean, stretching from sky to earth. This crystal spirit orb, also known as the Thunder Cloud Storm Pearl, was a top-grade spiritual artifact imbued with the three attributes of wind, water, and thunder. Not only could it amplify spells of these three types, it also imbued three magical level techniques, making it extremely rare and precious. Zhao doesn't want to be your enemy. Let me go. As soon as he finished speaking, a shimmering talisman disc leaped from Zhao Sheng's arms. The three-layer disc was covered with second-level talismans, including Water Mind talismans, Fire Thunder talismans, Heavenly Sword talismans, and Ice Sealing talismans. Wang Yingling's pupils shrank, and she dared not take Zhao Sheng lightly again. The space inside the tortoise shell was small. If all the talismans on the disc were activated simultaneously, the consequences would be disastrous. She had a defensive talisman hidden in her storage bag, but she didn't dare take it out at this moment. She saw the determination in the man's eyes. Wang Yingling couldn't understand why he repeatedly refused this obvious opportunity, treating it like a piece of trash. Okay, I'll let you out, Wang Yingling said this, but she had other plans in mind. Zhao Sheng's mouth curled up at this, and he slowly dispersed the thunder ball in his hand, holding the five elements talisman disc in his right hand. Pop! The light film at the tortoise shell's exit suddenly disappeared, and seawater poured in. Zhao Sheng kicked the ground, shooting backward like an arrow, darting out from the rear of the tortoise shell. Wang Yingling's eyes darkened, and a miniature tornado suddenly emerged from the thunder cloud storm orb in her hand. However, before she could activate it, the five openings in the tortoise shell were suddenly blocked by a thick wall of ice. Although this ice wall could only delay him for a breath or two, for Zhao Sheng, that was more than enough time to escape. Puff! Zhao Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was instantly enveloped by a layer of blood light. The next moment, the blood light quickly faded away, disappearing into the incomparable darkness of the deep sea. Bang! 2 breaths later, the ice wall shattered, and Wang Yingling burst out of the tortoise shell. She looked around, but Zhao Sheng was no longer in sight. Wang Yingling's eyebrows raised at this, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes, but a smug smile appeared on her face. How could a mere key-refining cultivator know the sheer power of a top-tier power? There are countless tracking spells to uncover the whereabouts of a member of a bloodline clan. Wang Yingling himself possesses at least 3 bloodline tracking techniques. With a thought, Wang Yingling chanted an incantation, flexing and stretching his fingers. A blood-colored light suddenly condensed between his fingers, extending far into the distance, its tip reaching a fleeing figure. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng spurted 3 mouthfuls of blood essence, swiftly escaping into the distance using the blood escape technique. In a flash, over 10 miles passed. At this moment, a startled feeling seized him, a sudden sense of foreboding. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but glance back, seeing no one pursuing him. Yet, his heart pounded. Danger. He wasn't out of danger yet. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood essence, his escape speed increasing by another 3 times. After a quarter of an hour, the sense of danger within him gradually subsided, but it remained at a considerable level. Zhao Sheng was all too familiar with the feeling of being pursued at any moment, a feeling so deeply etched in his mind. A few years ago, he was hunted for 3 whole months by a Foundation establishment cultivator, only escaping safely after his soul mark was obliterated. Could they have done something to him? However, despite all his efforts, he couldn't find anything unusual on his body. Sensing a surge of crisis, Zhao Sheng's expression changed slightly. Blood escape, while fast, would severely damage his vitality. He couldn't use it continuously. In that case, there's only one last resort. With this thought, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he reached into his pocket, pulling out a non-OC shell. Then, he spun and abruptly dove to the seafloor. A moment later, Zhao Sheng successfully located a spotted sea whale, approximately 11 or 12 feet long. He swiftly slipped through its mouth and into the whale's stomach. Buzz! Inside the whale's stomach, the non-OC shell glowed brightly, expanding from the size of a palm to the size of a millstone in an instant. Zhao Sheng shrank back and dove in. Bang! The Nahe shell suddenly closed, slowly sinking into the whale's sour stomach fluids. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, Wang Yingling's face changed. The bloodline had just suddenly severed, meaning the tracking spell had failed. Wang Yingling's expression grew serious. She had tried several tracking spells, but still could not find the opponent. Her expression deepened, even becoming a little grim. Some unknown method had been used to render all the tracking spells ineffective. This person had actually escaped her grasp. This was a devastating blow to Wang Yingling, despite her high status. Wang Yingling gritted her teeth and said, "Zhao Sheng, I'll remember you." 10 days later. In the Bay Mansion Cave Heaven. Zhao Sheng slowly walked into the backyard lobby. Traces of the previous battle were still visible everywhere. But Zhao Sheng didn't care. He stood at the lobby door, his right hand reaching for the storage bag at his waist, gently slinging it forward. A 7-foot-tall, humanoid wooden puppet, complete with limbs and head, but constructed entirely of century-old dark wood, descended into the hall. Zhao Sheng formed a hand seal, and threads of spiritual energy shot out, connecting to the puppet's limbs. Driven by his thoughts, the puppet clattered step by step to the charred corpse and plucked a golden tablet from its right hand. Chapter 184 5th Generation Foundation Building. Nothing unexpected happened in the hall, the entire process went smoothly. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's face flickered with joy. His gaze flickered between the bamboo basket of spirit fish and the painting of an old man fishing in the cold river. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Sheng abandoned the riskier move. The wooden puppet followed his wishes, removed the black storage bag from the charred corpse's waist, and walked out of the hall. Zhao Sheng took the golden tablet and the storage bag, put the wooden puppet away, and turned to leave. Half a day later, in the training room, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a mat. Then, a tablet about a foot long, gleaming with golden light, appeared in his hand. Looking at it, Zhao Sheng's heart moved. The tablet's texture resembled gold, but it wasn't a magical weapon. It was as smooth as a mirror, and there were no secret techniques or techniques engraved on it. Zhao Sheng tried many methods, but still couldn't figure out what this thing was. He only knew it was incredibly hard, and neither flying swords nor magic spells could damage it. An hour later, Zhao Sheng blinked and suddenly saw a strangely complex rune appear on the previously empty golden tablet. The rune was entirely platinum, its lines intricate, dense, and rigid, without a single bend. At first glance, the rune radiated a sharp aura, imbuing it with a sense of eternity, solidity, and immortality. But the next moment, the rune vanished without a trace, as if it were only an illusion. No matter how hard Zhao Sheng tried to recall, he could not recall what the rune had looked like. It wasn't just a memory, a fragment of his memory had been instantly erased, leaving his mind empty, completely oblivious to the moment. Zhao Sheng blinked, then continued diligently examining the golden tablet using various methods. Another hour passed, and the intricate platinum rune suddenly reappeared. Zhao Sheng's face lit up with joy. But then, while the joy lingered, his eyes grew blank. For 2 whole hours, he forgot about the strange rune, feeling completely lost. Zhao Sheng clutched the golden tablet, lost in thought. Seeing the charred corpse clinging to it even until death, it was clear this item must be extremely important, perhaps holding some secret. With this thought in mind, Zhao Sheng pulled out his black storage bag, opened it, and dumped it out. Out poured a pile of colorful spirit stones, boxes of various sizes, pill bottles, and other miscellaneous items. Zhao Sheng disregarded these items, casually putting the spirit stones and pill bottles away before opening the boxes and examining their contents. He tossed any spiritual herbs, refining materials, talismans, and the like back into the storage bag. He selected any treasures like scrolls, ancient books, jade slips, and magical instruments and set them aside. After a thorough selection, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but smile. Not mentioning the low-level magical instruments, there were 3 spiritual instruments alone, 1 mid-grade, and the other 2 low-grade. The mid-grade spiritual weapon was a platinum-colored flying sword, roughly an inch long, crafted from the finest of 5 metals and imbued with 45 spiritual prohibitions. The remaining 2 low-grade spiritual weapons were a palm-sized, dark black shield forged entirely from 1,000-year-old sea iron and imbued with 27 spiritual prohibitions. The other was a miniature flying boat. Its hull crafted from light silver. It could reach a maximum of 3 meters in length and boast an incredible speed, capable of covering 10 meters in an instant. After examining the spiritual weapons, Zhao Sheng turned his gaze to the ancient books and jade slips nearby. 2 hours later, Zhao Sheng removed the last jade slip from his forehead and fell into deep thought. The books and ancient texts weren't much to look at, merely records of rare medicinal herbs, exotic plants, sea beasts, and birds, as well as secrets and unusual events from various regions. They enriched Zhao Sheng's knowledge, but were of little use. However, the jade slips contained valuable information. There were 5 jade slips in total, one of which contained a wealth of secrets and information on alchemy. Another jade slip contained a manual of alchemy techniques titled The 100 Pill Formulas of Alchemy, written by an alchemist named Xin Hezi. The other 2 slips contained 2 techniques, the 100 refining techniques of the golden spirit and the art of fusion of the soul and mind. Zhao Sheng read through them twice and discovered that the 100 refining techniques of the golden spirit was a semi-golden core level technique, capable of successfully reaching the great perfection of foundation establishment. It included 2 methods for refining a false elixir, but not for refining a true golden core. In terms of value, it was far inferior to the true golden core techniques, the art of mysterious origin heavy water and the art of the golden crow burning heaven. While it was a mere trifle in Zhao Sheng's hands, it was extremely valuable to most independent cultivators and small immortal cultivation families. Zhao Sheng valued the art of fusion of the soul and mind more because it was an extremely rare technique of the divine mind. In the world of immortal cultivation, any technique involving the soul was extremely valuable and was often monopolized by large forces such as sects. He was incredibly lucky to have acquired this secret technique. However, Zhao Sheng still harbored significant concerns. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided not to practice the spirit fusion and consciousness technique for now. Why was Zhao Sheng so cautious? The reason was simple: he feared the technique might be adulterated. Just tampering with 1 or 2 key tricks could transform a well-established technique into a harmful one. Crucially, some harmful effects are so subtle that until one reaches a certain level of practice, one can't even detect the consequences. By the time they're discovered, it's too late. Zhao Sheng feared someone might secretly add a code to not only the spirit fusion and consciousness technique, but also the golden spirit 100 refining technique. Without cracking the code, he was bound to fall prey to the technique. After returning the other jade slips to his storage bag, Zhao Sheng was left with only 1 milky white jade slip. Palm-sized, this jade slip, shimmering with a lustrous aura, was actually a top-grade spirit stone. However, the spiritual energy within this top-grade spirit stone had been completely drained, leaving only the finest jade, which was eventually refined into a jade slip. Zhao Sheng had just examined the jade slip, but it was empty, engraved with only a blurry, mostly incomplete image. It resembled a rune, a map, or perhaps a fragment of a painting. Because it was so blurry, Zhao Sheng couldn't quite grasp its true nature. The fact that someone was willing to use such a top-grade jade slip to record it spoke volumes about its importance. Although Zhao Sheng still hadn't fully grasped its value, he treated it with respect. After examining it 100 times, etched the image deeply into his mind, Zhao Sheng put away the jade slip, retrieved 2 mid-grade water-enriched spirit stones, and began practicing the Zuinun heavy water art. Time flew by. 2 years later, Zhao Sheng broke through to the 9th level of key refining. 5 years later, he reached the great perfection of key refining. Zhao Sheng took the foundation establishment pill, and thanks to his previous life's successful experience, he advanced to the foundation establishment stage without any danger. This year, Zhao Sheng was 29 years old, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator 33 years earlier than in his previous life. Chapter 185, Taking the Painting and the Spring and Autumn Alliance. Under the scorching sun, beneath the lush green peaks of central Lama Island, a lazy, yet complacent humming echoed from an elegant courtyard. Hum hum. After eating sea cucumbers stewed with fat, even gods and immortals can't compare to me. Within the courtyard, a century-old banyan tree flourished, blocking the scorching sun and creating a vast expanse of shade. Within the coolness, Xin Buhe, eyes narrowed, leisurely lounged on a large recliner, tapping his right hand and humming a staccato tune. Beside him, a porcelain pot sat on the stove, its black and white sea cucumber fat bubbling in the broth, emitting a rich, exotic aroma. Taking in the aroma of the spiritual food, Xin Buhe felt a sense of ease and contentment. As a third-level key refining cultivator, Xin Buhe's status on Lama Island was second only to the emperor. Once his father died, The position of Lama Island Master would sooner or later fall into his hands. Xin Buhe was thrilled at the thought of the island's 20,000-plus inhabitants soon to be under his command. Life's a rare opportunity to get drunk. Xin Buhe was humming happily when he suddenly felt a dark shadow appear before his eyes. He opened his eyes and saw a handsome, dashing young man standing beside him. "Who are you? Why?" "Oh," he was halfway through his words when Zhao Sheng suddenly emanated with the aura of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Xin Buhe's expression drastically changed, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Despite his round face, large ears, and chubby body, resembling a pig, Xin Buhe was incredibly clever. He quickly rolled off his recliner and laid on the ground, begging for mercy. "Senior, spare me. I've been blind and have offended your dignity. I beg you to forgive me this time." "Get up," Zhao Sheng said calmly. Thank you, Senior, for your generosity." Xin Buhe, tears of gratitude welling up from the ground, bowed to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng settled into a recliner, relaxed, and glanced at the hot pot beside him. Xin Buhe immediately smiled flatteringly. "Senior, this is Lama Island's famous spiritual delicacy, sea cucumber stewed with fatty meat. Not only is it delicious, it's also very nourishing." Zhao Sheng nodded non-committally and asked, "Well, what's your name? Where is this place? Tell me about the surrounding waters." "My name is Xin Buhe. This is Lama Island, located southwest of the Inner Star Sea, under the jurisdiction of Jiazhan Island, a spiritual island of Xingxiu." Xin Buhe detailed the local customs and the world of immortal cultivation, while attentively serving Zhao Sheng a bowl of spiritual sea cucumber soup. After years of seclusion, Zhao Sheng's appetite had become bland. So, he actually appreciated Xin Buhe's cleverness. "I'll just spare his life then." After Zhao Sheng took a sip of the exceptionally delicious broth, a thought secretly occurred to him. 7 days later, Zhao Sheng leisurely dozed on a recliner beneath the sacred banyan tree in the courtyard. Beside him, Xin Buhe's face was filled with sorrow. His hands clumsily formed incantations, channeling his spiritual energy, barely managing to inject a beam of spiritual light into the humanoid wooden puppet, a head taller than him. Xin Buhe was deeply troubled. He had once lived a carefree life, but since the arrival of the senior, those good times had vanished. He was only at the 3rd level of key refining. Yet the senior was actually asking him to refine a top-grade wooden puppet. Xin Buhe had no idea why the senior was asking this, and he didn't dare ask. But to be entrusted with refining such a precious object, he wondered, is this senior crazy or stupid? Or perhaps he has other motives. Xin Buhe, a fat man weighing over 200 pounds, had done nothing wrong. As the sun rose to its zenith, Zhao Sheng slowly opened his eyes and lazily said, "Xinzi, it's time for dinner." "What are we having today?" Xin Buhe quickly stopped what he was doing and replied respectfully, "Senior, a century-old sea snake was delivered from the island today. How about we make some steamed pork slices?" "Yes, go ahead." Zhao Sheng waved his hand, signaling him. "Hey, Senior, wait a moment." With that, Xin Buhe trotted off to the nearby kitchen. After successfully completing his foundation establishment, Zhao Sheng had originally wanted to find a scapegoat to collect the ancient paintings and bamboo baskets for him. Passing by Lama Island, he spotted Xin Buhe, who was at the 3rd level of key refining. His cultivation level was a bit low, but he was still an immortal cultivator. Therefore, Zhao Sheng chose Xin Buhe, not expecting him to be a skilled cook. Over the course of 7 days, Zhao Sheng's appetite had been spoiled by Xin Buhe's food. Smelling the aroma wafting from nearby, Zhao Sheng thought to himself, what a shame this little fellow isn't a chef. 3 months flew by. One day, Xin Buhe approached Zhao Sheng, excited, shouting, "Senior, I refined it. I refined that puppet." "Oh, really?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Buhe felt a pain in his forehead, his vision went black, and he passed out, his face still etched with excitement. An unknown amount of time passed before Xin Buhe regained consciousness. "You're awake," a familiar voice echoed in his ears, and Xin Buhe shuddered, instantly regaining full consciousness. He jerked back to a sitting position, then slumped to the ground again, begging with fear, "Senior, spare my life. I haven't revealed your whereabouts to anyone. Consider my dedicated service to you these past 3 months. Please spare my life." Zhao Sheng frowned at this. He couldn't stand Xin Buhe's cowardice, so he said in a cold voice, "Get up. Where did I say I was going to kill you?" "Hey, Isn't this just a little thing? Scared, Zin Buhe felt relieved upon hearing this. He climbed up from the ground with an embarrassed look on his face, then looked at Zhao Sheng with a flattering look on his face. Follow me. At a command, Zin Buhe followed Zhao Sheng to the door of the backyard lobby. Zin Buhe secretly looked around, his expression quickly changing from shock to fear. It was obvious that the scene in the Bay Mansion cave heaven made Zin Buhe realize that this place was unusual, and he couldn't help but worry about his life. Zhao Sheng saw the fear on Zin Buhe's face and couldn't help but knock on his forehead, saying coldly, "Don't worry. As long as you do one thing for me, I guarantee that you will not die." "Senior, your order," Zin Buhe said respectfully, restraining his emotions. Zhao Sheng pointed to the ancient painting in the lobby and ordered, "Control the wooden puppet and take the painting off the wall for me." "That's it?" Zin Buhe turned to look at the painting of an old man fishing on the wall, and the pressure in his heart suddenly eased. "Senior, please wait a moment." With that, Zin Buhe took out a wooden puppet and, channeling his spiritual power, chanted a control spell, manipulating the spiritual threads, propelling the puppet into the hall and toward the innermost part. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze shrouded in a thick black aura, a sense of imminent death gripping him. However, when the wooden puppet touched the ancient painting, Zhao Sheng's greatest fears did not materialize. Zin Buhe stood still, controlling the puppet and effortlessly removing the painting. "Careful. Slowly roll it up," Zhao Sheng warned cautiously. "Yes," Zin Buhe softly replied, and then rolled up the painting bit by bit as Zhao Sheng instructed. When the painting was rolled into a scroll, Zhao Sheng's face lit up with surprise. At that moment, the deathly aura in the hall suddenly dissipated. "Good, very good. Little Zinzi, you've done a great deed," Zhao Sheng couldn't help but praise Zin Buhe. Then, he instructed, "Next, use your puppet to bring out the bamboo basket." Zin Buhe obediently followed his instructions, commanding the wooden puppet to lift the emerald green bamboo basket and step out of the hall. "Senior." Ugh, Zin Buhe had barely uttered 2 words when a sharp pain shot through his forehead, followed by a blackout. Again, with that final thought, Zin Buhe's eyes rolled back and he instantly fainted. Dazzling sunlight stung Zin Buhe's eyelids, waking him from his stupor. Zin Buhe jerked himself up from his recliner, opened his eyes, and, bewildered, looked around to find himself back in the familiar courtyard. The courtyard was empty, devoid of that pesky figure. "Senior, senior," he called out tentatively, but received no response. Was he really gone? After double-checking, Zin Buhe excitedly exclaimed, "Great!" Just then, he suddenly noticed a storage bag and a secret manual on the stone table behind him. The cover of the manual bore the words "Golden Spirit 100 Refining Technique." Hey! This is it! Just as Zin Buhe discovered Zhao Sheng's gift, a silvery white, 3-meter-long flying boat, careening along the sea surface, sped towards Jiazhen Island at lightning speed. 2 days later, as the boat whizzed across the choppy waters, Zhao Sheng spotted a large, dark gray ship suddenly appearing on the surface ahead. The vessel was approximately 70 meters long, with a massive, rounded belly and a hull several times wider than that of an average ocean-going vessel. From afar, it resembled a gigantic sea turtle, crouching on the surface. Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of this suddenly appearing vessel. With a thud, the ethereal flying boat suddenly shifted, changing direction, skirting the ship from a distance and continuing its flight. However, even if the tree wishes to be still, the wind will not stop. A streak of light suddenly soared from the sea vessel, rapidly pursuing the flying boat. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes, quickly discerning a middle-aged man in a green robe within the light. He wielded a cyan flying sword, rapidly catching up. "Stop!" Zhao Sheng's face darkened, and the platinum spirit sword suddenly flew from his waist, transforming into a platinum gold sword rainbow, spanning the front of the flying boat. "Haha, fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand me. I mean no harm. I hope you won't blame me." The green-robed middle-aged man laughed heartily and quickly stopped 10 feet away. He was dressed in a bamboo green robe, a jade crown on his head, and an emerald green spirit pendant at his waist. His face exuded a scholarly air, as if he were well-read. His aura suggested he was also a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, though his exact level of cultivation was impossible to discern from the surface. Seeing the man's politeness, Zhao Sheng's expression eased slightly. He asked, "Fellow Taoist, why are you blocking my way? My name is Meng Kuai. May I ask, fellow Taoist, your full name?" The middle-aged man in the green robe didn't respond directly, but instead bowed with a smile. I'm just a nobody, so I won't mention my name. Fellow Taoist Meng, you haven't answered my question yet. Zhao Sheng observed this, and while his expression didn't show any displeasure, his words tinged with dissatisfaction. Meng Kuai smiled slightly and said, Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. This area is under the jurisdiction of our Spring and Autumn Alliance. Because it's a bit secretive and inconvenient for outsiders to know, I came here to inquire. But I absolutely have no ill intentions, fellow Taoist Meng, you are from the Spring and Autumn Alliance. I was just about to go to your alliance's Jiazhan Island and didn't expect to run into you here. Zhao Sheng's heart moved upon hearing this. He immediately sheathed his platinum flying sword and replied with a laugh. Meng Kuai was startled at first, but his eyes immediately lit up, his expression growing even more eager. What a coincidence. We're just about to return to Jiazhan Island. Fellow Taoist, why don't you come with us? Zhao Sheng paused, then nodded. It's better to meet by chance than to invite you. In that case, I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist Meng. Meng Kuai's expression brightened with joy, and he said with a broad smile, Of course. Fellow Taoist Zhao has come all this way, so I should do my best to be a good host. As he spoke, Meng Kuai led the way, while Zhao Sheng followed behind in his flying boat. A moment later, Zhao Sheng and Meng Kuai sat opposite each other in one of the largest guest rooms on the boat. After pouring Zhao Sheng a cup of spiritual tea, Meng Kuai asked tentatively, I wonder what fellow Taoist Zhao is doing on this trip to Jiazhan Island? To be honest, fellow Taoist, I am an elder of the Spring and Autumn Alliance and have quite a bit of influence on the island. If fellow Taoist has anything, just let me know. I might be able to help a little. Zhao Sheng thought to himself that what he thought was right, so he said, after Zhao established his foundation, his original place of cultivation no longer met his needs. I heard that Jiazhan Island has rich spiritual energy and there are high-level caves for rent, so I want to rent a cave for cultivation. Meng Kuai was secretly happy to hear this, but a hint of difficulty appeared on his face. He hesitated and said, Fellow Taoist, you don't know. The number of high-level caves on the island is limited, and we must give priority to those who need to establish their foundation. As far as I know, all the caves on the island that can be rented out have already been rented out. Zhao Sheng understood the meaning of his words and asked cleverly, there are no more for external use, so could there be some for internal use? Meng Kuai nodded and smiled. Our alliance keeps several high-level caves vacant year-round, reserved for guest foundation establishment disciples or elders to reside and cultivate. Zhao Sheng understood and inquired, does your alliance still accept guests? Although I've only been in foundation establishment for a few years and my strength is still relatively shallow, I'm quite adept at the art of talismans, that's fine. As long as fellow Taoist Zhao is interested, the Spring and Autumn Alliance welcomes any fellow foundation establishment disciple to join. Our alliance was originally formed by many independent cultivators, and we're not at all opposed to outsiders. Meng Kuai was overjoyed and quickly agreed, fearing Zhao Sheng would refuse. Zhao Sheng nodded and smiled, then I'll be grateful to fellow Taoist Meng for the introduction. Jiazhan Island, one of the 36 constellations Spirit Island, is a key location in the Inner Star Sea. The Inner Star Sea is the core region of the Shattered Star Sea and a truly prosperous place for cultivators. It boasts excellent terrain and abundant spiritual energy, and is home to countless sects and families. Zhao Sheng had originally planned to go directly to Star God Island after advancing to the Foundation establishment stage, and then take the transoceanic cloud boat back to the central continent. But then, he temporarily changed his mind. Firstly, Star God Island is the home of the Star God Palace, and it must be full of experts and heavily guarded. He has the blood of the spirit race. If he rashly enters Star God Island and is recognized, he will probably be in a life or death situation, and it will be difficult for him to even want to die. Secondly, the Spring and Autumn Alliance is a good place for him to clear his identity. He can stay on Jiazhan Island for a few years and wait until he has gathered enough information before leaving. Thirdly, Jiazhan Island is a famous distribution center for immortal cultivation resources in the Broken Star Sea, and many alchemists gather there. Zhao Sheng wants to learn alchemy in this life, and there is no better place than Jiazhan Island. Chapter 186 One God, 4 Saints, and 36 Constellations. When Zhao Sheng verbally agreed to join the Spring and Autumn Alliance, Meng Kuai was overjoyed and no longer considered Zhao Sheng an outsider. As a foundation establishment elder, Meng Kuai, intent on currying favor with Zhao Sheng, launched into a detailed account of the Spring and Autumn Alliance's recent developments. The Spring and Autumn Alliance, founded by the Spring and Autumn ancestor, boasts a history spanning over 6,000 years. Currently, in addition to Alliance leader Kong, a late Jinden-level cultivator, and 2 Jinden-level Grand Elders, there are also a number of Foundation Establishment-level Elders, all-in Masters, and guest officials, totaling approximately 40. Furthermore, the Spring and Autumn Alliance boasts nearly 100 affiliated islands. The smaller factions on these islands are considered peripheral to the Alliance, with Island Masters mostly serving as guest officials. Fellow Taoist Meng, I didn't expect your Alliance to have 3 Jinden-level Elders. It seems your Alliance is quite powerful, Zhao Sheng said with a polite smile. The Spring and Autumn Alliance was quite powerful and a good place to stay for the time being. No. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you are too kind. Among the many forces in this shattered star sea, although our Spring and Autumn Alliance is one of the 36 constellations, it can only barely gain the reputation of being large in number and powerful. In terms of strength, it is of the lowest rank and cannot be compared with other large sects. However, our alliance is not like those immortal sects, which have many precepts and rules to constrain the disciples. Not only are there more freedom of action, but there are also many benefits. Once you become a guest official of the Foundation Establishment Cultivation. To be honest, fellow Taoist, the Spring and Autumn Alliance is divided into 9 major branches. I, Meng, very much hope that fellow Taoist Zhao will serve as a guest elder in the External Affairs Hall. The External Affairs Hall offers generous salaries and is eager to recruit talented individuals. It also boasts the support of the Supreme Elder, Kifin Zhenrun. What do you think? I appreciate fellow Taoist Meng's kindness. I'll give you a few days to consider it. I'll definitely give you an answer once we reach Jiazhen Island, Zhao Sheng replied with a chuckle. Seeing this, Meng Kuai wasn't angry. Instead, he changed the subject and began chatting with Zhao Sheng about the various factions within the Shattered Star Sea and recent events. This casual conversation gave Zhao Sheng a deeper and clearer understanding of the situation within the Shattered Star Sea. Generally speaking, the innermost and most prosperous realm of the Shattered Star Sea is the Inner Star Sea. This Inner Star Sea is ruled by the so-called One God, 4 saints, and 36 constellations, a group of immortal cultivators. The One God refers to the Star God Palace, the uncrowned king of the Shattered Star Sea. The Star God Palace is teeming with experts, its power unfathomable. Every Supreme Elder is a nascent soul ancestor, and the Palace Master is rumored to have transcended the nascent soul barrier, achieving the status of a Transformation God Supreme, a feat rarely seen in the Xianzhu realm for millennia. The 4 saints refer to the 4 sacred islands, named after the 4 sacred beasts: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. Each island houses a prominent nascent soul-level immortal family, each with a history exceeding 10,000 years, numbering tens of millions and possessing an immensely rich heritage. It is rumored that each of these 4 families possesses an ancient magical treasure. These treasures are so powerful that a nascent soul ancestor wielding one could rival a Transformation God Supreme. As a result, the 4 families hold a position as unshakable as Xianzhu Mountain, second only to the Star God Palace in the Shattered Star Sea. Below the 4 saints are the so-called 36 constellation spirit islands, each of which boasts at least 1 golden core true immortal. Furthermore, if an island is overseen by a nascent soul patriarch, it is called a Xiangang Spirit Island, derived from the idea that a nascent soul patriarch can break through the 9 layers of Xiangang energy, temporarily soar into the outer void, and gather the mystical spirits from beyond the heavens. Xingxiu Spirit Island, without a nascent soul patriarch, is also known as Odisha Spirit Island, derived from the idea that Jinden true immortals refine their elixir with Odisha spirits from within the realm to enhance their cultivation and refine their supernatural powers. The 36 constellation spirit islands are mostly populated by immortal cultivation sects, such as the Xianyang Sword Sect, Zhenwu Mountain, Kaianayu Pavilion, and Zhuangxiao Sect, which have been the most prominent in the past century. The Spring and Autumn Alliance nominally occupies Jiazhen Island, one of the 36 constellations, but in reality, it is backed by the Guyan family, the Suzaku clan. Jinden-level factions like the Spring and Autumn Alliance must pay annual tributes to the Guyan family and handle the dirty work of unsavory individuals. The Guyan family is responsible for ensuring that the Spring and Autumn Alliance is not swallowed up by other major clans. Meng Kuai is quite eloquent and humorous. He wasn't shy about disclosing the many secrets of the Spring and Autumn Alliance, but rather was completely candid. Their casual chat over tea wasn't dull at all. 5 days later, the ship sailed across 1,000 miles of sea, passing a series of islands. Finally, at noon, it arrived near a vast, bustling island, bustling with countless ships. Zhao Sheng and Meng Kuai stood at the bow, gazing out at Jizan Island. Haha, we're finally home. Brother Zhao, please, Meng Kuai laughed heartily, and with a flick of his hand, a scroll shimmering with spiritual light suddenly flew out from his sleeve. Unfolding in midair, he grasped it in his hand, and with his other hand, he cast a spell upon it. The scroll instantly shone with a white light, followed by the crisp chirping of a bird. A ray of light swirled out, transforming into a gigantic sea eagle, over 2 feet tall, with shimmering green wings. After the two men climbed aboard the spirit eagle, Meng Kuai shouted softly, and the eagle instantly spread its wings, stirring up a gust of wind as it soared into the air, rapidly flying towards Jizan Island. Next is Jizan Island, the headquarters of our Spring and Autumn Alliance, Meng Kuai said with a smug expression, pointing to the island below. Zhao Sheng looked in the direction he pointed and saw that Jizan Island was comprised of not 1, but 9 closely spaced spirit islands. The 9 islands ranged from hundreds of miles in radius to dozens of miles in diameter. They were covered with lush mountains, forests, cliffs, and seascapes, while others were lined with towns and buildings, densely populated, and beautifully landscaped. From the sky, Jizan Island resembled a large round cake, divided into 9 equal parts. The spirit islands were connected by massive sea-crossing stone bridges, each with 18 piers gleaming with the aura of formations. From the sky, they resembled giant dragons lying across the strait. As Meng Kuai urged his spirit bird to fly, he proudly explained, 9 true islands has a population of several million, with over 10,000 cultivators. Based on the direction and concentration of its spiritual veins, 9 true islands is divided into 3 upper spiritual islands and 5 lower spiritual islands. The central, largest island, Chunqiu Island, is home to the Spring and Autumn Alliance's headquarters. The island boasts a high concentration of spiritual energy, housing most of the Spring and Autumn Alliance's key refining disciples and some foundation establishment practitioners. The lower 5 spiritual islands are more chaotic, primarily consisting of markets and a large number of independent cultivators. As Zhao Sheng listened to Meng Kuai's description, he noticed that the buildings on 3 islands below were primarily white and pale blue, constructed of massive stone. However, their roofs were crowned with a silvery white, unidentified metal structure, creating a rather strange appearance. It was midday, and under the blazing sunlight, the buildings on the 3 islands reflected vast swathes of dazzling white light, blinding the view below. A moment later, the spirit eagle suddenly sank, its wings folded, and it swooped down toward the largest island, Spring and Autumn Island, finally landing in a square in front of a large palace nestled against a mountainside. Brother Zhao, please. After Zhao Sheng disembarked from the spirit eagle, Meng Kuai also flew down. With a flick of his sleeve, he flung the scroll, and a radiant glow swept out, retrieving the spirit eagle. Then, beaming with joy, he led Zhao Sheng toward the Spring and Autumn Hall. The hall was magnificent, its main structure constructed from massive, square blocks of Qinggang stone, each measuring 2 zang in length, width, and height. The palace walls alone reached tens of zang in height. Surrounding the hall were numerous smaller stone buildings, bustling with people, mostly dressed in green robes and white, creating a bustling atmosphere. From time to time, cultivators wielding flying swords, cloud boats, and other magical instruments, or riding spirit birds, could be seen arriving from afar, landing in the complex in a flash. Led by Meng Kuai, Zhao Sheng skirted the Spring and Autumn Hall, venturing deeper into the courtyards and buildings. He weaved his way around the heavily fortified halls, finally arriving at a spacious courtyard steeped in ancient charm. Before the entrance stood a massive, 3-foot-tall piece of white jade, inscribed with the 4 ancient spiritual characters Spring and Autumn Forever. These inscriptions emanated a subtly concealed, astonishing power. Without recognizing these Tai inscriptions, ordinary cultivators would likely be humiliated by the jade. This is where our alliance entertains distinguished guests. Fellow Taoist Zhao, please rest for a moment and sample our spiritual tea. The Grand Elder will be here shortly. Meng Kuai led Zhao Sheng to an elegantly furnished living room, serene and tranquil, and clapped his hands softly. 3 beautiful maids filed in. One presented a pot of spiritual tea, while the other two arranged the teacups. Then, the three quietly withdrew. Zhao Sheng and Meng Kuai sat in the living room, sipping tea and chatting for a while about the gossips of the Spring and Autumn Alliance. Half a cup of tea later, they heard a sudden burst of laughter from outside the living room. Haha, Kuai, I heard you invited a Foundation establishment expert today. Since the Alliance leader isn't on the island, I'll go meet him first. Before he finished speaking, an old Taoist priest in a green robe, with a withered complexion and long, white-haired beard, stepped through the doorway. Grand Elder, Meng Kuai hurriedly stood up. Zhao Sheng's expression shifted, and he stood up as well, his expression perfectly respectful. From Meng Kuai's address, he knew this old Taoist priest was the Grand Elder of the Spring and Autumn Alliance, True Man Kifin. As the old Taoist priest entered, the living room was suddenly enveloped by a sharp, invisible aura. The room seemed to become a vacuum, every breath of air controlled by the amiable smiling Taoist priest. Grand Elder, this is fellow Taoist Zhao, Meng Kuai introduced with a smile on his face. My name is Zhao Sheng. I pay my respects to the Immortal. May the Immortal live 1,000 years, Zhao Sheng bowed and saluted to the Immortal Kifin. He did not say his real name, but instead gave his name from his previous life. The old Taoist in green robes looked at Zhao Sheng, his eyes lingering on his face, and said with a hint of deep meaning, Young friend Zhao, why don't you reveal your true appearance? Don't you trust my Spring and Autumn Alliance? Zhao Sheng frowned at this. By saying this right after they met, it was obvious that the Immortal Kifin was giving him a small intimidation. Now it depended on how he would respond. Zhao Sheng's brows relaxed, and he said loudly, Senior, you don't know, I have practiced a special technique. Before it was fully developed, my appearance was completely destroyed, so it is inconvenient to show it to the outside world. Unexpectedly, the Immortal Kifin did not continue to ask further questions, but let it go and then asked the two to sit down. Zhao Sheng was surprised, but also impressed by Qi Feng's skillful manipulation of people. The three of them sat down in order of importance, with Qi Feng naturally taking the main seat. At a command, a maid immediately entered, removing the old tea and replacing it with new. After some casual conversation, Zhao Sheng hinted at a willingness to accept the offer, though still with some hesitation. Taoist Qi Feng's expression darkened, and he spoke sternly, Since that's the case, I won't deny that the Spring and Autumn Alliance is currently eager to recruit talented individuals. Young Master Zhao, please share any concerns you have. I can, on behalf of the Alliance leader, agree to any issues that can be mitigated. Zhao Sheng wavered at this, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, I'd like to ask, if a conflict breaks out between the Spring and Autumn Alliance and a hostile force, are guest elders required to participate? Taoist Qi Feng was startled at first, then chuckled and spoke earnestly, unless the Spring and Autumn Alliance faces a catastrophic disaster, if we need guest elders to intervene, we will offer rewards. Guest elders can decide for themselves whether to agree or not, and we will never force them. What if I become a guest elder and then want to withdraw from the Spring and Autumn Alliance? Zhao Sheng pressed. If you're dissatisfied with our alliance, you can withdraw on your own, and we will not deliberately prevent you from doing so. The old Taoist Qi Feng said this in a very generous manner. When Zhao Sheng heard this, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, and he nodded and said, in this case, Zhao can agree to join your alliance and become a guest official. Taoist Qi Feng smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this, while Meng Kuai's expression was filled with joy. After all, any Foundation establishment cultivator was extremely rare in the Shattered Star Sea. A Foundation establishment cultivator could easily become the master of an island and even support a small cultivation force. Most importantly, Zhao Sheng was clearly younger, possessing far greater potential than the average Foundation establishment cultivator, and he had more time to cultivate his affection for the Spring and Autumn Alliance. For the external affairs hall alone, the addition of a Foundation establishment guest elder would instantly boost the entire hall's strength. Taoist Qi Feng then excused himself, leaving Meng Kuai to explain the specific benefits of guest elders to Zhao Sheng. The Spring and Autumn Alliance's guest elders were categorized by rank. Those in the early Foundation establishment stage could become ordinary guest elders, and upon advancing to the middle Foundation establishment stage or above, they would naturally become senior guest elders. Furthermore, the Spring and Autumn Alliance promised to allocate each guest elder a private cave dwelling, built on a core spiritual vein, mostly concentrated in the hills and valleys of the northwest part of Spring and Autumn Island. In addition, guest elders received a certain amount of spiritual stones and spiritual elixirs as annual stipends. Although Zhao Sheng didn't care about this, it represented the Spring and Autumn Alliance's stance. After explaining the benefits, Meng Kuai formally invited Zhao Sheng to join the External Affairs Hall. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Sheng nodded in agreement. Chapter 187 Gambling. Overjoyed, Meng Kuai diligently took Zhao Sheng to complete the Alliance membership procedures and select a cultivation cave. 2 hours later, the formalities were complete, and Zhao Sheng had quickly chosen a cave. For the sake of keeping a low profile and maintaining safety, Zhao Sheng deliberately chose a secluded cave on the edge of Spring and Autumn Island. Although the spiritual energy concentration there was relatively low, Zhao Sheng was very pleased with its location on a cliff face, with the ocean below. After bidding farewell to Meng Kuai, Zhao Sheng quickly arrived at the cliff cave, opened the stone door with a forbidden token, and entered. The cave was quite large and spacious, with more than a dozen stone chambers, fully furnished and decorated. The spiritual energy within was quite rich, roughly equivalent to first-level spiritual vein and spiritual acupoint, making it ideal for cultivation. After a brief inspection of the cave, Zhao Sheng entered the cultivation room. The room was small, only about 5 or 6 feet in size, and the furnishings were quite simple, with only a white jade bed and an apricot yellow cushion. Zhao Sheng was pleased with the interior. After briefly inspecting the 4 stone walls and the stone door, confirming there were no surveillance restrictions, he felt relieved and moved forward to sit cross-legged on the cushion. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhao Sheng launched a barrier talisman, which landed squarely on the stone chamber's door. A white glow spread outward, forming a pale veil that completely isolated the entire training room from the outside world. Zhao Sheng then pondered for a moment, then with a flick of his hand, he pulled a dark black shield from his storage bag. It was the Sea Abyss Shield, a low-grade defensive spiritual artifact he had obtained in the Bifu Cave Heaven. With a gentle toss, Zhao Sheng sent the Sea Abyss Shield swirling into the air. Then, his eyes shone brightly, and he formed hand seals with both hands. A spiritual seal of consciousness suddenly shot out and sank into the shield. 3 days later in the training room, Zhao Sheng's expression was solemn as spiritual barriers continued to sink into the Sea Abyss Shield. As the refining spirit seals continued to be injected, the Ocean Abyss Shield glowed with a black light, and the faint sound of the ocean tide echoed in the training room. At this moment, the Ocean Abyss Shield hovered in mid-air, countless spiritual barrier runes occasionally appearing on its surface. The runes intertwined and intertwined, forming a crystal-clear series of defensive spiritual barriers, over 20 at a glance. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and his hand gestures suddenly paused. He simultaneously released a mouthful of essence and blood, which instantly transformed into a bloody mist. Driven by his spiritual consciousness, the essence and blood sank into the Ocean Abyss Shield, disappearing in a flash. The next second, the Ocean Abyss Shield shone brightly, emitting the distinct sound of the ocean tide. Shields gradually appeared in the training room, whirring and swirling around the shield. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with joy. "Concentrate," he shouted softly, and his foundation establishment spiritual consciousness burst forth. The shadowy shields in the air shone brightly, then, like weary birds returning to the forest, plunged into the Ocean Abyss Shield itself. Instantly, a massive burst of black light erupted from the Sea Abyss Shield, and over 20 spiritual barriers suddenly emerged, then instantly vanished within it. The next second, Zhao Sheng's mind shifted, and the Sea Abyss Shield abruptly shrank to the size of a palm, transforming into a streak of black light that flew in front of him. As his mind shifted, it rapidly circled around his body. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, extended his hand, and with a flick of his hand, the Sea Abyss Shield soared down, landing in his palm. "Great! I've finally completed the rituals and refinements of all 3 spiritual artifacts. The previous owner of the Bay Mansion was a good man. Every treasure he left behind is exquisite." Zhao Sheng sighed as he put away the Sea Abyss Shield. After refining the spiritual artifacts, Zhao Sheng stood up and slowly walked out of the secret room. As he stepped outside, he spotted a messenger crane, dazed and scattering around the cave. Zhao Sheng extended his hand, and the crane flapped its wings, swiftly flying over and landing in his hand. Opening the talisman, Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed before relaxing, muttering to himself, "The leader has returned and is convening a meeting of guest elders? Is it just for me, or is there something else going on? Interesting." Zhao Sheng washed and dressed, changing into a plain brocade robe, and rested for a moment. Half a day later, Zhao Sheng emerged from the cave abode. A beam of white light suddenly emanated from his sleeves, swirling around him. Instantly, he transformed into a platinum sword rainbow, hurtling towards the spring in Autumn Hall. A moment later, the sword rainbow landed in the square in front of the hall. Zhao Sheng dissipated the sword light, retracted his flying sword, and stepped into the magnificent spring in Autumn Hall. The hall was immensely tall and spacious, spanning over 200 feet and nearly 20 feet tall. 18 golden pillars, each as thick as a man's embrace, with coiled dragons, supported it. The ceiling was inlaid with over 100 fist-sized radiant spirit pearls, illuminating the hall as brightly as day. In the center of the hall stood 2 rows of white jade tables and chairs. 17 or 18 cultivators, each distinguished by their bearing and demeanor, sat in groups of 2 or 3. Some lowered their heads, whispering to each other, while others closed their eyes to rest. Meng Kuai was among them, apparently engaged in a lively conversation with a person beside him. Meanwhile, in the center of the hall, seated on 3 large cyan jade chairs, sat 2 elders with unfathomable auras. One, Zhao Sheng had already met, was Qi Feng's Henrun. The other possessed an ancient face, a towering and imposing figure, and fiery red eyes, their pupils ablaze with flames. As Zhao Sheng entered the hall, he drew the gazes of several visiting elders. Seeing Zhao Sheng approach, Meng Kuai immediately stood up with a beaming smile, strode forward, and laughed heartily. Haha, brother Zhao, you're finally here. Come, let me introduce you to my fellow Daoists. This is our alliance's Grand Elder, True Man Qiyuan, Junior Zhao Chong. Greetings to True Man Qiyuan. Zhao Sheng immediately bowed to the dignified-looking True Man Qiyuan. No need for that. Elder Qi, you're lucky to have found such a young foundation establishment cultivator. But now that you've joined the alliance, why are you still so secretive? True Man Qiyuan asked in a resounding, insinuating voice. Elder Qi Feng, seeing this, laughed heartily and scoffed. Haha, Yuan Tao, go ahead and envy me. Young friend Zhao has already agreed to join the External Affairs Hall. Besides, you're meddling too much? That's someone's private matter. Do I have to report it to you? Humph. True Man Qiyuan glared at his old rival. Seeing this, Meng Kuai hurriedly pulled Zhao Sheng downstairs and introduced the others. This is Lu Xia, fellow Taoist Lu, currently serving as the head of the External Affairs Hall. Meng Kuai began, pointing to a graceful middle-aged scholar. My name is Zhao Chong, and nice to meet you, Master Lu. So it's fellow Taoist Zhao. I heard a few days ago that a young and talented person had arrived in our hall. Seeing him today, it's true. We should get closer in the future. After this matter is over, I will definitely pay a visit to fellow Taoist Zhao's cave. The middle-aged scholar's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Sheng. He immediately stood up, bowed to Zhao Sheng from a distance, and said loudly, Master Lu, you're too polite. It should be Zhao who goes to pay the visit. Zhao Sheng quickly replied with a polite bow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Meng Kuai took Zhao Sheng and introduced the others. This is fellow Taoist Lu. Fellow Taoist Lu. This is Senior Zhu Zhen. Senior Zhu, you're so polite. By the time most of the introductions were complete, half an hour had passed, and the hall's jade chairs were already filled. Zhao Sheng, the last to join the alliance, found the last one and sat down. Just then, someone nearby bowed and said, Fellow Taoist Zhao, you look very young. You must have established your foundation very early, right? Zhao Sheng turned to look and saw the man who spoke. He had a fair complexion and delicate features, probably only in his 20s. Dressed in a brocade blue robe, he looked dashing, like a handsome young man in a troubled society. So it's fellow Taoist Chen Guanxi. I may look young, but I'm actually quite old, Zhao Sheng said, half seriously, to avoid any trouble. The man smiled faintly and was about to say a few more words when he heard the fluttering of wings from the hall entrance. Chen Guanxi's expression darkened, and he turned toward the door. Everyone else in the hall followed suit. The next moment, 2 men entered the hall. One was a genial, 6-foot-tall old man in a jade-colored brocade robe and a tall crown. The other was a vibrant young man with a face as handsome as a jade and crimson hair. Alliance leader. Hello, Alliance leader. Upon seeing the old man, everyone in the hall rose to greet him, their gazes filled with respect. The old man was the leader of the Spring and Autumn Alliance, a late-stage giant and master, Changhuang's Henrun. Alliance leader, this must be the special envoy. As expected, He's handsome and elegant. Qi Feng and Shi Yuan, seated at the head of the table, had already risen to greet him. Gu Yanqiu, greetings to the two seniors. The young man smiled faintly and casually bowed to the two giants Henrun. Zhao Sheng silently studied the special envoy. Judging from his name, he was clearly a member of the Guyan family of Suzaku Island. Judging from his aura, he was also a foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even several years younger. As soon as Gu Yanqiu took his seat, guest elders stepped forward to introduce themselves, most of them addressing the special envoy with great respect. Gu Yanqiu appeared polite and kind, but Zhao Sheng could occasionally detect a hint of contempt in his gaze. A moment later, the introductions were complete. Because Zhao Sheng was so young and the last to come, Gu Yanqiu inevitably left a deeper impression on him. After this incident, Master Changquang's expression straightened, and without a single word, he instantly commanded the atmosphere of the hall. Today, I've gathered everyone here to discuss the conflict between our alliance and the Zhuangxiao sect. What are everyone's opinions regarding the ownership of the Seven-Star Reef spiritual vein? At this moment, Chen Guanxi quietly explained to Zhao Sheng, fellow Taoist Zhao, you're late and don't know. Our spring and autumn alliance has frequently clashed with the Zhuangxiao sect over the Seven-Star Reef spiritual vein. This time, I'm afraid a major battle is imminent. Fellow Taoist Zhao, your luck is truly awful. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, his expression unfazed. He didn't consider himself unlucky, but rather saw this as an opportunity. The Spring and Autumn Alliance was the dominant power on Jiazhen Island. He wanted to learn the true depths of alchemy, and with the help of the Spring and Autumn Alliance, he could achieve his goals more quickly and effectively. The prerequisite for all this was to achieve sufficient merit for the Spring and Autumn Alliance. Zhao Sheng silently observed the others passionately expressing their opinions. He noticed that most supported a head-on confrontation with the Zhuangxiao sect. Looking at the three giant and true immortals at the head, Zhao Sheng vaguely realized that all this was done for Gu Yanqiu's benefit. After everyone expressed their attitudes, Gu Yanqiu smiled with a hint of emotion and said, before I came, my family members said that the Spring and Autumn Alliance was a mess. But from today's perspective, this is a big mistake. Your alliance is quite united. Senior Chang Kong, you have made up your mind. Do you really want to fight with the Zhuangxiao sect? Qi Feng and Shi Yuan's eyes flashed when they heard this. After looking at each other, they turned their gazes to the alliance leader. At this time, Master Changquang smiled slightly and said slowly, Special Envoy, it's not that the Spring and Autumn Alliance must fight with the Zhuangxiao sect, but it is bullying too much. The ownership of the Seven-Star Reef has long been a consensus in the Broken Star Sea. But the Zhuangxiao sect insisted on occupying the Seven-Star Reef. The Spring and Autumn Alliance cannot retreat, and it cannot retreat. Otherwise, it will be ridiculed by fellow Taoists. Gu Yanqiu took a deep breath and said, peace is the most important thing in everything. Your alliance and the Zhuangxiao sect are old friends of Suzaku Island. Why don't you both take a step back? I am willing to be a peacemaker and go to the Zhuangxiao sect to make peace. Senior Chang Kong, what do you think? As soon as the voice fell, the old Taoist Kifeng said loudly, Special Envoy doesn't know that the Seven-Star Reef has been within the sphere of influence of our Spring and Autumn Alliance since it was discovered 200 years ago. Originally, there was only one first-level spiritual vein here, and there was not much development potential. But recently, someone inadvertently discovered a larger, second-tier spiritual vein at the end of the Seven-Star Reef spiritual vein. The Zhuangxiao sect, coveting this second-tier spiritual vein, even claimed it lay beyond the Seven-Star Reef's boundaries, claiming it was ownerless. Even more shameful, they even claimed they had discovered a second-tier spiritual vein long ago, and that it belonged to the Zhuangxiao sect. This is truly specious and intolerable. These words immediately ignited the indignation of the crowd. Taoist Qi Feng finished his words, then stared directly at Gu Yanqiu, demanding, Special Envoy, do you believe the Zhuangxiao sect's actions are correct? Gu Yanqiu glanced at Taoist Qi Feng, whose gaze was blazing, then suppressed his smile. He slowly said, since that's the case, let's follow the old rules. A bet will be wagered upon you both. As for the format, you and the Zhuangxiao sect will each send 3 foundation establishment cultivators to fight to the death. The winner will claim ownership of the Seven-Star Reef. Qi Feng and Shi Yuan were startled by these words, their faces filled with dissatisfaction. Taoist Qi Feng was about to argue when Master Changquang waved his hand and declared sternly, we can have a fight, But the Zhuangxiao sect must also put up something of equal value as a stake. Okay, I'll convince the Zhuangxiao sect to agree. Then, how about we hold this fight in 6 months? Okay, Master. No, Master Qian blurted out anxiously. Master Changquang waved his hand, unwaveringly declaring, no need to persuade. Let's settle this by a fight. At this point, the expressions of the others in the audience shifted, their minds unsettled. Chapter 188 Alchemist Meeting. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered upon seeing this. He lowered his head and whispered to Chen Guanxi, fellow Taoist Chen, what are the rules for this bit? Why does the Supreme Elder look so grim? Could it be that our Spring and Autumn Alliance has no confidence in winning? Chen Guanxi smiled wryly and replied in a low voice, if it really comes to a bet, our alliance's chances of winning are slim. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you may not know that the Zhuangxiao sect possesses a unique life or death technique. Once activated, the caster's strength rapidly increases by at least 30%, making them virtually invincible to cultivators of the same level. Although Chen Guanxi lowered his voice, the people present were at least at the foundation establishment stage, so how could they not hear it? The others' auras plummeted, and the expressions of Qi Feng and Qi Yuan darkened. Gu Yanqiu's expression remained calm upon hearing this, but a hint of contempt lingered in his eyes. Haha, if you want to bet, how could our Spring and Autumn Alliance fear the Zhuangxiao sect? Just agree. At this moment, someone outside the hall suddenly laughed. As soon as the words fell, figures flashed outside the hall, and 3 people walked in. Then, a thin, white-faced old man, dressed in a jade-white robe and emitting a strong elixir fragrance, strode into the hall. Master Su Chong, someone shouted at the side of the newcomer. Qi Feng and Qi Yuan glanced at each other, their faces lit up with joy as if they had thought of something. Changquang's Henren stroked his long beard and smiled slightly. The other guest elders in the room stood up and greeted the newcomer respectfully, calling him master repeatedly. The newcomer is Su Chong, the renowned alchemist master in the Broken Star Sea. Rumor has it that he's one of the few alchemists in the Broken Star Sea capable of refining golden elixirs. I didn't expect he'd even join the Spring and Autumn Alliance. Zhao Sheng was greatly surprised by this, but after a quick glance, his gaze landed on the 2 people who had come in behind Su Chong, a young man and a young woman. The man, dressed in black, had a sallow complexion and ordinary features, but his eyes shone with brilliance, and he gazed at the assembled crowd with a look of pride. The woman, perhaps 20 years old, was graceful and beautiful, emanating the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. Zhao Sheng, examining her, was struck by a sudden resemblance to Changquang's Henren. Alchemy Master Su Chong, accompanied by the 2, entered the hall under the gaze of the crowd. Upon seeing Su Chong, Gu Yanqiu's face flickered with surprise, but he showed no excessive surprise. He simply smiled and said, congratulations, Senior Changquang, for another great help. With Master Su Chong joining the Spring and Autumn Alliance, I'm sure we're already quite confident in this gambling battle. Changquang's eyes flickered, and he chuckled softly, saying, Special Envoy, you're joking. This gambling battle is a necessity. If the Zhuangxiao sect would be tactful and back down, I wouldn't want to damage our relationship. Gu Yanqiu smiled silently, a cryptic expression in his eyes. At this moment, Su Chong stepped forward, exchanged a few words with the 3 giant and true immortals of the Spring and Autumn Alliance and Gu Yanqiu, then pointed at the young man and introduced him to everyone. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is my young disciple, Jie Chen. A few years ago, while I was exchanging experiences with fellow alchemists in the Danding sect, I happened to see that he had considerable talent, so I accepted him as my disciple. As for Yaoer, there's no need to introduce her. As soon as the voice fell, Master Qi Yuan joked, Yaoer, the daughter of the Spring and Autumn Alliance, you are very precious. Why didn't you say hello when you saw your father and uncles? When the pretty girl heard this, she said coquettishly, Uncle Qi, you are making fun of me again. After that, she bowed to Master Changquang and said respectfully, my daughter Chu Yao greets father. It's been a long time since we last met, and father looks much thinner. Yaoer, get up quickly. In the past 10 years, you have followed Master Su Chong to travel around the central continent. Have you gained anything? Master Changquang flicked his long sleeves, and a red light rolled out. He helped Chu Yao to her feet and asked seriously. My daughter has naturally gained a lot. As the father and daughter talked, Zhao Sheng's face showed a very interested expression. As a human being in the world, he heard the name of Danding sect again. Recalling the things in his previous life, he couldn't help but sigh that time flies and people don't come back. Then, he suddenly became very interested in the alchemy master Su Chong. He wanted to learn alchemy, and this person was the best candidate. From then on, Zhao Sheng had his eyes on Su Chong, secretly pondering how to learn the true teachings of alchemy from him. A moment later, Su Chong and his two disciples, Chu Yao and Jie Chen, took their seats one by one. The atmosphere in the hall had become enthusiastic and cheerful because of the participation of the alchemy master. Gu Yanqi was very interested in Su Chong. During the casual conversation, he hinted at the intention of recruiting him several times. A master alchemist was very rare even on Suzaku Island, which was enough for Gu Yanqi to lower himself to recruit him. However, facing the recruitment of Gu Yanqi, Su Chong greeted it with a smile, and said calmly, but he did not show any sign of being moved. Gu Yanqi eyed a snag, and although he was secretly angry in his heart, his face did not show any abnormality. After laughing, he turned and said to Master Chang Kong, since the Spring and Autumn Alliance has the help of Master Su Chong, I think the gambling fight is already a success. I will go back to report, and by the way, go to Zhuangxiao sect to set the date for the gambling fight. In that case, farewell, Special Envoy. Fellow Taoist Kiffin, please see me off for me. After Master Chang Kong nodded, he had no intention of trying to keep him anymore, and gave instructions to the Taoist Kiffin beside him. Although Master Kiffin was the deputy leader of the Spring and Autumn Alliance, he did not show any reluctance at this moment. He immediately agreed and personally sent Gu Yanqi out of the hall. When Taoist Kiffin returned to the hall, Master Chang Kong's eyes slowly swept through the hall. Seeing that everyone looked respectful, he smiled slightly and spoke kindly. Okay, let's stop here for today. Everyone go back to do your own things. As for the gambling fight, I will announce it to everyone after I have discussed it with the two deputy leaders. Go down. Yes, in accordance with the leader's wishes, I will withdraw first. Everyone in the hall stood up and nodded, then said goodbye and left. After Zhao Sheng and others stood up and said goodbye and left, in the blink of an eye, only Master Chang Kong and the two deputy leaders, as well as Su Chong and his two disciples were left in the hall. Yaoer, take your senior brother and go down to rest first. Master Chang Kong pondered for a moment, then said to Chu Yao. Chu Yao said yes lightly, but a flash of dissatisfaction flashed across the eyes of the arrogant Jie Chen. He wanted to say something but stopped, but was pulled out of the hall by his junior sister. In a blink of an eye, only Master Chang Kong, Taoist Kiffin, Master Qian and Su Chong were left in the hall. The four of them discussed some confidential matters of the alliance in the hall. It can be seen that Su Chong has a very close relationship with the Spring and Autumn Alliance, and he did not hide the secrets of the alliance from him at all. But the strange thing is that the four of them did not mention a word about the gambling with the Zhuangxiao sect. After more than half an hour, when everything was almost said, Kiffin, Qian and Su Chong also stood up to say goodbye. Master Chang Kong suddenly mentioned lightly, by the way, the leak of the 7-star reef spirit vein must be investigated carefully. Fellow Taoist Kiffin, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, Alliance leader. Taoist Kiffin narrowed his eyes, then bowed in agreement. True Man Qian was startled at the words, but said nothing and silently withdrew. Once he was alone in the hall, True Man Chang Kong's smile faded, and he slammed his right hand down on the jade chair. The next moment, the chair silently shattered into a heap of dust. After leaving the hall, Zhao Sheng politely declined Meng Kuai, Zhao Guanxi, and the others' invitations to a get-together, but promised to personally visit each of their caves in the coming days. After bidding farewell to everyone, Zhao Sheng commanded his flying sword, transforming into a sword rainbow, and headed straight for Xiaoguang Island, a branch of Jiazhen Island. As Zhao Sheng entered the streets of Denhuifang on Xiaoguang Island, he was immediately greeted by the unusually rich aroma of elixirs and medicinal herbs. Denhuifang was Jiazhen Island's main market, specializing in alchemy and the sale of elixirs. It was home to the largest number of elixir shops, boasting the most alchemists and a significant flow of visitors. The streets of the market were lined with various herbal medicine shops and elixir stores, bustling with people. From time to time, one could spot an alchemist in a red robe, surrounded by a group of wandering cultivators, strolling through the streets, their voices filled with compliments. This demonstrated the extraordinary status of alchemists on Jiazhen Island, and the severe imbalance between supply and demand. Near dusk, Zhao Sheng emerged from the market with a slightly disappointed expression. He had been browsing the Danghuo market, browsing through the market's medicinal herbs. While he had purchased a wealth of spiritual herbs and seeds, he hadn't found a single alchemy furnace that caught his eye, let alone the heavenly spirit fire. After repeated inquiries, he learned that the trade in heavenly spirit fire, elixir formulas, and alchemy furnaces was largely monopolized by the Alchemist Guild. Only common formulas and furnaces of average quality were allowed to be traded in the Danghuo market. As for the heavenly spirit fire, it was the exclusive preserve of the Alchemist Guild and was extremely rare in the market. The Alchemy Association is highly respected on Jiazhan Island, possessing immense potential. All the island's alchemists, without exception, have joined the association. Its headquarters is located at the foot of Wangsha Peak on Xiaoguang Island. After leaving the market, Zhao Sheng had a plan in mind. Without a word, he unleashed his flying sword, transforming into a sword rainbow as he soared towards Wangsha Peak. A few minutes later, a sword rainbow flew in from afar at breakneck speed. As it approached the mountain shimmering with white smoke, it swirled and plummeted. Zhao Sheng dispersed the sword light and stood at the foot of Wangsha Peak. Wangsha Peak was a remarkable mountain. From a distance, it resembled a massive, crimson chimney. Its summit was a sunken valley, the deepest of which lay a steaming volcanic lake. Caves carved into the surrounding mountain walls were constantly filled with alchemists in alchemy robes. At the foot of the mountain stood a vast complex of buildings, with several palaces of varying sizes towering in the center. The grandest hall bore the three characters Alchemist Association painted in gold. After a brief survey of the complex before him, Zhao Sheng headed for the Dinglu Hall. He presented his guest token to the guard at the entrance and entered without difficulty. As Zhao Sheng entered, a young man in a white robe, with a three-eared alchemy furnace tattooed on his chest, approached. "Excuse me, fellow Taoist," he asked respectfully. "Are you here to buy a furnace, or do you have one to sell?" he asked respectfully. "Yes, I'm looking for a suitable alchemy furnace, of good quality, preferably a spiritual grade 1, Zhao Sheng said calmly. The young man's eyes lit up at the words, his expression growing even more respectful. He quickly said, "Senior, please follow me. Master Jin Ming is on duty, and he's sure to have a furnace you'd like." "Led the way," Zhao Sheng responded, and followed the young man in white robe through the main hall, walked through a corridor, and came to a side hall. Entering the side hall, he saw a short and fat old man with a bald head and beard, holding an alchemy furnace covered with green rust in his hand, and put it in front of his eyes, carefully observing the inscriptions on the surface of the furnace. Zhao Sheng took a look at the other party and knew that this person was the so-called Master Jin Ming. The young man in white robe came forward and whispered a few words to the old man. The short and fat old man put down the alchemy furnace, turned his head to look at Zhao Sheng, and suddenly smiled and said, "It turns out that business has come to the door. Fellow Taoist, please come over quickly. I don't have much else, but I have the most high-quality alchemy furnaces. I guarantee that you will come with joy and leave with satisfaction." Zhao Sheng smiled slightly, walked forward, bowed his hands in greeting, and sat down opposite the old man. As soon as he sat down, the short and fat old man couldn't wait to ask, "I wonder what level of alchemy furnace you want to buy?" Zhao Sheng said calmly, "Do you have a spiritual grade alchemy furnace?" "Huh? This is not easy to do." The short and fat old man took a breath, rubbing his hands and looking embarrassed. Could it be that fellow Taoist doesn't have it? Such a great alchemist wouldn't even have a spiritual grade alchemy furnace. Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows, deliberately adding a hint of provocation in his tone. Master Jin Ming almost jumped up when he heard this, and said directly, "How is it possible? Let alone one, even if it's 10 or 8, we can take them out, but what? Fellow Taoist, you might as well say it frankly." After Zhao Sheng finished speaking, he released his own foundation building aura, took out the guest token at the same time, and pushed it in front of the short and fat old man. Master Jin Ming sensed Zhao Sheng's foundation building aura, and saw the token, and immediately relaxed, smiling and said, "So you are a guest senior from the Spring and Autumn Alliance. That's good, we are all family. Some rules don't need to be mentioned." Without asking, the short and fat old man immediately explained to Zhao Sheng. It turned out that the alchemy furnace was a special kind of magic weapon, and the difficulty of refining it was much more difficult than that of the same level magic weapon, and the spiritual weapon level alchemy furnace was even more difficult. Even with the strength of the Alchemist Association, the number of spiritual weapon alchemy furnaces available for daily trading would not exceed 20. In order to prevent a loss of spiritual weapon alchemy furnaces, the Alchemist Association secretly established a rule not to sell them to outsiders unless outsiders could produce treasures that would attract the attention of the guild. The Spring and Autumn Alliance is the overlord of Jiazhan Island, and the Alchemist Association must also be under its protection, so the foundation building guests in the alliance are not considered outsiders. However, even so, the transaction of spiritual weapon level alchemy furnaces must follow the rule of barter, and spirit stones must not be used for trading. To put it bluntly, the Alchemist Association is rich and looks down on mere spirit stones, of course, with the exception of top-grade and supreme spirit stones. After hearing the short, fat old man's explanation, Zhao Sheng remained silent, feeling somewhat apprehensive. He pondered over it again and again. He didn't have many things he could trade, and the most suitable one was Alchemy Essentials, 100-pill prescriptions by Shinheezy. But did he really want to trade this tome for an alchemy furnace? He was a little undecided. Chapter 189. He finished learning again. Seeing Zhao Sheng's hesitation, the short, stout old man offered his advice. Senior, why not buy a first-grade, premium alchemy furnace? If I'm not mistaken, you're new to alchemy and don't need to start with a spiritual alchemy furnace. It would have been better if he hadn't said it, but it actually settled Zhao Sheng's mind. I have a manual on alchemy here, you could take a look at it first. Zhao Sheng then pulled a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to the short, stout old man. Really, Master Jin Ming couldn't help but beam with delight. He quickly took the slip, placed it between his brows, and began to read. Ahem. After a cup of tea, Zhao Sheng noticed the man's fascination, not wanting to put the slip down for a long time, so he deliberately coughed twice. Master Jin Ming, pleasantly surprised, reluctantly put it down, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Don't blame me, senior. Master Shinheezy's writings are so brilliant that I was so engrossed that I lost track of time. Zhao Sheng felt the other party was trying to get a small advantage, but he couldn't hold on to such a small matter. He magnanimously agreed. When he asked if the alchemy manual could be exchanged for a spiritual alchemy furnace, the short, stout old man confidently guaranteed it, and that it would be a top-notch alchemy furnace of its rank. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed at this, and he suddenly said, the exchange is possible, but I have one condition. Senior, please speak, Master Jin Ming said readily. I want to learn alchemy, but I lack a good master, but I don't want to become his disciple. How do you think this can be solved? Master Jin Ming said without hesitation. Simple. Senior, as long as you have enough spirit stones, I promise to find you a famous master who will teach you alchemy in detail. Is that so? Zhao Sheng said non-committally, withdrawing the alchemy manual jade slip. Master Jin Ming, seeing this, felt anxious and quickly said, wait a minute, senior. Feel free to ask for anything you want. I'll do my best to fulfill anything I can. He couldn't let go of the alchemy realm personally written by Master Shinheezy. Others often called him a master, but Jinming knew that his skills pale in comparison to a true alchemist. Shinheezy, on the other hand, was a renowned alchemist in the Broken Star Sea for over 1,000 years. His works were a treasure to any alchemist, especially within the Alchemist Association. A different profession, a different world. Zhao Sheng had no idea of Shinheezy's true identity, and naturally, no way of anticipating the true value of this alchemy manual. Of course, even if he had known, Zhao Sheng wouldn't have regretted it. He wasn't one to cherish what he had. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to profit. Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand and knocked on the jade slip, muttering to himself, I've thought about it, it's a bit of a loss to exchange this alchemy manual for an alchemy furnace. If it doesn't work, I might as well not exchange it. Jin Ming's face suddenly became bitter when he heard it, and he said anxiously, Senior, please think twice. At worst, hey, I got it. As he spoke, Jin Ming slapped his thigh, his expression became excited, and he hurriedly said, Senior, I will personally teach you how to make elixirs, and I won't charge you any spirit stones. Do you think this is okay? Can you? Zhao Sheng drew out his tone, with a hint of disgust and suspicion in his eyes. Jin Ming's expression grew even more excited upon hearing this. Why not? Don't be fooled by my plain looks, but I'm a rare second-level alchemist in the guild, second only to the 2 guild masters. Really? Zhao Sheng nodded non-committally. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. This alchemy manual is tradable, but only to you. Zhao Sheng emphasized the word one person. Jin Ming understood what he meant. After a moment's consideration, He gently nodded in agreement. In that case, I'll be grateful for your guidance. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and pushed the jade slip back. Okay, let's pick out a suitable alchemy furnace first. Jinming, reverting to his usual mercenary ways, quickly put the jade slip away and slapped the apricot-colored storage belt at his waist. In a flash of green light, 3 alchemy furnaces, each radiant with a divine light and of a pristine and unique design, appeared on the table. How are they? These 3 are all spiritual alchemy furnaces from my collection. Each one is a masterpiece, definitely not ordinary merchandise, Jin Ming said with a smug look, stroking the nearest one. Indeed, they're quite good. As soon as the furnaces appeared, Zhao Sheng noticed their radiant light and the rich aroma of elixir. I'm not boasting, but you won't be outdone by choosing any of these 3 furnaces, the old man exclaimed with delight, seeing Zhao Sheng's expression. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, not arguing. He slowly picked up an alchemy furnace and slowly examined it with his spiritual sense. This is the Moftending. It's forged entirely from millennia-old bronze. It contains 23 alchemy prohibitions. It evenly absorbs the heat of spiritual fire, is extremely stable, increases the success rate of elixirs, and is easy to manipulate. Every time Zhao Sheng picked up a furnace to examine it, Jinming would chatter away, his smug expression making everyone laugh. This is it. Zhao Sheng examined all 3 furnaces, pondered for a moment, then pointed to a black furnace with 3 ears and 6 legs, its inner wall engraved with 9 crimson fire dragons. He said to the old man, "Tisk tisk. Senior, you have excellent taste. This 9-dragon cauldron is absolutely perfect for you. Although it's only a low-grade spiritual artifact, it's inlaid with 9 dragon fire apertures, capable of accommodating up to 9 different kinds of celestial and spiritual fire. With each additional spiritual fire, the cauldron's rank rises. If all 9 fires can be gathered, the 9-dragon cauldron is even as good as a high-grade spiritual furnace." Jinming was slightly surprised to see Zhao Sheng chose the lowest grade one, but he quickly regained his composure and praised the 9-dragon cauldron to the skies. After Zhao Sheng put away the 9-dragon cauldron, he asked Jinming again, "Master Jin, can you refine the foundation establishment pill?" Jinming was stunned when he heard this, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but he quickly said, "I'm not bragging, there are no more than 3 people in the entire Jiazhan Island who can refine the foundation establishment pill, and my senior brother is one of them." After speaking, he coughed and said hesitantly, "You are a senior who has established a foundation, and you haven't worshipped me as your master. I really don't dare to be your master. I'm being pretentious here, so from now on, it's better for you and I to call each other fellow Taoists. Okay, let's do this from now on. My real name is Zhao Chong, and I just joined the Spring and Autumn Alliance a few days ago," Zhao Sheng said very straightforwardly. After saying this, Zhao Sheng asked, "Fellow Taoist Jin, may I ask, do you have the formula for the foundation establishment pill?" Jinming was startled again, then thought for a moment before nodding. "I do have the formula, but I can't trade it to you for now." "Why, fellow Taoist Zhao, you don't know. This formula is incredibly important. You must be a second-level alchemist in the Alchemist Association, and only after unanimous approval from both association leaders can you exchange it for a treasure of equivalent value. If you truly wish to obtain this formula, you must first join the Alchemist Association," Jinming explained patiently. "I see. How do you join the Alchemist Association? What are the requirements?" Zhao Sheng asked, a flicker of realization crossing his face. "It's simple. As long as you can successfully refine 10 first-level elixirs with a success rate exceeding 50%, and become a first-level alchemist, you can join the Alchemist Association," Jinming said with a smile. "Thank you for telling me," Zhao Sheng thought, then thanked Jinming. Then, the two of them discussed for a while and decided in detail on the matters concerning the future teaching of alchemy. Half an hour later, the two of them had completed the discussion, and Zhao Sheng, using the excuse of having something to do, left the Danding Hall. 5 days later, Zhao Sheng had initially refined the 9-dragon spirit cauldron and headed for Wangsha Peak. Arriving at Wangsha Peak, he entered through the cave at the foot of the mountain. After showing his guest token to the guard, Zhao Sheng smoothly entered the mountain and walked for a while along the passage paved with fireproof bricks. In the alchemy room, number 1 ding, Zhao Sheng finally saw Jinming sitting upright. Beside him stood a young man with slender limbs and dark yellow skin, wearing a white Kingding Dan robe. Upon meeting, The two of them exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and Zhao Sheng learned that the young man's name was Jin Dancheng, a descendant of Jin Ming's family, and his eldest disciple. Jin Ming looked at Zhao Sheng and said bluntly, "When you first begin your journey into alchemy, fellow Taoist Zhao shouldn't learn how to refine elixirs. Instead, you should learn to identify the types, origins, quality, pharmacological properties, and so on of elixirs. Once you've mastered the basics, you should then learn how to process the herbs and control fire. Finally, you can attempt to refine elixirs. So, you should first learn from Dancheng. If you have any questions, come and ask me." Seeing Zhao Sheng's discontent, Jin Ming emphasized, "Refining elixirs is not an easy task. It's several times more difficult than practicing. Of course, at your foundation establishment stage, mastering this little bit of alchemy knowledge won't take you more than a few years." Zhao Sheng pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right. I'll trouble you, young fellow Dancheng." Seeing this, Jin Dancheng hurriedly bowed and said, "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't. I will do my best to help you master all the basics of alchemy as quickly as possible." After a cup of tea, Jin Dancheng brought Zhao Sheng to a spiritual medicine shop in Danhuifang. This shop, called Lineage, was owned by Jin Ming and spanned over 20 rooms, making it a large shop within Danhuifang. In the backyard warehouse where spiritual medicines were stored, densely packed brown medicine boxes lined the shelves. Rows of shelves, like library bookshelves, were neatly arranged, filling the entire warehouse to the brim. Jin Dancheng walked to the first row of shelves, pulled out a medicine box, and opened it, revealing a layer of withered, yellowish material as thin as grass. "Senior, please look, this is the yellow grass." I know that." Jin Dancheng was interrupted by Zhao Sheng mid-sentence. "The yellow grass tastes bitter and has a cold nature. It often grows at the roots of trees and in valleys. Yellow grass that is over 100 years old is the main ingredient for refining the jade yellow pill. The jade yellow pill is a first-level detoxifying pill that mainly dissolves poisonous snakes and scorpions." Looking at Zhao Sheng's endless chatter, Jin Dancheng couldn't help swallowing his saliva, his face showing embarrassment. That's all I know. Does my friend Jin have anything to add?" After Zhao Sheng finished speaking, Jin Dancheng looked sincere. "That's all. Senior, your summary is excellent. Let's move on to the next spiritual medicine. This is the black spirit seed." Jin Dancheng was barely halfway through his sentence when Zhao Sheng interrupted him again. "I know a thing or two about this black spirit seed. It grows on the black spirit tree, produces one seed every 10 years, and the seed never falls off when ripe." Half an hour later, in the spiritual medicine warehouse. "Where's the Chendon Huzhu?" "Yeah, I know a little bit." As each medicine box was opened, Jin Dancheng's speed grew faster and faster, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. He was shocked to discover that this foundation establishment senior before him had a knowledge of spiritual medicines that completely surpassed his imagination. While he didn't know all of them, he could name a few of them, some even more comprehensively and in detail than he did. Seriously. Zhao Sheng had lived through several lifetimes. In his third, he spent most of his life collecting elixirs. In his fourth, he meticulously searched and pored over various ancient texts, manuals, talismans, elixirs, instruments, insects, formations, and other knowledge and insights into cultivating immortality. After so many years, Zhao Sheng's theoretical knowledge was immense, and his understanding of elixirs rivaled that of ordinary alchemists. Throughout the day, Zhao Sheng and Jin Dancheng, both lecturing and teaching, went through the entire warehouse. This devastated Jin Dancheng, nearly to the point of self-isolation. That night, when Jin Dancheng reported Zhao Sheng's miracle to his master, Jin Ming was also astonished. Of course, he had assumed Zhao Sheng had devoted years of painstaking effort to learning alchemy and had no inkling of his own hidden agenda. Jin Ming thought about it and realized this was a great opportunity for him. So he gave the order directly, "You'll start teaching him how to process herbs tomorrow. If he's still like he was today, you'll teach him how to prepare elixirs. Go." "Yes, master." Jin Dancheng nodded and withdrew. The next morning, in the precious medicine pavilion, inside the pharmacy, Jin Dancheng led Zhao Sheng into a spacious room filled with the aroma of medicinal herbs. The room was furnished with 4 long wooden tables, on which lay various specialized tools and a variety of fresh elixirs. Jin Dancheng walked forward, picked up a palm-sized brown Ganoderma lucidum, and turned to Zhao Sheng, confidently saying, "This is a C. Ganoderma lucidum, a specialty of the Broken Star Sea. It grows on the seabed and must not be dried over fire. It's usually made with water jade. To Jin Dancheng's surprise, Zhao Sheng didn't interrupt him this time. Instead, he listened with rapt interest. Alright, give it a try. Jin Dancheng, his confidence rising, handed over the sea Ganoderma lucidum for Zhao Sheng to try preparing himself. Okay, Zhao Sheng took the sea Ganoderma without hesitation, picked up the water jade pestle, and gently squeezed the cap. Excess water quickly dripped from the edge of the Ganoderma. Jin Dancheng was once again speechless as he watched Zhao Sheng's skillful and professional technique. He said he was just a novice, so why was his technique so experienced? Was he kidding? And so, the elixir preparation process once again accelerated, and accelerated again. In just 7 days, Jin Dancheng had become dejected, feeling as if his body had been hollowed out, and it was difficult to squeeze out fresh juice. Well, it was knowledge. What? He's learned everything again. That night, Jin Ming listened to his apprentice's report and was shocked. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Beginner's Refining of the Soul Elixir. The next morning, after Zhao Sheng finished his daily exercises, he skillfully piloted his flying sword to the foot of Wangsha Peak. The sword's light faded, and Zhao Sheng entered the mountain from the cave at the foot of the mountain. He walked along a long corridor and arrived in front of the underground fire chamber. The guards at the gate had been replaced today, and just as Zhao Sheng was about to enter, he was stopped by a large, armored man, nearly a meter tall. "Where's your pass? You can't enter without it." The armored man was clearly clueless, not noticing the guest token Zhao Sheng had deliberately worn at his waist. Zhao Sheng shook his head silently and then released his Foundation Establishment aura. "I have an appointment to meet in the underground fire chamber. Please move aside, Senior Foundation Establishment." The armored man, sensing Zhao Sheng's Foundation Establishment aura, was immediately startled and quickly acknowledged his presence. He took 2 steps back, but then hesitated, his expression hesitant, wanting to stop him but not daring to. He could only squinted at Zhao Sheng with a tormented look. Zhao Sheng found this scene amusing. He took off his guest token and handed it to the man. "Do you recognize this?" The man scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Yes, it's a guest token. Please come in, Senior. I've only been here a couple of days. Please forgive me if I've offended you." Zhao Sheng, seeing the man's tactful apologies, nodded gently and walked into the corridor. After walking several hundred meters through a passage paved with fireproof bricks, Zhao Sheng emerged into a spacious circular stone cave. The temperature in the cave was high, averaging over 40 degrees Celsius. The hot air was mingled with the aroma of various medicinal herbs and elixirs. Constructed entirely of precious fireproof stone, the cave measured nearly 30 to 40 zang in diameter and 50 to 60 zang in height. 8 nearly identical black corridors, each about 2 zang high and about 1 zang wide, were evenly spaced along the cave's walls. The corridor's ceilings were engraved with runes such as A, B, C, and D. The cave was completely silent, devoid of a single figure. However, from the depths of the corridor, muffled explosions could be heard from time to time, and occasionally curses could be heard faintly emanating from the underground fire chamber. According to Jin Dancheng, the alchemy room at Wangsha Peak had 8 core fire pillars, divided into 64 underground fire eyes, representing 64 underground fire chambers. The higher the number of the underground fire chamber in each corridor, the better and more stable the underground fire, and the correspondingly higher the success rate of alchemy. The underground fire chamber number D in the Jiazi Road was Jin Ming's exclusive alchemy room, and this was Zhao Sheng's destination. In front of the 80 underground fire chambers, Zhao Sheng sent a telepathic message through them, and the stone door quickly opened automatically. Zhao Sheng entered the room. Jin Ming stood up from his cushion, smiled wryly, and shook his head, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, you've truly given me a great surprise. If I'd known your fundamentals were so solid, I wouldn't have let this little disciple embarrass me." Waving the stone door closed, Zhao Sheng took 2 steps closer and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Jin, this isn't my fault. I didn't expect your teachings to be so simple and easy to understand." Jin Ming gestured for Zhao Sheng to sit down, saying gloomily, This is also my fault for not clarifying this beforehand. But, fellow Taoist, have you ever heard the old saying, everything can be made into medicine, everything can be refined into elixir? Zhao Sheng nodded and smiled, saying, I understand what fellow Taoist Jin means. I certainly don't underestimate the process of preparing the medicinal materials, indeed. Fellow Taoist, you've grasped the true meaning of alchemy in your infancy. That's truly commendable. Ordinary alchemists only use prepared elixirs, but they don't realize that a true alchemist personally prepares the elixirs themselves, gaining familiarity and precise control over their every medicinal property. This way, the elixirs they create are not only more numerous but also 3 times higher in quality. As for exceptional individuals like master alchemists and even grandmasters, they are the ones who transform decay into magic. The creation of each new elixir often brings with it the clarification of the medicinal properties and pharmacology of yet more unknown elixirs, signaling new developments in alchemy. Fellow Taoist Zhao, have you ever heard of elixirs like the marrow spirit pill? Zhao Sheng nodded slightly. Of course I've heard of the renowned marrow spirit pill. Jinming, excited and slightly agitated, said, fellow Taoist, you know that 5,000 years ago, there were no marrow spirit pills in the Xianzhu realm. At the time, no one had ever imagined that the cerebrospinal fluid of demon beasts could be used to make elixirs. It wasn't until the appearance of Grandmaster Chenmo, when he was still an alchemy apprentice, that this idea first dawned on him. After nearly 60 years of painstaking research, Grandmaster Chenmo finally succeeded in refining his first spiritual marrow pill, the dragon whisker fish marrow pill. Without Zhao Sheng's help, Jinming spoke at an increasing pace. The fish marrow pill can actually enhance a cultivator's spiritual power, and at a fraction of the price. This simply defies normal alchemy principles. Consequently, the dragon whisker fish marrow pill's release immediately sparked an unprecedented debate. Few in the Shattered Star Sea alchemy community supported Grandmaster Chenmo. Most were critical and sarcastic, some even believing the dragon whisker fish marrow pill posed a significant risk and must be destroyed as soon as possible. At this critical juncture, Grandmaster Chenmo unexpectedly refined a second spiritual marrow pill, the chapter marrow pill, crafted from the brain marrow of a transformed sea seal. The chapter marrow pill also categorized itself as a pill that could enhance a cultivator's spiritual power. At this moment, Jinming spread his hands with a mocking expression and smirked, saying, after the Zhang Sui Dan, there was the Jinjing Beast Sui Dan, and then a series of Sui Ling Dan. Grandmaster Chenmo used ironclad facts to refute the world's doubts about him. The alchemists who mocked him were left with swollen faces. Now, after thousands of years of development and improvement, Sui Ling Dan has grown into a well-known category of elixirs. After hearing his words, Zhao Sheng touched his chin and suddenly said, fellow Taoist, you've said so much? Does this mean that the first elixir you'll teach me to refine today will be Sui Ling Dan? Indeed. Fellow Taoist Zhao is truly brilliant. No wonder you've successfully established your foundation at such a young age. Today, I'm going to teach you to refine the dragon beard fish Sui Dan. It's a first-level elixir, not difficult to refine, and perfect for practicing. Jinming couldn't help but praise. He then pulled out 12 bottles and jars from his storage bag, finally pulling out a square porcelain box. Opening the porcelain box, he revealed 9 fist-sized transparent glass bottles filled with a half-finger deep, clear, jelly-like liquid. Zhao Sheng glanced down as Jinming opened the other bottles and jars one by one, asking, do you remember the recipe for the dragon beard fish marrow pill? Yes. 1 portion of dragon beard fish marrow liquid, 3 grams of Zealand stone powder, 3 ounces and 6 grams of 5-leaf dried herb, and the corpse of a 30-year-old coral worm, Zhao Sheng answered expertly. Jinming smiled happily and praised, fellow Taoist Zhao, you are truly dedicated. However, alchemy is a skill that requires immense practice. No matter how many recipes you know, it's better to try refining an elixir once. Come, let me first show you the facilities of this underground fire chamber. With that, Jinming stood from his cushion and walked to the center of the stone chamber. Zhao Sheng followed him, carefully observing the surroundings. The underground fire chamber was roughly circular, approximately 4 or 5 meters in size, its walls clad in fire-repelling stones. Inside the chamber, a foot-high stone platform was built. In its center, a circular, sunken hole, about the thickness of a bucket, dangled inward. Around the hole, a circle of 8-arm-thick earthenware tubes formed a circle. At the mouth of each tube was a red clam head, its mouth wide open. The mouth tilted upward, aimed directly above the center of the hole, creating a breathtakingly realistic pose. At this point, Jinming took the initiative to explain to Zhao Sheng, pointing to the pit. This is the earth fire vent. The earth fire erupts from here. However, for refining a first-level elixir, you generally don't need the main vent. These 8 secondary vents are sufficient. Look, this red clam's mouth is embedded with a fire-regulating array, allowing you to adjust the size and height of the earth fire with spiritual power. Of course, it's more convenient for you to use your spiritual sense. At this point, Jinming changed the subject, saying, although refining elixir with earth fire is convenient, it's ultimately not as effective as using the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. If you have the opportunity in the future, you must strive to refine a spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Otherwise, you won't be able to unleash the potential of the 9-dragon cauldron. Zhao Sheng nodded silently. Jinming then briefly explained a few key points about refining elixir, as well as the rules for using the earth fire chamber. The use of the earth fire chamber is measured in days, requiring 50 merit points per day, which translates to 80 spirit stones per day. If you don't have enough merit points, you can rent it for a few hours, but the minimum requirement is 3 hours. Okay, that's enough for now. Let's begin refining the elixir, Jinming said, turning back to his cushion and sitting cross-legged. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng felt a rare mixture of excitement and nervousness. He immediately sat beside Jinming, channeling his spiritual sense, intently observing his every move. Go! With a low shout, a silver-white 3-legged cauldron suddenly expanded several times its size, transforming into a furnace the size of a water tank. It flew down over the pit, its bottom tightly covering the hole. First, warm the furnace. With this instruction, Jinming formed a magical seal with both hands, and 8 beams of spiritual light shot out from his fingertips, shooting into the mouths of the red clown before disappearing in a flash. The next second, 8 arm-thick green flames erupted from the 8 clam mouths. The flames converged at the bottom of the furnace, and suddenly a vast expanse of green earth fire blazed. Within a few breaths, the temperature in the earth fire chamber rose rapidly, the air became scorching, and the silver-white furnace quickly became scalding. Jinming continuously chanted alchemy spells onto the alchemy furnace. Soon, the walls began to glow faintly red. With a serious expression, Jinming whispered, "There are countless alchemy techniques, but they can be broadly divided into fire and water. Fire is the dominant method these days. Watch carefully while I add the spiritual herbs." As he finished speaking, the lid of the silver-white furnace suddenly opened a crack. Jinming pointed at the jars on the ground before him. Suddenly, a 4-foot-long insect corpse, as thick as an arm and covered in light blue scales, flew out of a thin, thick clay jar. It soared high, flew over a distance of more than 10 feet, and landed in the furnace. Simultaneously, Jinming flicked his finger, and a gray powder from a transparent glass bottle flew out, quickly sinking into the furnace. Bang! The lid snapped back into place. Jinming chanted a series of spiritual light spells again, and the earth and fire within the 8 red clams' mouths weakened considerably, becoming as thick as a finger. While carefully observing the furnace, Jinming explained to Zhao Sheng, "This step is to refine the base of the elixir. This will take about 3/4 of an hour." Zhao Sheng stroked his chin, his heart growing excited. Although he hadn't attempted alchemy in his past 2 lives, he had spent considerable time studying the art of alchemy in his spare time. Therefore, he was no stranger to the art of alchemy. Zhao Sheng knew that the success of an elixir depended primarily on the temperature of the elixir, the degree of integration of its medicinal properties, and, most crucially, the timing of its formation. Too early, and the elixir wouldn't be fully integrated, leaving it unformed. Too late, and the elixir would burn into a pile of dregs. As for the specific ingredients and quantities, the formulas clearly specify them, based on countless years of experience, so there's generally no need to worry about them. Of course, if you want to improve an elixir, increasing or decreasing the amount or purity of certain ingredients is possible, as long as you can afford the risk of failure. However, while it sounds simple, it's incredibly difficult to put into practice. There's a saying in the world of immortal cultivation: the poor make talismans, the rich refine weapons. If you have a mine, you learn alchemy. Another saying goes, days of practice, months of talismans, years of craftsmanship, but a lifetime of painstaking alchemy. This reflects the immense cost in resources and time required to train an alchemist. To name just 2 of the challenges: precisely controlling the furnace's heat and timing the furnace opening. These two difficulties are a nightmare for any alchemist, and even master alchemists admit with embarrassment that the success rate is far from high. Achieving a success rate of more than 50% for refining a high-grade elixir is cause for celebration. Alchemy is universally recognized as a skill that requires immense experience and practice. In terms of difficulty, it ranks second only to divination and formations among the 100 arts of cultivation, making it incredibly difficult to master, difficult to advance, and difficult to master. Thinking about this, 2/4 of an hour passed in a flash. Next, refine the medicinal properties, Jin Ming shouted softly, and several auxiliary spiritual herbs flew out of the bottles and jars in front of him, landing perfectly into the furnace as the lid opened. High heat. 3/4 of an hour, watch carefully, Jin Ming's focus grew more pronounced, and his words became more concise. As he unleashed several spiritual incantations, the earth fire emanating from the 8 red clams suddenly grew thicker, rapidly raising the temperature in the room. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's expression changed, a flicker of shock on his face. He was at the foundation establishment stage, having developed spiritual awareness. Unlike Jin Ming, who relied solely on observation and experience, Zhao Sheng's spiritual awareness had already penetrated the furnace, accurately observing the melting of the spiritual herbs within, as well as the various phenomena of the medicinal properties, precipitation and interactions. It was both intuitive and astonishing. Spiritual awareness is a powerful tool in alchemy, and a strength of foundation establishment cultivators. Time passed slowly as Zhao Sheng observed the reactions of the spiritual herbs within the furnace, silently memorizing every phenomenon. 3/4 of an hour later, a fist-sized ball of light brown, semi-solidified elixir rose and fell in the center of the alchemy furnace. Under the invisible high temperature, the medicinal properties of the elixir were almost completely integrated. In the underground fire chamber, Jin Ming occasionally chanted an elixir formula, constantly controlling the intensity of the fire. A few drops of sweat oozed from his forehead, but at this point, he didn't even bother to wipe them off, estimating that the fire was almost ready. Chapter 191 The Initial Success of Alchemy. Estimating the temperature was almost right, Jin Ming called out, "Final step, add the main ingredient and solidify the pill." As soon as he finished speaking, the dragonfish's cerebrospinal fluid flew out of the bottle, coalescing into a ball of water that landed with a thud in the furnace. Zhao Sheng's heart tightened as he watched the cyan fire gradually weaken under Jin Ming's control. Simultaneously, upon contact, the elixir liquid inside the furnace and the main fish marrow fluid merged, reacting violently. Countless tiny gray bubbles instantly appeared on the surface of the elixir, and its volume rapidly decreased. These gray bubbles burst, dissolving into wisps of gray smoke, which were instantly consumed by the invisible heat. In just a minute, the light brown elixir turned pure white, its volume reduced to half its original size. Just as the elixir was about to solidify completely, Zhao Sheng, feeling extremely nervous, almost called out to Jin Ming. At that moment, the experienced Jin Ming suddenly formed a series of alchemy techniques with both hands, and rays of spiritual light instantly sank into the furnace. With a resounding shout, "Condensate! The elixir is done!" At that moment, Zhao Sheng saw the elixir in the furnace suddenly wriggle, then suddenly split, splitting into 9 portions. 4 of the portions instantly dissipated, burning into a pile of dregs, while the other 5 spun and condensed into grape-sized, pure white elixirs. They suddenly flew out of the furnace's upper opening, tracing a beautiful arc before landing with a ding-ding into the prepared elixir bottle. Jin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, handed the elixir bottle to Zhao Sheng, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and grinned. "Finally, it's done, but there are only 5. The success rate is average. In alchemy, 9 is the ultimate number, and a single elixir furnace can only produce 9 at most. 5 was already quite a few." Jin Ming's words were clearly a show of authority in front of Zhao Sheng, another way of saying it was a show of bragging. Zhao Sheng examined the fish marrow elixir in the bottle, paying him no attention. Seeing this, Jin Ming scratched his chin awkwardly, then regained his masterly demeanor and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, what do you think? Would you like me to demonstrate it 2 more times?" "Okay, please try refining 2 more furnaces," Zhao Sheng said directly. Jin Ming was stunned by this and looked at Zhao Sheng with surprise. He had expected him to be eager to try it out, hoping that a few more failures would make him deeply aware of the difficulty of alchemy. But he showed no sign of rushing. "Fine, 2 more furnaces. If alchemy could be learned simply by watching, the world would be filled with alchemists. they wouldn't be so highly praised everywhere they go. Without further ado, Jin Ming stepped forward and rinsed the interior of the furnace with morning dew. Then he returned to his cushion and sat cross-legged. First, warm the furnace. Jin Ming's hands moved quickly and decisively, and as he chanted a spell, 8 fire-breathing vents once again belched out earthly fire. A moment later, the voice echoed again, refine the base of the elixir. The coral worm corpse emerges, and the 5-leafed juniper emerges. 2/4 of an hour later, melting the medicinal properties. 3/4 of an hour later, add the main ingredient and prepare to form the elixir. Bang! The furnace lid moved a crack, and 6 jade white fish marrow pills, carrying a rich medicinal aroma, flew out, leaping a foot before landing in the empty elixir bottle. Jin Ming wiped the sweat off his face, looking slightly tired. He handed the elixir bottle back to Zhao Sheng and said proudly, "Hey, 6? Not as good as the usual 8, but it's not bad at all." Zhao Sheng quietly had a glint in his eyes, took the elixir bottle, and with a beaming smile, gave Jin Ming a thumbs up. He praised him, "Fellow Taoist Jin, your alchemy skills are truly exceptional. How about trying again?" "Sure. As long as you don't mind, I'll accompany you to the end today." Jin Ming had produced 2 elixirs in a row, and his confidence was overflowing. His words were filled with pride. First, warm the furnace. Then, boil the base of the elixir. Third step, refine the medicinal properties. Fourth step, add the main ingredient and prepare to solidify the elixir. Condensate. The elixir is done. As Jin Ming called out the word condense, Zhao Sheng's eyes shone with a divine light. In an instant, the world slowed to a crawl, time seemingly stretched many times longer. Enhancing bullet time, Zhao Sheng witnessed the entire elixir-forming process with uncanny clarity. To others, it might have been a fleeting second, but to Zhao Sheng, it felt like an eternity, a full minute, as the fish marrow pill slowly took shape and solidified into pill. "The elixir is done, come out." With a series of crisp sounds, 7 fish marrow pills successively dropped into the elixir bottle. Jin Ming laughed heartily, and only then did the divine light in Zhao Sheng's eyes slowly fade. "How is it, fellow Taoist? Did you see clearly? Do you want to try it?" Jin Ming asked Zhao Sheng with a smile. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly and said readily, "Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Jin to stand by and guide me at any time." "No problem." With that, Jin Ming vacated the main seat. Zhao Sheng immediately stepped forward and rinsed the alchemy furnace with morning dew. Then he turned and walked to the central cushion, sitting cross-legged. Zhao Sheng's smile faded, his expression solemn. He released his spiritual awareness, enveloping the alchemy furnace in front of him and the earth-fire platform below. With a thought, he released several spiritual incantations, and the fire-controlling array within the red clam's mouth suddenly activated. 8 strands of cyan earth fire, each as thick as an arm, erupted violently from the vent. "First step, warm the alchemy furnace," Zhao Sheng calmly repeated Jin Ming's words. This wasn't out of pedantry, but to deepen his understanding. Beside him, Jin Ming watched Zhao Sheng's hand gestures and nodded silently. Although his movements were a little clumsy, his fire-controlling incantations were perfectly executed, and his spiritual energy was perfectly controlled. As expected of a foundation establishment cultivator, his control was truly formidable. Jin Ming had been mistaken. Zhao Sheng hadn't practiced any fire control techniques in this life, but in his previous life, he had mastered them thoroughly. A moment later, the surface of the alchemy furnace glowed faintly red. Seeing that time was almost up, Zhao Sheng pointed to the earthenware jar containing the coral insect carcasses, then to the porcelain bottle containing the 5-leaf dandelion. Second step, refine the base of the elixir. The carcasses and medicinal powder were smoothly dropped into the elixir furnace. Zhao Sheng pressed his hands together, and rays of spiritual light shone into the furnace, causing the 2 spiritual herbs to slowly dissolve in the invisible heat, releasing their medicinal essence. Third step, refine the medicinal properties. Bang, bang. The remaining spiritual herbs flew into the elixir furnace one after another. Zhao Sheng's hands moved continuously, the spiritual energy from his dantian flowing to his fingertips, quickly transforming into rays of spiritual light and alchemy techniques that sank into the elixir furnace. Sniffing the gradually growing aroma of elixir in the air, Jin Ming couldn't help but stroke his long beard, his eyes widening unconsciously. He muttered to himself, "Has this person learned this before? The medicinal aroma is quite strong, indicating that he has a very precise control over the heat." Even with the aid of his spiritual consciousness, It's quite unusual for him to be able to refine it so smoothly. Most beginners, when refining the base of the elixir, fail to control the intensity of the fire, resulting in an incomplete elixir or pile of waste. A beginner in alchemy often fails dozens of times before even making it past the second step. Could this person truly be an alchemy genius? Thinking of his previous miraculous performance, Jin Ming suddenly had a strange thought. Step 4. Add the main ingredient, and form the elixir. As the main ingredient, the dragonfish cerebrospinal fluid, was immersed in the cauldron. Zhao Sheng's spiritual consciousness burst forth with all his might, watching intently the reaction between the elixir liquid and the main ingredient. His movements became increasingly faster, and he continuously chanted alchemy techniques. When the elixir was about to completely condense, Jin Ming was extremely nervous, and he carefully watched Zhao Sheng's next move. Zhao Sheng knew that the most difficult step in alchemy was how to condense the elixir. Because it was his first attempt at alchemy, he decided from the beginning to give up the other 8 elixir liquids and condense only one for the time being. Seeing that the time had come, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with divine light, and the world became extremely slow. Thanks to this, he had plenty of time to slowly condense the elixir. Under his control, a portion of the elixir liquid was turned around and easily condensed into an elixir. At this time, the bullet time was not even half over. There is still a lot of time. Should I condense another one? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Zhao Sheng's heart began to stir. Chapter 192, Alchemy Rookie is not rookie. No, Zhao Sheng thought about it and immediately gave up the idea. His identity was very sensitive and he needed to keep a low profile. The reputation of alchemy genius was too eye-catching and could easily cause unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng's hands slowed down and he watched helplessly as the other 8 portions of elixir liquid slowly turned into elixir residue. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull explosions came from the alchemy furnace. Just when Jin Ming thought the alchemy had failed, Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand and the lid of the furnace suddenly opened. As wisps of black smoke and a bitter smell drifted out of the alchemy furnace, a white elixir suddenly jumped out of the lid, flew out with a white light, and fell into the elixir bottle that had been prepared long ago with a ding. Hey, you succeeded on the first try. Jin Ming's eyes almost popped out of his head in shock, and he stammered in surprise. Zhao Sheng shook the elixir bottle, listening to the clattering elixir inside. He modestly said, "This is all thanks to Master Jin's teaching. Of course, there's also a bit of luck involved." Jin Ming shook his head sharply, looking at Zhao Sheng with a complicated gaze. He said seriously, "One try doesn't count. Try again." He believed there were geniuses who succeeded on their first try, but he didn't believe Zhao Sheng was one of them. Jin Ming preferred to believe that Zhao Sheng had plenty of experience refining elixirs before, which accounted for his current performance. Zhao Sheng didn't hesitate, answering readily, "Okay, this time." Zhao Sheng was wrong. He assumed Jin Ming was saying this to help him consolidate and improve his success rate in refining the fish marrow pill, not realizing that he didn't want to acknowledge his alchemy prowess. That's right. Zhao Sheng's definition of genius and Jin Ming's were completely different. Zhao Sheng thought he was being discreet, but he didn't realize his performance was still too outstanding. There are countless types of elixirs, broadly categorized as detoxifying, healing, replenishing vital energy, enhancing cultivation, increasing spiritual power, warding off disaster, and extending life, each requiring varying degrees of difficulty to refine. It's widely acknowledged in the alchemy community that, aside from a limited number of exceptional elixirs that defy natural forces, such as those that extend life and ward off disaster, elixirs that enhance cultivation and strengthen the spirit are the most challenging. While the fish marrow pill is merely a basic first-tier elixir, containing only one main ingredient and 12 auxiliary ingredients, it is a spiritual power-enhancing elixir, making it significantly more difficult to refine than similar tier elixirs. Jin Ming chose the fish marrow pill firstly to intimidate Zhao Sheng and establish his authority as teacher. Second, the fish marrow pill was one of his specialty elixirs, and its refinement was neither too difficult nor too difficult. However, someone's unconventional approach left Jin Ming feeling somewhat embarrassed. He recalled the harrowing experience of being berated by his master for dozens of days while learning to refine the fish marrow pill, a memory that remains etched in his memory. This time, Jin Ming focused his attention, meticulously observing Zhao Sheng's every move as he refined the elixir. Zhao Sheng's second attempt at refining the dragonbeard fish marrow pill was noticeably more proficient than the first. His elixir techniques and incantations flowed with remarkable fluidity, his control 3 times finer than before. His first 3 steps were unmistakably swift and steady, completely betraying his second attempt. Condensation. Pill done. With a low shout, black smoke billowed from the alchemy furnace as a round, white fish marrow pill flew out and landed in the elixir bottle. A soft ding sounded, yet it resonated like thunder in Jin Ming's mind. Jin Ming couldn't help but groan. Another success. Zhao Sheng was startled by this. Only then did he realize how reckless he had been. A novice alchemist, just starting out, had succeeded twice in a row. This wasn't rare, but rather, it was extremely rare. Zhao Sheng's mind flashed, and he jokingly said, "Fellow Taoist Jin, what's so surprising about this? I'm a foundation establishment cultivator after all. I have the aid of my spiritual sense, and I've been practicing alchemy for decades. It's perfectly normal for me to be able to refine several first-grade elixirs right away, right? Fellow Taoist Zhao is at the foundation establishment stage. Refining a first-grade elixir of this difficulty is nothing for you." I was almost wrong just now. Jin Ming suddenly understood, and a relieved smile finally broke out on his face. Haha. I'm not a novice in alchemy, Zhao Sheng laughed heartily and jokingly remarked to himself. Jin Ming felt much better at this thought. But after this incident, he clearly took Zhao Sheng even more seriously. Fellow Taoist, it seems you've already grasped the essence of refining fish marrow pills. However, to increase the number of pills you can produce and your success rate, you should practice more. There are still 6 medicinal ingredients left. Would you like to refine them all today? Jin Ming's words were well-intentioned, but Zhao Sheng had his own plans. He smiled faintly and tentatively said, "Fellow Taoist Jin, we have plenty of time today. Why not teach me how to refine another elixir?" Jin Ming's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Alchemy is a difficult art to learn and master. Zhao Sheng's words inevitably sounded like he was trying to run just after learning to crawl, suggesting excessive impatience. After a moment's thought, Jin Ming sighed. "Well, since you want to learn, I'll teach you how to refine the water spirit pill." Was Zhao Sheng impatient? Not really. From his recent experience with the fish marrow pill, he had realized that he could leverage his natural talents to speed up the process of refining other elixirs, akin to copying. In the art of alchemy, having a master to teach you and trying to figure it out on your own are 2 completely different concepts. The difficulty of each is simply not on the same order of magnitude. He could clearly find a master to teach him, but he insisted on trying on his own. This waste of time, energy, and money was, in Zhao Sheng's eyes, sheer folly. He acted immediately. Once Jin Ming had made up his mind, he pulled the elixirs needed to refine the water spirit pill from his storage bag. The water spirit pill was also a first-tier elixir, a type of elixir that increases cultivation. Its main ingredient was century-old sea basket silk, supplemented by 15 other herbs, including emerald heart powder and marmoset. It was 3 times more difficult to refine than the fish marrow pill. The steps for refining the water spirit pill were similar to those for the fish marrow pill, though the process took much longer. The third step, refining the medicinal properties, took at least an hour. Refining any elixir, from the beginning to the final stage of condensation, required the refiner's undivided attention. A single mistake could lead to failure. This was only one of the difficulties in alchemy. There were many more, such as the conflicting and fusion of medicinal properties, the complexity of the elixir-forming reactions, the number of stages required to refine the elixir tribulations, and so on. An hour and a half later, a furnace of water spirit pills was successfully produced, yielding 5 pills of exceptional quality. Jin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, chuckling, "Did fellow Taoist Zhao see? Alchemy isn't that easy." Zhao Sheng rubbed his chin and abruptly said, "Fellow Taoist Jin, how about refining 2 more furnaces?" Jin Ming was startled by this and grumbled twice. Seeing the other party's expectant gaze, he hesitated and said, "1 more furnace. Only 1 ingredient remains for the water spirit pill. Once this one is finished, you can refine the fish marrow pill. You know, in alchemy, quality is more important than quantity. You can't chew too much." Zhao Sheng, not exposing his lie, nodded with a smile. Because it was his last time, Jin Ming clearly put more effort into refining the elixir, and Zhao Sheng was even more so. Another hour and a half passed, and a new batch of water spirit pills was finally ready. This time, 4 pills were produced, all of excellent quality. Jin Ming wasn't entirely satisfied with the result, It barely passed the passing mark. However, Zhao Sheng was extremely satisfied, feeling greatly rewarded. Chapter 193 Two-Year Alchemy Master. After Jinming finished his instruction, he didn't linger in the underground fire room. He simply left Zhao Sheng with the ingredients for 6 fish marrow pills and then, presumably, left. When Zhao Sheng was left alone in the underground fire room, a glint flashed in his eyes, his face lit up with uncontrollable excitement. He returned to his cushion, sat cross-legged, and began refining the fish marrow pills for the 3rd time. This time, he would give it his all. Half an hour later, black smoke curled from the furnace. Zhao Sheng's eyes shone brightly, and 2 blue beams shot out from his eye sockets, stretching over 3 inches. His hands, condensing the pills, flashed with afterimages. Condensate. With a low shout, 3 fish marrow pills suddenly burst from the furnace, soaring to Zhao Sheng's front, where they hovered in the air. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly as he surveyed the richly fragrant elixirs before him. Refining the pills was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. Even with his gifted talent, Zhao Sheng still underestimated the complexity of refining the elixir. Several other batches of elixir failed, either because the medicinal properties didn't blend well enough for the elixir, or because the elixir-forming reaction wasn't sufficient. Try again. Zhao Sheng put away the fish marrow pill and, with a wave of his hand, moved the silver-white cauldron Jinming had left behind. The next second, the 9 dragons cauldron soared, soaring to a height of over a person, before landing steadily on the alchemy table. Boom! As 8 red clam fire ports belched blazing pure blue earth fire, the 9 dragons cauldron quickly became scorching. True to its spiritual-grade cauldron, Zhao Sheng manipulated it with ease, 10 times smoother than the silver-white cauldron. This 4th attempt at refining the fish marrow pill, with the 9 dragons cauldron's assistance, Zhao Sheng felt the elixir's simmering speed was remarkable, its medicinal properties more thorough and balanced. The improvement was even more pronounced during the refining phase. The bubbles in the elixir liquid became finer, and its volume shrank 3 times faster. The temperature fluctuations during refining were also much easier to control than in the silver furnace, achieving an order of magnitude higher precision and accuracy. This 4th attempt at refining the elixir immediately gave Zhao Sheng a major surprise. He produced a staggering 5 pills, 4 of which were of exceptional quality, with only 1 showing a minor flaw, though still considered acceptable. Excited, Zhao Sheng seized the opportunity to begin refining the 5th batch. Half an hour later, the refining failed, the cause of which remains unknown. The 6th batch produced 3 pills, due to the poor quality of the medicinal ingredients. The 7th batch produced 7. By the end of the 7 batches, all of Jinming's remaining medicinal ingredients had been used up, yet the number of fish marrow pills had reached 7. Most importantly, he had only failed once. If other alchemists knew his success rate, they would be stunned. This guy is simply inhuman. Zhao Sheng was satisfied with the result, but it wasn't perfect. He felt he still had much room for improvement. By the time Zhao Sheng emerged from the underground fire chamber and left Wangsha Peak, it was already dusk, the sun setting in the west. The dim sunlight shone down on Wangsha Peak, illuminating the vast expanse of white smoke drifting above it with a blood-red hue, as if a crimson-rosy cloud filled the sky. The plume of smoke rising from the peak was stained pink, looking from afar like a red silk thread descending from the sky, a breathtaking sight. But such a beautiful scene failed to capture Zhao Sheng's attention. Leaving Wangsha Peak, he headed straight for the Danghou market. Arriving at the market, he skipped the main entrance and went directly to the precious medicinal pavilion, purchasing numerous spiritual herbs for refining water spirit pills and fish marrow pills. He also purchased several other spiritual herbs for refining first-level spiritual pills, intending for Jinming to teach him alchemy later. The next day, a dull crackling sound emanated from the 9-dragon cauldron in the underground fire chamber. Though the sound was quiet, it made Zhao Sheng's heart sink, and his expression darkened. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Sheng sighed and stopped the underground fire. Then he stepped forward, waved his hand, and the lid of the cauldron flew up. He peered inside, and sure enough, only a pile of elixir residue remained. Zhao Sheng shook his head, snapped his fingers, and a water dragon materialized from thin air. It flew into the furnace, rapidly and repeatedly washing the walls. This was his 5th attempt at refining the water spirit pill, and his 2nd failure. Judging by the success rate, the water spirit pill was indeed more difficult to make than the fish marrow pill. After rinsing the furnace, Zhao Sheng had finally shaken off the shadow of failure and regained his composure. He sat back on his cushion with an expressionless face, lost in thought. After summarizing the lessons learned from his failure, he began refining the 6th batch of water spirit pills. Refining elixirs is a matter of practice, like leveling up in a game. The more you play, the more proficient you become. 7 days later, Jinming and Zhao Sheng met again. Without waiting for Jinming to ask, Zhao Sheng immediately demonstrated the results of his 7 days of intensive alchemy training. 1 batch of fish marrow pills yielded 3 pills. 1 batch of water spirit pills yielded 2. Most impressively, he hadn't failed twice. Seeing Zhao Sheng's humble yet eager expression, Jinming took a deep breath, unable to bring himself to offer any criticism. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng seized the opportunity to offer, "Fellow Taoist Jin, I've heard you're an expert at refining jade yellow pills. I've also gathered 20 ingredients. Why don't you teach me how to make jade yellow pills today?" Jinming couldn't help but gasp. He felt a pang of pain in his lungs, a suffocating feeling. He clutched his chest and painfully agreed, "Okay." Zhao Sheng was overjoyed. He ignored Jinming's pain and shook his hand, thanking him. "Fellow Taoist, you're truly magnanimous. I admire you deeply." As he spoke, Jinming felt something hard in his hand. Looking down, he saw mid-grade pure yin spirit stone, a faint glow emanating from between his fingers. Jinming immediately felt better upon seeing this. He said loudly, "You're so polite, fellow Taoist. Since you're so sincere, I'll teach you everything I know, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Zhao Sheng patted his hand knowingly and smiled. "I can't say anything else, but you'll see my sincerity later." "Okay, Jin, I'll start refining a furnace of jade yellow pill right now," Jinming said readily. 2 years had flown by. On Chunqiu Island, the core spiritual island of Jiazhan Island, a vast 3-story palace-like building stood to the east. Over the main entrance of the ground floor hall were the 3 gilded characters gonged hall. The building was spacious, with a main hall on the first floor stretching a whopping 50 to 60 feet. The hall was divided into several areas, separated by jade counters. In the center of each area stood a vast white wall of light, its surface emblazoned with lines of black, red, yellow, green, and white text, corresponding to the 5 levels of missions. The gonged hall was where the Chunqiu Alliance issued various missions to its own allies, the island's independent cultivators, and a group of guest elders. Depending on the function of each area, the corresponding tasks are quite diverse. There are common quests like hunting monsters and searching for spiritual herbs and medicinal materials, as well as specialized quests involving alchemy, weapon refinement, and talisman refinement. There are also special quests like mercenaries, assassinations, and security, and even recruiting sons-in-law and apprentices. As long as you dare to place a task, the merit hall will take it, provided you can afford the reward and commission. In the world of immortal cultivation, special places like the merit hall are actually very common. Every major immortal sect or family has a similar place. For example, the Guian sect, where Zhao Sheng had lived in his previous life, established a Shanguang hall that functions very similarly to the merit hall, but unlike the merit hall, it does not openly list all tasks. At this moment, Zhao Sheng, dressed in black, stood before a vast wall of light, his eyes flickering as the words on the wall changed. A moment later, his spiritual awareness suddenly shifted, and he raised his hand to reveal a J tablet. Class C Mission 11, with a slow cry, a beam of white light suddenly emanated from the light wall, then flashed and disappeared into the J token in his hand. After a burst of white light, a series of small characters appeared on the J token, 20 water-repelling pills, 1,000 merit points. Zhao Sheng glanced at it and immediately understood the mission's details. It turned out that the water-repelling pill was a special type of first-grade elixir that was quite difficult to refine. After taking one, a cultivator could breathe freely underwater for up to 3 days. Alchemy was a truly costly art, and even Zhao Sheng, with his wealth, found it overwhelming. Especially when he was trying to refine the second-grade elixirs from the 100-pill formulas of alchemy, the cost of any failed attempt was in the triple-digit spirit stone range. It wasn't that he wasn't content with refining first-grade elixirs, but rather that he was progressing too quickly. Jinming had already been plundered 6 months earlier. Zhao Sheng had mastered the refining methods for all 21 first-grade elixirs. As for the second-tier elixir, Alice, Jinming could only refine one type of second-tier golden essence pill, with a pitifully low success rate. He only succeeded once or twice in 10 attempts, and each time produced at most 2 pills, not to mention the quality. Zhao Sheng had considered becoming a disciple of another alchemist. But after hearing rumors of his alchemy genius and being repeatedly visited by fellow Foundation establishment practitioners, Zhao Sheng temporarily abandoned the idea to avoid further trouble. He also secretly reduced his visits to the Earth Fire Room and the number and frequency of elixirs he sold. He had been visiting the Merit Hall more frequently in the past 2 months, partly to take on a few alchemy tasks and earn some spiritual money to cover his investment, but he was primarily there for the heavenly and earthly spiritual fire. Unfortunately, heavenly and earthly spiritual fire suitable for alchemy is hard to come by. For months, Zhao Sheng had explored the island's market and the Merit Hall, encountering several varieties of heavenly and earthly spiritual fire, but none met his requirements. Finally, he came across a golden flame from the Earth's core, suitable for alchemy. However, before he could make his move, the Earth core golden flame was purchased by the higher-ups of the Alchemist Guild. Zhao Sheng, a mere alchemy apprentice, was completely ignored. Despite Jin Ming's vague suspicion, no one on Jiazan Island knew he was already a first-rank alchemist. After accepting the alchemy task, Zhao Sheng scanned the other task walls but found no clues regarding the heaven and earth spirit flame. After a moment's deliberation, he immediately stepped out of the Merit Hall, tossed his golden essence flying sword, and simultaneously spun around, transforming into a sword rainbow and soaring towards the cave abode at the edge of the island. Chapter 194 Recruitment Failure. Name, Zhao Dingshan, Zhao Sheng, Lifespan 33/286 Realm, Foundation Establishment Level 3 Occupation, 2nd Level Talisman Master, 1st Level Alchemist Constitution, Water, Metal, and Fire Spiritual Roots, Half-Elf Clan Talents, Bullet Time, Danger Sense, Absolute Rationality, Skills, Cultivation Techniques, Mysterious Origin Heavy Water Art, Mastered, Talisman Overlay, Great Mastery, Fire Control Art, Great Mastery, Blood Soul Sutra, Incomplete, Proficient, Spells, Refraction, God-Slaying Sword, Water Mine Magic, 1000 Waterfalls and Flowing Clouds. Talismans, Spirit Concentrating Talisman, Water Dragon Talisman, Rebirth 100 Thoughts Talisman, 100 Curtains of Ice Cloud, Phantom Escape Talisman, and 176 other types of alchemy, Fish Marrow Pill, Water Spirit Pill, Jade Yellow Pill, Condensing Origin Pill, Condensing Mind Pill, Water Repelling Pill, a total of 25 types. In the gigantic underground fire chamber, the air was parched and hot, the heat waves raging, the temperature inside extremely high. Zhao Sheng concentrated intensely. Under precise control of his spiritual sense, the azure earth fire emanating from the 8 clams' mouths gradually thinned to the thickness of a finger. The 9-dragon cauldron also slowly rose, shrinking from the size of a water jar to the size of a wine jar, slowly rotating under the heat of the earth fire. As time ticked by, Zhao Sheng carefully added each elixir, dead wood shaped like tree roots, processed green jade powder, and a transparent slurry. This step, refining the medicinal properties, is the most prone to mishaps in alchemy, as the elixir-forming reaction is the most intense, requiring no carelessness. This was his 4th attempt at refining the 2nd-level elixir, the Cold Dove Marrow elixir. The previous 3 attempts had failed, but this time, success seemed possible. Half an hour later, a faint medicinal fragrance emanated from the 9-dragon cauldron, invigorating the senses. However, Zhao Sheng knew that before adding the main ingredient, the elixir was still far from complete. At least the main ingredient had to fuse successfully with the elixir liquid, reaching the stage of condensation, for there to be any hope of success. Refining a 2nd-tier elixir is far more difficult than refining a 1st-tier elixir, on average more than 10 times more difficult, with the exception of a few special elixirs. Even a genius with exceptional comprehension and talent like Zhao Sheng repeatedly failed while refining a 2nd-tier elixir. Of course, this was likely due to his own trial and error. Refining a 2nd-tier elixir is difficult, but could it be as difficult as building a foundation? With this thought, Zhao Sheng perked up. The 9-dragon cauldron, controlled by his spiritual sense, shone with a dazzling aura. Gradually, the subterranean fire grew from thin to thick, eventually reaching the thickness of a bowl, enveloping the entire 9-dragon cauldron in flames. At first glance, the 9-dragon cauldron seemed like a fireball, and the medicinal aroma grew stronger as the flames intensified. After nearly an hour, The rich medicinal aroma gathered at the top of the stone chamber, lingering for a long time until it formed a small, grayish-white elixir cloud. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed. With a wave of his right hand, a fist-sized, blue, gelatinous mass of cold dove brain marrow flew out, dehydrated, and landed in the nine-dragon cauldron. Boom! The nine-dragon cauldron trembled, and a large cloud of blue smoke erupted from the edge of the lid. The medicinal fragrance in the stone chamber became even stronger, but a bone-chilling chill suddenly permeated the parched air. Zhao Sheng's spiritual consciousness exploded, and his hand formed a series of afterimages. A series of brilliant flashes of spiritual light sank into the nine-dragon cauldron, controlling the elixir and completing the final transformation. Even a fool could tell that this alchemy refining had reached its most critical moment. "Give it to me, concentrate." A moment later, Zhao Sheng suddenly shouted, his eyes gleaming, and his hands almost vanished into shadow. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of explosions and the smell of burning, a joyful smile suddenly broke out on Zhao Sheng's face. Snap! A pale blue elixir suddenly leaped from the cauldron. Under the control of his spiritual consciousness, it spun and flew in front of Zhao Sheng, landing with a ding into a pre-prepared elixir bottle. The second-level cold dove marrow elixir was complete. Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and the 8 fire-breathing vents instantly closed, dissipating the subterranean flames. With a wave of his hand, the nine-dragon cauldron flew from the alchemy table to his front. Zhao Sheng looked down at the cauldron and saw a charred residue at the bottom. Within the residue lay 2 burnt pills, a mixture of black and blue. Clearly, they were unfinished elixirs. Alice, after all, they were just a little short of perfection. Zhao Sheng shook his head, feeling a pity. After a moment's reflection, he removed the 2 unfinished pills from the cauldron and placed them in a jade box. Even though they were useless, they still held great research value, and Zhao Sheng couldn't bear to throw them away. After this, Zhao Sheng sat down on his cushion in meditation, slowly regaining his composure and secretly summarizing his alchemy experience. It wasn't until half an hour later that he opened his eyes and began refining the elixir. The same steps, the same raw powder, the same fire control technique, but unfortunately, the problem this time lay in the second step: the elixir base failed. The reason for the failure was that the spiritual medicine had not been properly processed, and some impurities still remained. This time, Zhao Sheng's face remained expressionless. After his mind and spiritual energy had been adjusted, he silently began the 6th furnace. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Sheng emerged from the passage below Sunset Peak with a calm expression. An observant eye would have seen a tinge of joy and heartache beneath his seemingly calm expression. Joy because the success rate of the second-level cold dove marrow spirit pill had exceeded 40%, with an average of more than 3 pills produced. As for the heartache, he had burned through nearly 50 ingredients for the elixir, costing over 10,000 spirit stones. In the end, he only obtained 25 dove marrow pills, worth around 3,000 spirit stones. At that moment, the armored figure guarding the passageway saw Zhao Sheng emerge. His expression was startled at first, but then quickly transformed into excitement. "Congratulations, Senior, on your further advancement in alchemy," the figure boldly congratulated him. Zhao Sheng paused, flicked a spirit stone with his finger, and it landed precisely in the figure's hand. "Sanchong, it's a bit of a waste of your talent, for the alchemist to assign you to guard this gate. Why don't you come and follow me?" 2 years, not too short, not too long, was enough for Zhao Sheng to sense the armored figure's extraordinary abilities. His real name was Li Sanchong. Despite his enormous stature, menacing features, and lack of intelligence, he possessed an incredibly sharp eye, a master of subtle expressions. Zhao Sheng even knew that he was a martial arts master, perhaps even at the half-step to enlightenment realm, not far off from his third life. Even if such a brilliant martial arts master wasn't a cultivator, he shouldn't have been reduced to guarding the gate. Zhao Sheng valued his talent, and so offered to recruit him. Li Sanchong clasped his fists and said earnestly, "I'm deeply grateful for your esteem, Senior. But I can't go with you. My master raised me from childhood. Wherever he goes, I go. Whatever he tells me to do, I do. I obey him." Zhao Sheng saw the man's serious expression, shook his head, and gave up the idea of recruiting him. Li Sancheng's master was a relative of a second-level alchemist in the Alchemist Association. In other words, Li Sanchong was likely sent here specifically for a purpose that wasn't simple, He must be carrying out some important mission. Chapter 195, The Law of Heaven and Earth and Realm-Level Spiritual Medicine. After leaving Sunset Peak, Zhao Sheng launched his silver-white flying boat. After boarding it, the boat soared into the sky, circled halfway, and sped southwest. This flight lasted half a day, and finally, at dusk, the silver-white boat crossed a vast ocean and arrived above a circular island covered in emerald green. The island wasn't large, but it was lush and verdant. Much of the island had been cultivated into medicinal fields, planted with a variety of spiritual herbs and medicinal materials. Furthermore, the island also housed numerous docile rabbits, used for drug testing. After circling once in midair, the boat slowly descended behind a steep cliff directly north of the island. After retracting the boat, Zhao Sheng's presence flashed a few times, and he was standing before a shimmering stone door. Just as Zhao Sheng was about to knock, the stone door suddenly opened of its own accord. Then a red-robed boy poked his head out. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng, he immediately asked warily, "Who are you?" Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and casually tossed a token into the boy's sight. The boy took the token, his eyes widening in surprise before a fawning smile spread across his face. "So it's you, Senior Zhao. I'm ignorant, but please forgive me." The boy quickly emerged from the cave, respectfully handed the token back, and hurriedly led Zhao Sheng inside. Zhao Sheng certainly wouldn't argue with a child, but he also quietly lowered his opinion of the cave's owner. While the cave looked unremarkable from the outside, it was significantly larger inside than Zhao Sheng's guest cave. Every detail was exquisitely elegant, understated yet luxurious. Led by the Taoist boy, Zhao Sheng soon arrived at a spacious living room deep within the cave. The living room walls were adorned with antique paintings, and the air was filled with a delicate fragrance. The slightest inhalation of it invigorated him, and the vortex of spiritual energy in his Danshan actually accelerated. The living room tables and chairs were all made of centuries-old blood dan wood, a priceless treasure. A single piece of blood dan wood was worth at least 1,000 spirit stones, and only a wealthy alchemist could afford such precious wood. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, please wait a moment. I'm preparing medicinal powder. I apologize for any inconvenience." Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from the deepest recesses of the cave abode into the living room. "Fellow Taoist Jack, there's no need to be so polite. I'm orally. Refining the elixir is more important. I'll wait a little longer. Fellow Taoist Meng and the others will be arriving soon anyway," Zhao Sheng replied loudly. As soon as he entered the living room, he sensed the stirrings of fiery spiritual energy deep within the cave abode, accompanied by a surge of hot air. It seemed that Jie Chen was indeed refining the elixir. Jie Chen was a disciple of the alchemy master Su Chong. Born into the Jie family of Danfu, for unknown reasons, he abandoned the Danding sect and instead followed Su Chong to the Broken Star Sea 2 years ago. Just then, a young boy, carrying a wooden tray, entered the living room and quietly offered Zhao Sheng a cup of spiritual tea. Zhao Sheng glanced down at the teacup, which, within its crystal-clear form, was an emerald green, its leaves standing like swords and needles, exuding a unique fragrance. He understood, taking a sip. The initial bitterness faded, but as he swallowed, it transformed into a refreshing sensation that instantly flowed through his body, leaving him feeling relaxed and at ease. This tea was indeed the Jie family's special sword eyebrow spiritual tea. Zhao Sheng hadn't had it in centuries. Tasting it again today brought back a longing for home. But, returning to the central continent wouldn't be easy. For the past 2 years, Zhao Sheng hadn't been solely focused on alchemy and cultivation. A year ago, he had disguised himself and attempted to reach Star God Island. But as soon as he approached the 500-kilometer radius of Star God Island, his danger senses began to frantically warn him of the danger ahead, extremely dangerous. Any further would mean certain death. That day, Zhao Sheng witnessed firsthand a thick, black aura of death enveloping the heavens and earth. A boundless, invisible spiritual web, centered on Star God Island, spread out in all directions like a spider's web, encompassing everything from the 9th heavenly aura to the abyss of the ocean. The dense, interwoven web of invisible threads, imperceptible even to ordinary giant and cultivators, revealed its true form within the black aura of death. Every time Zhao Sheng recalled the shocking scene he witnessed that day, his heart raced. He didn't know what that vast, earth-shattering web was, but he felt it was too difficult. Zhao Sheng forced himself to suppress his turbulent thoughts, sipping his tea and glancing around. His eyes suddenly flickered to a picture on the opposite wall, covered in rows of dark black runes and accompanied by images of 4 spiritual herbs. A hint of interest crossed his face. The dark black runes were surprisingly written in Tai spiritual script. Of any other cultivator, perhaps 1 in 100 would understand Tai spiritual script. But Zhao Sheng, as luck would have it, did. Not only did he understand it, he was practically proficient in it. After carefully examining it several times, Zhao Sheng was pleasantly surprised, his horizons widening. The picture actually described 4 realm-level spiritual herbs: the Zhuangxing mining spirit tree, the Qingguang giant spirit grass, the Dixon Wanhou mushroom, and the void devil fungus. Zhao Sheng knew that spiritual herbs were categorized into different levels, but this was the first time he had heard of realm-level spiritual herbs. Legends of divine-level spiritual herbs once existed in the Xianzhou realm. For example, the legendary Jiuhumundu of Xianzhou Mountain was a divine-level spiritual herb. So, how did Jiuhumundu compare to realm-level spiritual herbs like the Zhuangxing mining spirit tree? Oh, could it be that fellow Taoist Zhao also understands Tai Lingwen? As Zhao Sheng was lost in thought, a middle-aged man in Confucian robes walked in from the living room. He had white hair, a youthful face, and an elegant demeanor, looking at Zhao Sheng with a gentle smile. Fellow Taoist Fang, you're joking. I only recognize 1 or 2 Tai Lingwens. How could I dare to claim to understand them? Zhao Sheng came to his senses and, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately stood up and explained with a wry smile. The man's name was Fang Weishan, the master of a spiritual island affiliated with the Spring and Autumn Alliance. His cultivation level was approximately in the early, perhaps middle, stages of foundation establishment. At the foundation establishment stage, cultivators often conceal some of their strength, making it difficult to determine a person's true level without engaging in actual combat. Oh, really? Seeing you so engrossed, I thought I'd met a fellow enthusiast. Fang Weishan made no secret of his obsession with Tai Lingwen. In fact, the reputation of the island master, Fang Weishan, as a chi, meaning crazy, had long spread throughout the Spring and Autumn Alliance. Fang Weishan was able to be invited by Jie Chen because he had given him a copy of the 100-character Tai Lingwen explanation. Taoist friend, do you know what's written on this picture? Fang Weishan, intrigued, immediately walked over to the painting and said to Zhao Sheng with a smile. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he feigned interest. Master Fang, please enlighten me. Not bad. Let me see what's written on it first. Chapter 196 Python Hunting Operation. As the saying goes, prudence is the driving force of human progress. Fang Weishan loved to show off, and when he finally got the chance to show off, he couldn't let it go. The Zhuangxing spirit tree, born in the heart of the world, has been stealing spiritual energy for millennia. It's absolutely something. The Guangzhou spirit grass, 1,000 feet tall, pierces the heart of the spirit vein, breaking through the world. Its juice can shatter the void. Fang Weishan's recitation was disjointed and full of errors, which made Zhao Sheng feel very frustrated. He was anxious for him, thinking that Fang Weishan had chosen the wrong hobby. Just then, someone else walked into the living room. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I was delayed on the way, so I'm late. Meng Kuai, dressed in a plain white scholar's robe, said apologetically as he entered. Upon seeing Meng Kuai, Fang Weishan burst into laughter, saying, Haha, brother Meng, you've arrived just in time. You're an expert at copying Tai Lingwen. Come over and take a look at the Tai Lingwen on this drawing. The two had known each other for nearly a century, and as fellow cultivators of Confucianism, their friendship was naturally deep, far beyond Zhao Sheng's reach. Meng Kuai's face grimaced at this, but out of courtesy, he finally walked over to examine the wall paintings. Zhao Sheng, not bothering to join in the fun, simply sat down to sip tea, silently awaiting his host's arrival. A moment later, Feng and Meng had barely finished arguing when Jie Chen, dressed in black, entered the living room, reeking of the fragrance of elixir and a look of triumph on his face. Fellow Taoist Jack, Brother Jack, upon seeing their host emerge, Zhao Sheng, Meng Kuai, and Fang Weishan immediately greeted him. After some pleasantries, Jie Chen took the main seat and invited the 3 others to sit down. With the 3 of you joining us, this plan to exterminate the black poison pythons will surely be a success, Jie Chen said with a smile to Zhao Sheng and the other 2. Brother Jack, you're too polite. Without the detoxification pills you've refined, we wouldn't dare attempt to kill the black poison pythons, Meng Kuai said politely. It was Zhao Sheng who proposed exterminating the black poison pythons, and his goal had been made known to everyone beforehand. His master, Su Chong, was celebrating his birthday, and the black poison python king was one of the gifts Zhao Sheng had prepared. Meng Kuai, moved by the generous reward Zhao Sheng promised, began soliciting invitations, including Fang Weishan. Zhao Sheng, upon learning that Zhao Sheng was the initiator, also became interested. Don't get me wrong, Zhao Sheng wasn't interested in Zhao Sheng, but rather in his master, Master Su Chong, a master capable of refining the golden core elixir. Meng Kuai had also invited a foundation establishment cultivator named Lan, but for some reason, he hadn't arrived yet. After exchanging pleasantries, the group began discussing how to hunt the black poison pythons. This pack of black poisonous pythons nests in a deep trench. We'll go there first. As the initiator of the hunting operation, Zhao Sheng naturally spoke first, detailing the plan. 10 days ago, I reconnoitered and confirmed that there are no more than 200 black poisonous pythons, with approximately 4 above the second level. The most formidable is the king of the black poisonous pythons, the poison dragon python. It's a massive beast, extremely venomous and ferocious, and very difficult to deal with. After Zhao Sheng finished explaining the plan, Meng Kuai suddenly added, "To hunt these black poisonous pythons will never stay still in their nest. The most important thing now is to determine their location. Perhaps we can choose to defeat them one by one," Zhao Sheng suggested. Zhao Sheng smiled confidently and flipped his hand, revealing an ancient bronze bagua plate with the 8 directions inscribed on its edge. A ray of spiritual light entered the plate, and a flash of light appeared. The silver needle in the center suddenly spun around, finally pointing to the northeast. With this tracking disc, the black poisonous pythons won't be able to escape GE's grasp. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, do you have any other questions?" Zhao Sheng explained. Zhao Sheng, observing this, shook his head. "Very good, we'll set off now," Zhao Sheng said excitedly, holding the tracking disc in hand. "Aren't we waiting for fellow Taoist Lan?" Fang Weishan asked, puzzled. "No, fellow Taoist Lan can't come because of something," Meng Kuai explained immediately. Fang Weishan and Zhao Sheng frowned upon hearing this, but said nothing more. A moment later, 2 flying boats suddenly took off from the island and sped off to the northeast. Night fell, the moon at its zenith. Zhao Sheng and the other 3 flew over 2,000 miles and arrived over an unfamiliar sea. The needle on the tracking disc in Zhao Sheng's hand trembled, its tip tilting slightly downward. "We're here. The black poisonous pythons should be near the sea area." Zhao Sheng observed the direction indicated by the needle and transmitted a message to Zhao Sheng and the others. "I've refined some water-repellent pills and poison-removing pills. Take them now," Zhao Sheng said. He immediately took out the pills and distributed them to everyone. Then he put away the compass, took 2 pills, and flew down to the sea below. At this time, Zhao Sheng did not take the water-repellent pills and poison-removing pills given by Zhao Sheng, but took the water-repellent pills and jade yellow pills he had refined himself. He did this purely out of caution and had no other intentions. Seeing this, Meng Kuai and Fang Weishan also took the pills and flew into the water, followed by Zhao Sheng. Before long, everyone had dived into the deep sea. Under the pitch-black seabed, everyone was at the foundation establishment stage and had spiritual sense to explore the way, so they did not need the sunstone to illuminate the way. Under Zhao Sheng's leadership, the 4 of them slowly swam for more than 10 miles. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's expression shifted, and he suddenly stopped. He urgently transmitted, "Be careful." After issuing the warning, Zhao Sheng's right hand swept through his storage bag and immediately released a gray talisman. A dark, invisible barrier suddenly emerged, enveloping the surroundings, blurring and obscuring the 4 figures. Zhao Sheng was somewhat surprised by this. This was the advanced level of the invisibility talisman, the 2nd level divine invisibility talisman, a rare and advanced talisman. He had never expected Zhao Sheng to possess one. Led by Zhao Sheng, the 4 men quietly inched closer by about 50 feet. Before them lay a vast expanse of sandy beach, nestled within a tangled patchwork of coral reefs. Above the coral reef, everyone could faintly discern a dense, striped mass of black shadows, resembling a vast mass of seaweed, quietly coiling in the water. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes as he realized the shadows were a swarm of intertwined, black pythons. These were giant, jet-black pythons, some more than 10 feet long, their bodies as thick as buckets, while others were only 3 or 4 feet long, but still as thick as a child's arm. Their bodies were covered in fine, black, diamond-shaped scales, and their triangular heads were more than twice as large as their bodies. Each one was like a branding iron, its black sheen piercing them. These were, remarkably, a swarm of poisonous pythons. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 The Poison Dragon Python finally appears. Gazing at the slumbering black poisonous pythons not far away, Zhao Sheng's heart burned with excitement. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered with joy, sensing an unusually high concentration of spiritual energy nearby. Could there be a spiritual vein nearby? In fact, it wasn't just Zhao Sheng who sensed this, the others quickly noticed as well. All four of them were seasoned experts, so they remained composed, yet each was engaged in their own calculations. Retreat. After another telepathic transmission, they silently retreated a considerable distance. In a sunken sea cave, the four formed a circle. These black poisonous pythons are slumbering. Fellow Daoists, will you follow my instructions? Zhao Sheng said through telepathic transmission, his expression solemn. Yes, fellow Taoist Jack, please. Meng Kuai and Fang Weishan immediately followed suit, and Zhao Sheng silently nodded. After half a cup of tea, the four separated as planned, each diving to a different depth. Under the sea, Zhao Sheng made sure everyone was in place before carefully removing a blood-colored pill the size of a longan. The pill emanated a strong scent of blood, tinged with a bitter aroma of almonds. He crushed the pill and swam rapidly upward, showering the powder in his wake. As the powder dispersed and merged with the seawater, a bloody odor 10 times stronger than before suddenly emanated. Nearby, a group of previously dormant black poisonous pythons, sensing the scent, erupted in a frenzy, dancing wildly. A massive black poisonous python, some 7 or 8 feet long, gave way to the allure and lunged towards the source of the scent. The group of pythons suddenly erupted in frenzy, swarming towards the scent. By the time they reached the spot where Zhao Sheng had placed the powder, they were already frantic with excitement, chasing the scent upward without hesitation. At the same time, Zhao Sheng, Fang Weishan, and Meng Kuai unhesitatingly crushed the blood pills in their hands and, like Zhao Sheng, swam toward the surface. A bloody path could be seen forming in the water, connecting directly to the surface. The swarm of black poisonous pythons darted upstream along this path. A moment later, Fang Weishan was the first to break through the surface, flying aboard the flying boat to await the others' return. A moment later, Zhao Sheng and Meng Kuai emerged almost simultaneously, joining Fang Weishan. Soon, Zhao Sheng, his expression brimming with excitement, soared from the sea. The four of them successfully reunited on the flying boat, each gazing down at the sea below. Within a few breaths, a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the surface, rapidly expanding until it became a vast expanse. Boom! First, a black poisonous python leaped 30 or 4 feet above the surface. Then, like a boiling pot of water, a swarm of large and small black poisonous pythons scrambled to the surface. For a moment, a continuous thud echoed as the swarm of black poisonous pythons took over a vast expanse of the sea, surging with countless fine white foams. Looking down at the black poisonous pythons below, roaring and scurrying with unbridled excitement, Zhao Sheng's face darkened. He realized his most important prey, the poisonous dragon python, hadn't appeared. The dragon blood pill was supposed to be enough to drive these beasts wild. Even the king of the black poisonous pythons shouldn't be immune. The others also noticed something was amiss. And Meng Kuai couldn't help but ask, fellow Taoist Jack, what should we do if that beast won't show up? Kill. Zhao Sheng's face darkened. He fiercely spat out the word kill. Unbeknownst to him, a handful of water blue pills had appeared in his hand. As he released his grip, the water blue pills fell, creating vast blue ripples as they hit the sea. The water suddenly froze, forming sheets of frosty white ice. Immediately, over 20 poisonous black pythons were struck by the cold light, their bodies condensing into thick ice, freezing them to death instantly. Seeing this, Fang Weishan swung his spiritual weapon, the bailing fan, repeatedly. With each swing, a 10-foot-tall, white-winged seabird flew out from the fan. In just 2 breaths, 7 or 8 poisonous black pythons were snatched up by the seabirds, flown high into the sky, and then dropped to their deaths. In contrast, Meng Kuai was much more unpretentious. He waved and flung out several talismans, which instantly transformed into hundreds of hiltless blades shimmering with golden light. They rained down like a rain, slaying and wounding the entire group of poisonous black pythons. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng's face darkened. He swung his sleeves, and a beam of golden light suddenly shot into the sea. Even wielding only a golden flying sword, Zhao Sheng's achievements rivaled those of others. Suddenly, a golden light darted across the sea, swift as a meteor. After a flash of light, a large hole appeared on the head of a black poisonous python. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen black poisonous pythons were slain by the sword. Zhe Chen, Feng Wuxian, and the others watched with surprise. They hadn't expected fellow Taoist Zhao to be a Foundation establishment sword cultivator. Zhao Sheng and his 4 companions unleashed a thunderous attack, slaying dozens of black poisonous pythons in a matter of moments. Roar! The sudden attack finally enraged the frantic and excited black poisonous pythons. Following a muffled roar, the black poisonous pythons, as if on command, opened their mouths and violently spewed out clouds of black poisonous mist. Instantly, a vast black cloud of poisonous mist enveloped the nearby sea, temporarily obstructing Zhao Sheng and the others' view. At that moment, the seawater surrounding the black poisonous python suddenly churned violently, and a massive python, over 20 meters long, suddenly emerged from the water. Beside it, 4 smaller, second-stage black poisonous pythons, about 13 or 14 feet long, guarded their king. Their king also revealed himself, his head poking out with a fierce gleam in his eyes, staring up at the flying boat in the sky. Oh no! The poisonous fog can block spiritual consciousness. Meng Kuai's face changed slightly, and he uttered a low cry. There's nothing we can do. We'll just have to seize the opportunity. That beast should be out soon. Let Brother Meng and I deal with the poisonous dragon python. Fellow Taoist Zhao and fellow Taoist Feng, please temporarily stop the 4 second-stage black poisonous pythons. Seeing this, Zhe Chen spoke without hesitation. First-stage black poisonous pythons can't fly, so they're not a concern. But once a black poisonous python breaks through to the second stage, it can briefly soar. Don't worry. Leave it to us, Feng Wuxian immediately responded, and Zhao Sheng nodded, agreeing. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar suddenly erupted from beneath the poisonous fog. Then, with a violent surge, a massive poisonous dragon python, accompanied by 4 guards, burst through the mist, appearing before the 4 men. For the first time, Zhao Sheng saw the true form of this king of poisonous pythons. Its body stretched over 20 feet, thicker than a water tank. Layers of glossy, dark, diamond-shaped scales stretched densely from its neck to its tail, seemingly indestructible, resembling a terrifying armored behemoth. The broad, flat head was the most prominent and ferocious feature. Its originally black head had turned a blood-red color. A 7-foot-long, spiraling black dragon horn protruded from its center. A layer of black light shone on its surface, emitting shimmering halos as it moved, creating a strange and mysterious aura. Chapter 198 The Beginning of Death. Upon seeing the 4 men who had slaughtered its descendants, the poisonous dragon python's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and an endless stream of murderous intent erupted from it. Roar! With a roar, a black light suddenly emanated from the dragon horns on its head. As the black light emerged, the poisonous mist beneath the poisonous dragon python felt as if it had gained a backbone, and it actually merged into the black light. Aided by the poisonous mist, the black light expanded rapidly, as if it had consumed a tonic, and instantly condensed into black light pythons as thick as arms. With a series of chi-chi sounds, they shot towards the flying boat. Not good. Zhe Chen's face changed drastically, and he raised his hands violently, releasing a large amount of golden light in an instant. After the golden light collided with a black python, it suddenly melted away quickly with a hiss, breaking through countless holes, and then 7 or 8 black light pythons broke through the obstacles, crashed into the flying boat, and turned into pieces of black liquid, quickly corroding the solid boat body. Hiss! The flying boat made of 100-year-old teak wood could not withstand the corrosion of the poison. In a blink of an eye, a large part of the boat wall was corroded and dented. The light on the flying boat flashed, and the floating magic circle was immediately destroyed. It suddenly stagnated, and then suddenly fell down. At this moment, Zhao Sheng and others were dealing with the black light pythons that were shooting at them. They were a little slow for a moment, and were killed by the poisonous dragon python. Stop them for me. Looking at the 5-second level demon pythons that pounced on them, Zhao Sheng gritted his teeth and shouted, then immediately stepped forward. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and saw 9 3-inch-long green flying knives appear in front of him. They were arranged in a 9-square formation, turning into a dark green knife curtain, shooting out at a rapid speed. Just as the knife curtain covered the poisonous dragon python, the 9 spiritual flying knives suddenly shone brightly, and the knife curtain suddenly condensed a lot. Countless knife lights emerged like rain and temporarily trapped the poisonous dragon python. Meng Kuai was overjoyed when he saw this. With a 2-foot-long spring and autumn spiritual pen in his hand, he wrote like a dragon and a snake, and he actually started writing on the spot. As the ancient and majestic Tai spiritual scriptures with a clear spiritual light were written one by the spiritual pen, a mysterious and unpredictable aura suddenly emerged in the void. At the same time, Zhao Sheng and Fang Weishan glanced at each other, and flew towards the 4 second-level black poisonous pythons below. Zhao Sheng's face remained expressionless. He formed a sword gesture with his right hand, and the golden flying sword vanished in a flash. The next moment, layers of sword light materialized, transforming into a sharp sword circle that encircled the 2 poisonous black pythons. With a swipe of his other hand, 2 second-level water mine talismans flew out, instantly transforming into 2 massive azure balls of lightning that shot out. The 2 second-level poisonous black pythons below, however, cleverly entangled with each other, suddenly forming a twist. A layer of black light suddenly enveloped their bodies, and united. They easily withstood the sword's attack. Zhao Sheng's eyebrows raised at this, and with a flick of his spiritual sense, the 2 lightning balls collided with each other, instantly exploding a thundercloud over the 2 poisonous black pythons. Zhao Sheng seized the opportunity to leap into the air, dodging them. At the same time, he used his spiritual weapon, the flying sword, to lure the enraged demonic pythons away from the battlefield. His mission was to temporarily halt the 2 second-level demonic pythons, not to slay them. Stopping and killing the 2 were vastly different matters. Zhao Sheng wasn't about to risk his life against 2 pythons of the same rank for a small reward. Meanwhile, Fang Weishan, commanding a flock of white-winged seabirds, temporarily trapped the 2 pythons. With a bang, a flash of blade flashed, and a long white mark appeared on the poisonous dragon python's body. By now, its body was covered in white marks, and in some places, its scales had shattered and blood was flowing, but these were all superficial injuries. Facing the blade array, which was like a maggot in its tarsal bones, holding it tightly, the poisonous dragon python went berserk, but it still couldn't escape. As the inexplicable pressure from the void grew stronger, the poisonous dragon python sensed the danger. Roar! It suddenly let out an angry roar, a madness flashing in its eyes, and the dragon horns on its head suddenly glowed with a dark light, which then spread throughout its body in an instant. Swish! The next second, countless python blood suddenly seeped out from the scales all over the body. The python blood merged with a black light and suddenly turned into a dark red blood light. Zhao Sheng's face changed drastically when he saw this, but before he could react, the poisonous dragon python's body shook, and the huge black body under the bloody head instantly turned from black to dark red. As the strong smell of blood spread to the surroundings, the poisonous dragon python's originally huge body suddenly swelled and became at least twice as thick, becoming a real behemoth. And a majestic aura that only a giant-level monster could have fatally emanated from it. Brother Meng, hurry up! Zhao Sheng was shocked by the scene and his eyes burst open. With a cruel heart, he flipped his hand and got an explosive spirit pill, which he threw into his mouth and swallowed. In a blink of an eye, his face turned red, so red that blood seemed to be dripping, and his aura also increased wildly. Transform! Before the shout fell, 9 green flying knives split into blade lights. In an instant, green light flashed everywhere in the nearby void, and a dense green knife net was transformed. Suddenly, the knife light fell like rain, and countless deep wounds that could be seen to the bone appeared on the body of the poisonous dragon python, and blood flowed out. Roar! The poisonous dragon python roared repeatedly, and the blood on the python's body surged, and countless wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly spurted out a thick dark red beam of light upward. The beam of light collided with the Knife King and easily broke through the knife net and went straight to Meng Kuai. At the same time, the 7-foot-long black dragon horn turned wide and thin quickly, as if some substance had been consumed. Meng Kuai was sweating profusely and his face was pale. With his cultivation level of the 4th level of foundation building, It was a bit difficult for him to copy a Tai dragon subduing edict in a short time. Be careful. Seeing the cunning of the poisonous dragon python, Zhao Sheng roared and swung out a purple-red stone the size of a fist. The stone instantly grew to the size of a house and slammed into the beam of light. As it blocked the beam of light, the purple-red boulder was quickly corroded by the poisonous light, shrinking rapidly in size. Large bubbles emerged from its surface, and the bubbles exploded, producing a large amount of foul-smelling purple mist. From a distance, Zhao Sheng saw this scene, his pupils constricted, and he subconsciously slapped a second-level golden armor talisman on himself. In the blink of an eye, his whole body was covered by a thick and solid golden armor. At this moment, the dragon horn on the poisonous dragon python's head suddenly shone brightly, and a blood-red light suddenly shot out from the tip of the horn. The blood-red light was incredibly fast, and after a blur, it seemed to pierce through the void and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Meng Kuai suddenly let out a shrill scream, and a large hole as big as a bowl suddenly appeared on his chest. A dark red bloodlight quickly spread around the wound and spread throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, the massive figure was completely consumed by the bloody light, reduced to a pool of dark red venom that dripped onto the sea surface. Not far away, Feng Wuxian's face drastically changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Brother Meng, no," Zhao Sheng cried out, his expression a mixture of shock and anger. In a split second, the horns on the poisonous dragon's head flickered several more times, and 3 flashes of blood vanished in a flash. Zhao Sheng, Zhao Sheng, and Feng Wuxian's faces trembled wildly. Chapter 199 Killing Pythons and Digging for Treasures. Feng Wuxian panicked, dodging with all his might, summoning the Bailing Fan to shield himself. Suddenly, his body froze, and he plummeted from the air in terror. At the same moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes gleamed with a divine light. The invisible blood light reappeared in his sight, closing within 3 feet of him and rapidly shooting towards his chest. In this strange state, Zhao Sheng inched his body, avoiding vital points while slowly throwing out the ocean abyss shield, slowly blocking the blood light. As time stretched on, Zhao Sheng clearly saw the blood light collide with the ocean abyss shield, gradually corroding it until a hole appeared in its center. The blood light, now reduced in size, pierced through the hole and continued its trajectory towards him. Zhao Sheng's brows furrowed, and with a flash of thought, he activated the defensive talisman, the 100 layers ice wall, hidden in his arms. Transparent ice walls gradually formed before him, though their speed was significantly slower than the blood light. Zhao Sheng's heart skipped a beat at this. It was too late to dodge, and in a moment of desperation, he suddenly remembered something. A flash of golden light, and a golden tablet, about a foot long and palm wide, suddenly appeared on Zhao Sheng's chest, colliding with the blood. Bang! The blood was shattered by the blow, and Zhao Sheng's hands trembled violently. A surge of force surged from the tablet, and his body was involuntarily propelled 3 or 4 feet away, escaping from bullet time. His heart pounding, he instinctively glanced down, only to find the tablet's surface was gleamingly smooth, without a single scratch. A sharp scream echoed from nearby. Zhao Sheng looked up, shocked to see Zhao Sheng, his face utterly pale, slashing his entire right arm. The forefoot of his right arm was gone, a pool of blood rapidly seeping upwards from the elbow. If Zhao Sheng hadn't reacted quickly, he would have suffered the same fate as Meng Kuai and Feng Wuxian, ultimately dismembered. Zhao Sheng was filled with fear upon seeing this. The poison dragon python's killing move had reached the peak of the giant level, making it impossible for ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators to dodge or block it. The poison dragon python let out a mournful wail, its body suddenly shrinking by half. The bloody light on its body suddenly dissipated, and the dragon horn on its head turned gray, leaving only a fragment less than 2 feet long and as thick as a wrist. The fierce glare in its eyes faded, and its previous imposing aura was gone. Its aura weakened considerably, and its body trembled slightly, almost falling into the sea, appearing unstable. Clearly, the killing move had pushed it to its limits, severely damaging the poison dragon python's vitality. Zhao Sheng's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly threw out a golden talisman. The talisman burst into vast golden light, enveloping him. Then, a ball of golden light streaked through the air, disappearing into the vast night in an instant. Asshole, Zhao Sheng happened to witness this scene. Even with his gentle nature, seeing Zhao Sheng flee without warning, he erupted in fury. At that moment, 4 second-tier poisonous black pythons converged, engulfed in a swirling venomous mist, and charged towards Zhao Sheng with furious force. Zhao Sheng snorted coldly, and his golden essence flying sword suddenly flew back to his side, transforming into a sword rainbow that shielded his entire body. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a massive stack of ice sword talismans, over 20 layers in length, erupted like celestial flowers. The sky suddenly darkened, and countless 3-foot-tall ice swords emerged, filling the void for 100 feet. It was as if a forest of ice swords had suddenly sprouted from the heavens, illuminating the moonlight with a chilling, murderous glow. The next moment, a hail of ice swords rained down like a cascade of raindrops, one after another, leaving the demonic pythons no chance to breathe. Zhao Sheng wouldn't boast about anything else, but when it came to first-level talismans, he counted them by the bag. Suddenly, a continuous stream of puff-puff sounds filled the air. The 4 seemingly aggressive black poisonous pythons wilted. Snakes are naturally afraid of the cold, and even second-level demonic pythons were inevitably affected. They could temporarily withstand the rain of swords, but they didn't know that the bone-piercing cold spread with astonishing speed as the waves of ice swords shattered. In an instant, murderous intent surged in Zhao Sheng's eyes. He formed a sword gesture with his right hand, and the golden flying sword shot out. A second-level black poisonous python coiled its body to resist the ice swords, the penetrating cold already making it stiff and sluggish. At that moment, it felt a pain in its head, a sharp pain suddenly spreading throughout its body. Then it lost consciousness and fell into eternal darkness. On the other side, Zhao Sheng tapped his right hand repeatedly, and a golden light leaped like a star. In a few flashes, he easily pierced the skulls of 4 second-level black poisonous pythons. Ahum! A sword cry resounded through the heavens and earth. The small golden sword suddenly transformed into a terrifying sword rainbow, piercing the sky and instantly slashing into the poisonous dragon python as it fled toward the sea. A single strike of the sword tore a bowl-sized hole in its body, and a torrent of python blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhao Sheng knew the principle of striking while the wound was severe. While the poisonous dragon python was weakened, he absolutely could not allow it to reunite with a group of black poisonous pythons. The poisonous dragon python wailed incessantly, its body erupting in a layer of blood, its escape speed increasing by over 30%. At this moment, the black poisonous pythons in the sea sensed the king's danger and immediately released a large cloud of black poisonous mist. As it fled, the poisonous dragon python took a deep, long breath, sucking in an acre-sized amount of poisonous mist into its mouth. Instantly, the poisonous dragon python's spirit surged, and the bloody hole healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's eyes darkened. He immediately used his divine sword to control the golden flying sword, which had previously pierced through it. After circling half a circle, it transformed into a sword rainbow and slashed through it. With a puff sound, the poisonous dragon python's vitality was indeed severely damaged, and even its physical defenses were greatly reduced. It was unable to withstand the stab of the flying sword, and another bloody hole was drilled near its reverse scale. Zhao Sheng snorted coldly when he saw that he had missed a vital point. The divine light in his eyes suddenly shone, and the spiritual flying sword instantly transformed into a point of golden light. With incredible speed, it flashed into the poisonous dragon python's reverse scale. In just a few breaths, after 3 consecutive bullet-time attacks, his mental energy was depleted by at least 1/3. After a flash of golden light, a hole was immediately pierced through the reverse scale, and the next moment, the crystal-clear blood of poisonous dragon essence gushed out from it. Buzz! The golden flying sword pierced the scales on the other side of the poisonous dragon python's neck and flew out. With a humming sound, the brilliance of the flying sword's 2 blades quickly dimmed, their surface coated in a bloody sheen that wriggled like a living thing. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but groan. His face changed, realizing he had lost control of the flying sword. The golden essence flying sword, now depleted of its spiritual power, suddenly staggered for a distance before suddenly losing momentum and plummeting downward. Startled, Zhao Sheng, without hesitation, reached for the air with one hand, simultaneously unleashing a bolt of lightning with his left. With a whoosh, as the flying sword shot back, a sphere of azure lightning suddenly appeared at the 7-inch hole in the poisonous dragon python's body and slammed into it. Boom! A resounding thunderclap suddenly resonated throughout the heavens and earth, scattering blood and flesh in all directions, splashing down into the sea. First struck by the sword's 7-inch hole, then shattered by the blast of the sea mine, even the demonic python, renowned for its resilience, could not withstand such a blow. Although the poisonous dragon python didn't die instantly, its massive body thrashed endlessly in the sea, stirring up huge waves. But Zhao Sheng knew the poisonous dragon python was dead, its body now only reacting instinctively. This was evident in the sudden, panicked flight of the black poisonous pythons, which broke apart. Zhao Sheng dodged the poisonous dragon python's final struggles and released the ethereal flying boat. After boarding the boat, he channeled his spiritual sense, directing it to the surface and scooping up the remains of the 4 second-tier demonic pythons, placing them into an empty storage bag. He then dived down to search the seabed again. Over the course of an hour, he slew dozens of black poisonous pythons, finally extracting the remains of Meng Kuai and Fang Weishan from their bellies. By then, the thrashing remains of the poisonous dragon python had gradually lost their vitality and began to sluggishly slow down. Zhao Sheng patiently waited another hour until the poisonous dragon pythons had completely come to a complete stop before advancing and successfully placing their bodies into a special storage bag. Only then did Zhao Sheng finally relax, feeling a mixture of joy and sorrow. For the past 2 years, he'd been secluded within the Spring and Autumn Alliance, devoting himself to arduous cultivation and alchemy, making few friends. Meng Kuai was one of his few remaining friends. Now, due to a moment of carelessness, he'd perished in this unknown sea, his centuries of hard work gone to waste. What a shame, what a shame. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng recalled Jie Chen, who had fled without warning, and a surge of inexplicable anger rose within him. Even knowing that Jie Chen's actions were common in the world of immortal cultivation, Zhao Sheng still held him in deep contempt. What kind of person was this? Brother Meng and Fang Weishan had both been invited by him to help slay the python. Putting aside the fact that they died, Jie Chen, before escaping, couldn't he have just sent a message before fleeing? It was clearly a pity to use him as a scapegoat. However, Zhao Sheng couldn't do anything about Jie Chen for now. He was a disciple of Master Su Chong, a second-level alchemist, and highly regarded by the Spring and Autumn Alliance. He was just a guest official at the Foundation establishment stage, no match for Jie Chen. Zhao Sheng knew he had a grudge against Jie Chen. Although now wasn't the right time, he would definitely find a time to settle the score with him later. After salvaging all the floating python corpses from the sea, Zhao Sheng folded up his flying boat, dove into the sea, and swam rapidly downwards. A moment later, he easily reached the 1,000-foot-deep seabed. After searching for a while, he found a sunken sea pit. Zhao Sheng flipped his hand, and a crystal white Nahe shell suddenly appeared in his palm. The Nahe shell flew out, rapidly expanding to a size of 50 or 60 feet, and landed in the sea pit. Zhao Sheng cast 2 spells with his hands, and a layer of white light appeared on the Nahe shell. The shell was suddenly stretched open by the runed stone pillars, and a crack appeared. Zhao Sheng flashed in. After entering the Bay Mansion Cave Heaven, Zhao Sheng headed straight for the quiet room within the courtyard. Immediately, he sat cross-legged on an apricot yellow cushion and began meditating, regulating his breathing and restoring his depleted spiritual awareness and energy. Beneath the seabed lay pitch black, lightless and soundless, with almost no notion of day or night. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, stood up with a vibrant look, and walked out of the quiet room. A moment later, Zhao Sheng emerged from the Nahe shell. With a thud, the Nahe shell instantly shrank to the size of a palm, soaring from the pit and returning to Zhao Sheng's palm, where it was then held. Zhao Sheng didn't immediately return to Jiazian Island. Instead, he swam towards the reef where the black poison python had rested the previous night. He remembered the unusually high spiritual energy there and was about to search it. Soon, the jumbled reef entered his spiritual awareness. Zhao Sheng withdrew a sunstone, and a powerful white light emanated from it, dispelling the darkness for 20 feet. Zhao Sheng, holding the sunstone, sensed the level of nearby spiritual energy and slowly swam toward areas of high spiritual energy concentration. This underwater reef was quite large, approximately several hundred acres in size. The reef grew taller and taller as he swam toward the center. In just a dozen breaths, Zhao Sheng reached the center of the reef, where he saw a coral pillar over 20 feet tall and 6 or 7 feet in diameter. This pillar was the place with the richest spiritual energy. Zhao Sheng thought for a moment, instantly recalling the massive coral pillar he had seen in the misty sea, nearly jutting out of the surface. Though vastly different in size, both were formed from a rare coral mother, though one was gray, while the other was lushly green. Zhao Sheng quickly determined that the spiritual energy in the vicinity was primarily water-based. If there was a spiritual vein, it would undoubtedly be one beneath. Due to the shattered star sea's topography, the spiritual veins are primarily water and earth, followed by metal and wood, and naturally the rarest being fire. Zhao Sheng was 80% certain that a water-borne spiritual vein lay beneath a coral pillar. With this in mind, he immediately drew out his Fanglan blade, a top-grade magical weapon, and began digging from the pillar's base. This excavation lasted 2 full days, Zhao Sheng working tirelessly, ultimately carving out a passage over 30 feet long. Bang! Half a day later, Zhao Sheng slashed into the rock wall with his blade, and suddenly his hand felt empty. A hole suddenly appeared before his eyes, emitting a faint aquamarine light. Delighted, Zhao Sheng dug with all his might. In just a few strokes, he had carved a cave half a man's height, and Zhao Sheng eagerly entered. Behind the cavern lay a narrow, spherical grotto, barely over 10 feet high, and no more than 2 feet wide and long. The grotto was empty, but in a small, sunken pit in the center, a pool of clear, pale blue spiritual fluid filled the space. The fluid glowed with a faint, bright blue light, illuminating the entire cavern and casting a bluish glow on Zhao Sheng's face. Upon seeing the spiritual liquid, Zhao Sheng exclaimed in delight, "Jade spirit liquid, the legend was indeed true." Every previously undiscovered spiritual vein inevitably harbors a spiritual treasure within its spiritual aperture. The higher the spiritual vein's rank, the more precious and rare the associated treasure. Although the spiritual vein before Zhao Sheng was only a first-grade one, its quality reached above mid-grade. The jade spirit liquid it produced was considered a spiritual water of heaven and earth, capable of dispelling inner demons, cleansing the soul, and focusing the mind. If it could be refined into a second-grade, supreme soul cleansing elixir, even golden core true immortals would covet it. Chapter 200, Foundation Establishment Pale Recipe and Burning Gold Spirit Flame. In the Linqiao Grotto, Zhao Sheng, overjoyed, immediately walked to the poolside, pulled out a jade bottle with a large belly and a narrow neck, and waved his hand towards the jade spirit liquid. A stream of spiritual liquid suddenly erupted from the pool, gurgling into the bottle. After a few breaths, the pool was empty, and the bottle was almost full. Zhao Sheng gently shook the bottle, listening to the splash of water. It was about 2 liters. He smiled with satisfaction, glanced around, then a thought suddenly occurred to him. He frowned and turned to leave. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. With a thud, Zhao Sheng suddenly broke through the water. In mid-air, he flicked his right hand, and a silver-white flying boat shot out, expanding from the size of a palm to 3 meters in length. After jumping aboard, Zhao Sheng's spiritual consciousness activated the boat, accelerating rapidly and speeding towards Jiazhan Island. In a blink of an eye, the boat disappeared into the vast horizon. Half a day later, the sun set and night fell. Lights had already been lit on the various islands of Jiazhan Island. The most bustling spring and autumn island was ablaze with lights, illuminating the surrounding night sky. Suddenly, a silver-white flying boat descended from the sky, breaking through the darkness and landing at the foot of Humang Peak in the center of Spring and Autumn Island. Humang Peak is not high or large in area, but it is the core of Jiazhan Island's spiritual veins, with the richest spiritual energy. It is also the place where the leaders of the Spring and Autumn Alliance practice in seclusion. The caves of the 3 Giants Henrin are located on the mountainside of Humang Peak. Zhao Sheng put away the flying boat and sword on his sword, quickly arriving at a carved stone platform halfway up the mountain. At the end of the stone platform was a tightly closed bronze door, flanked by 2 young men in black. Zhao Sheng stepped forward and announced, "My name is Zhao Chong, currently a Foundation Establishment guest official of the Alliance. I have an important matter to present to Zhenrin Kifin. Please convey my report to him." He then took out his guest official token and showed it to the 2 men. The young man in black on the right carefully verified the authenticity of the token and quickly bowed, saying, "Please wait a moment, senior. I'll go and report this first." "Yes, go ahead." The young man in black bowed and turned to go into the cave. A moment later, he returned and led Zhao Sheng in. The 2 of them walked through a passageway lined with bare stone walls, flanked by simple stone chambers. Zhao Sheng was deeply surprised. He had never expected the powerful Qi Feng to be such an ascetic. Passing through the passage, they arrived at a simple living room and met Qi Feng, dressed in a gray Taoist robe. Qi Feng looked slightly annoyed. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng, he immediately teased, "Young man Zhao, It's been 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen you come to my house. Tell me, what's so important that you're so kind?" Zhao Sheng blushed and quickly bowed, begging for mercy. Only then did Taoist Kifin let him go, and he asked, "What do you want to see me for today?" Zhao Sheng's face darkened at this. He immediately informed Taoist Kifin of the 3 who had invited him, Meng Kuai, and Feng Wuxian, to hunt the poisonous dragon python, but 2 had died and 1 had escaped, leaving him alone and discovering a spiritual vein. Huh? Meng Kuai and Feng Wuxian, both Foundation establishment cultivators, are dead? And you actually discovered a spiritual vein? Taoist Kifin sat up straight, his brow furrowed in confirmation. Huh? Didn't Zhechen tell me? I dare not lie. Senior, please look, these are the remains of Brother Meng and fellow Taoist Feng. With that, Zhao Sheng unearthed the bodies and placed them on the living room floor. Taoist Kifin took a quick look, his expression suddenly cold. With their bodies lying there, how could it be false? The Spring and Autumn Alliance only had about 30 Foundation establishment cultivators in total. Excluding those who remained neutral like Zhao Sheng, there were only 8 on Taoist Kifin's side. Unfortunately, Feng Meng and the other 2 were among the 8. With 2 dead this time, even if Taoist Kifeng had mastered the art of cultivating his ki, he wouldn't have been furious. Zhao Sheng's immediate return to Jiazhen Island to visit Taoist Kifeng was, of course, to turn a passive situation into an active one. Truth will eventually come to light. The death of 2 Foundation establishment cultivators is no small matter. Better to confess than to be questioned later. Zhao Sheng refused to hand over the 2 storage bags and spiritual artifacts, and Taoist Kifeng didn't ask. Returning the bodies was the most he could do, the rest was Zhao Sheng's spoils of war. This was the ancient unspoken rule of the immortal cultivation world, rarely broken. A moment later, 2 streaks of light soared from Humeng Peak, soaring over Xiaguang Island before plummeting. Upon seeing the bodies of Feng Meng and the other, Taoist Kifeng immediately brought Zhao Sheng to seek an explanation from Master Alchemist Su Chong. Their motive was nothing less than to demand an explanation. Feng and Meng were not up to the task, so they died. But after Zhechen came back, he didn't even give a word of warning. This made Kifeng's Henren very angry. Because Zhechen's behavior was not only unkind, but also chilling. Due to his status, Kifeng's Henren would not cause trouble for the younger generation, but Su Chong, as an elder, had to give a satisfactory explanation. The whole thing was simple and clear. Zhao Sheng explained it again in detail in front of Su Chong. After listening to it, Su Chong felt ashamed. Of course, the master would lose face if his own apprentice behaved badly. The world of cultivating immortals is not just about fighting and killing, but more about human relationships and worldly affairs. There is no need to elaborate on the rest. Su Chong hurriedly apologized to Kifeng's Henren, and promised on his apprentice to give a generous compensation to the relatives of Feng Meng and Feng Meng. Afterwards, Zhao Sheng heard that Zhechen was imprisoned in the Cave of Repentance for 10 years to reflect on his mistakes, as an explanation to Kifeng's Henren. Zhao Sheng had never expected Zhechen to remain silent after escaping death, not even sending a message. This ultimately led to such an awkward situation. Who could be blamed? Perhaps Zhechen thought he was the only one left alive, hence his silence. The next morning, Taoist Kifeng, led by Zhao Sheng, personally inspected the first-grade spiritual vein. After exploring the Linqiao stone cave and confirming its mid-grade quality, Taoist Kifeng finally smiled. In the world of immortal cultivation, spiritual veins are the foundation of all forces, and no one would begrudge possessing too many. Recall the price the Zhao family paid to lease the Longli Lake spiritual vein. After relocating to Taiwu Mountain, they braved casualties in the war to expand southern border territory, ultimately acquiring ownership of a first-grade spiritual vein at the cost of Flame Ridge and Rotten Peach Mountain. Imagine how rare and precious spiritual veins are. Zhao Sheng wanted to hide this vein, but it was impossible. Remember, Zhechen also knew about this place. Rather than letting Zhechen expose it, it would be better to proactively inform the Spring and Autumn Alliance and reap some benefits. In the underwater spiritual vein cave, Taoist Kifeng surveyed the cave, then turned to Zhao Sheng and said, "It's just you and me here. Think carefully about what you're looking to trade it for. Don't worry, I'm here to protect you." Seeing Taoist Kifeng's meaningful look, Zhao Sheng understood what he meant. The solicitation in his words was obvious. So, don't blame him for asking so much. I'd like to trade for a Foundation establishment pill recipe. Please, Taoist, Zhao Sheng said bluntly. Taoist Qi Feng raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Good boy, you're so good at choosing the right time, and you're so bold to ask." Zhao Sheng felt relieved at this, knowing the deal was settled. Which is more important, the spiritual vein or the foundation establishment pill recipe? For a faction, it's truly a matter of opinion. But from Master Kifen's perspective, a mere recipe not only secured a spiritual vein but also allowed him to recruit a foundation establishment cultivator, killing two birds with one stone, a truly cost-effective bargain. A moment later, the two departed the underwater spiritual vein and returned to Jiazhen Island. 3 days later, Zhao Sheng was again summoned by Master Kifen, and finally, as he had hoped, he received the foundation establishment pill recipe. At the same time, he naturally became a member of Master Kifen's group. Over the next month, Zhao Sheng met with 8 of his fellow foundation establishment cultivators, effectively establishing his status as one of their own. Upon returning to the cave, Zhao Sheng hurried into the quiet room and, with a wave of his hand, released 4 barrier talismans, establishing a barrier. Then, excitedly, he retrieved the jade slip containing the foundation establishment pill recipe, and, with his spiritual sense, examined it carefully. After a moment, Zhao Sheng put the slip away, a thoughtful expression on his face. As far as he knew, the foundation building pills of the central continent used red fire Ganoderma as their primary ingredient. However, the recipe in his hand was different. It used thousand-striped star algae fruit as its primary ingredient. Thousand-striped star algae fruit is a spiritual fruit native to the star god sea. Only during the annual star algae tide, a very small number occasionally rise to the shallows, where they are picked by a lucky few. In terms of both quantity and rarity, thousand-striped star algae fruit is far less abundant than red fire Ganoderma. In other words, the annual production of foundation-building pills in the Shattered Star Sea is extremely limited, far from satisfying the needs of key refining cultivators. Zhao Sheng had purchased a foundation-building pill on Wind and Fire Island and knew that its average price was more than double that of its counterparts in the central continent. After a moment of contemplation, he put away the jade slip containing the recipe, pulled out the jade flask containing the Kyongling jade liquid, poured out a mouthful of the spiritual liquid, and swallowed it. Swish! As soon as the spiritual liquid entered his stomach, he felt an incredibly cool aura surge upwards from his stomach, passing through his lung meridian and neck before pouring into his purple palace soul sea. It transformed into a drizzle of spiritual rain, dripping down and merging into the soul sea. Instantly, Zhao Sheng felt as if his brain had been coated with a layer of cooling oil. His entire body felt incredibly cool and refreshed, his thoughts incredibly clear, and his thinking speed much faster than before. At this moment, his spiritual consciousness unconsciously expanded. After reaching its maximum range of 13 feet, it gradually expanded outward. Time seemed to pass for an eternity, yet also seemed to be a single moment. After the spiritual liquid was completely absorbed, Zhao Sheng was pleasantly surprised to find that his spiritual consciousness had actually increased slightly in strength, and its range had expanded by over a foot. Overjoyed at the magical power of the jade spirit liquid, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but take another sip. Swish! The strange state reappeared, and his spiritual consciousness began to expand outward bit by bit again. 3 years had passed in a flash. In the Danhuo market on Xiaguang Island, an alchemy shop called Shinding Pavilion recently opened on Tenayan Street. "Do you know who owns Shinding Pavilion?" a middle-aged man with a mustache asked his friends at a table in a street-side restaurant, his voice feigned mystery. "Who is it?" "Old Li, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us." "I'll treat you to the whole table," his friend urged impatiently. The middle-aged man, known as Old Li, chuckled before adding, "You know the Alchemist Association has added a few new alchemists recently." "Stop talking nonsense," the friend said, his voice growing increasingly anxious. "Don't be anxious," the middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and said hurriedly, "The owner of Shinding Pavilion is Senior Zhao Chong, who has become famous recently. He is not only a newly promoted first-level alchemist, but also a guest elder of the Spring and Autumn Alliance. I also heard that Senior Zhao's strength is unfathomable, and he has never been defeated in a fight with anyone." "Really? Why haven't I heard of his name before?" "Senior Zhao has always been a low-key person. If my third uncle had not had social interactions with him, I would not have known how powerful he is." Just as the two were talking about Zhao Sheng, the protagonist of the topic was meeting a friend in the backyard of Shinding Pavilion. In the living room, Jinming wiped his sweat from his forehead and said with a mixture of pride and complaint, "My legs have become thinner from running around for you, and my throat is practically smoking from talking." Zhao Sheng personally poured him a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Jin. I wonder if things are going smoothly." Jinming sipped the tea with a delighted smile and said, "Of course I'm here to help. You've got what you want." He then produced a fiery red gourd and carefully handed it to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng took the gourd and probed into it with his spiritual sense. He saw a palm-sized bright yellow spiritual flame floating within, quietly burning. "Is this the Golden Crow's true fire?" Zhao Sheng couldn't help but ask. "That's nothing. The Golden Crow true fire incinerates the heavens and destroys the earth, but this tiny thing doesn't even have 1% of its power. It's just a burning gold spiritual flame. Whether you can ascend to the Golden Crow true fire in the future depends on whether you can gather all 7 colors of spirit flames." Jinming waved his hand nonchalantly. Zhao Sheng wasn't disappointed either, nodding, "So this is the burning gold spiritual flame. Not bad. As long as it can be used for alchemy, Brother Zhao, your expectations are too high. I wonder how many alchemists in the guild have been eyeing this burning gold spiritual flame, and now it's in your hands. Don't be so ungrateful." Jinming was indignant upon hearing this. Zhao Sheng put away the fire gourd and said with a smile, "I didn't say I wasn't satisfied. After all, we're all competing fairly, and whoever offers the highest price gets it. They're reluctant to bid, so who can blame them? HMPH, besides me, who in the Alchemist Association knows you, Zhao Xiu, are so wealthy? You'd drop 200,000 spirit stones for a single alchemy fire, fellow Taoist Jin. Are you saying my hush money isn't enough?" Jinming's eyes rolled at this, and he shouted, "I wouldn't dare say that. But if fellow Taoist Zhao could teach me how to refine the Lingayan pill, that would be great." The Lingayan pill is a second-tier spiritual elixir listed in the 100 pill recipes, primarily used to enhance cultivation. In just a few years, Jinming was shocked to discover that Zhao Sheng's alchemy skills had unknowingly surpassed his own. He could refine at least 3 second-tier spiritual pills, while he hadn't even managed one. Whenever he thought of this, Jinming felt like he was living a useless life. "That's easy. Let's go to the underground fire room tomorrow," Zhao Sheng agreed readily. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.